Good morning, everyone. Well, for a fourth time in program history, American is on their way to the NCAA tournament.
For the first time since 2014, the Eagles, Patriot League champions, flying back to the NCAA tournament.
They're the CBS Sports Call as the Eagles beat Navy 74-52 to punch their ticket to the dance. Georgetown falls to DePaul 71-67 in the first round of the Big East tournament. Virginia knocked out of the ACC tournament 66-60 by Georgia Tech. The moves keep coming for the Commanders, who re-signed Marcus Mariota to a one-year deal to back up Jaden Daniels. They also re-signed cornerback Kayvon Seymour. And they bring in a trio of defenders, D-tackle Eddie Goldman from the Falcons, and two former Patriots, corner Jonathan Jones and D-lineman Dietrich Wise. The Commanders lose the services of cornerback Benjamin St. Juste, who signed to the Chargers, and linebacker Michael Walker with the Cardinals. Now, elsewhere in the NFL, journeyman quarterback Mac Jones is going to San Francisco. Former Cowboys running back Rico Dowdle heading to the Carolina Panthers, and veteran running back A.J. Dillon has signed with the Eagles. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You listen to B. Mitch and Finley. The free agent craze. I think all the big moves have happened now, and now it's about filling out the rest of it. If you're watching on the stream, this is kind of funny because B's chair is empty and he's over here we're trying to find golf. Damn it!
Got it, baby.
Shout out to Ponte Vedra, the Players Championship.
Yeah.
TPC Sawgrass. Gonna be fun to watch. Good morning, Brian.
What
How
up,
you doing?
brother? What's happening?
I want to start, dude, by saying congratulations to American University and Dwayne Simpkins.
They handle business, dog.
It was very cool, man. What was funny is
Did you hear DA?
I did not.
You didn't hear him?
What, on the broadcast?
No, I'm just saying, Simpkins said, I think, in the thing that he could hear him in the arena.
Not last night, because that joint was full.
Oh, it was full last
Yeah,
night. All right,
different
all right.
story.
There we go. There we go.
What was really cool is, so we had Simpkins. Congratulations to the entire AU community, right? That's just gotta be so fun and so cool.
Yeah.
We had Simpkins on the Altcast the other night, whenever I did the Altcast. And then yesterday I was over there for Channel 4, and I kind of got turned around. Like, I ended up on the wrong elevator. It was like me and the Patriot League director of officiating.
I can see you
on a
doing
freight
something
elevator.
like that, too.
I just followed this dude that seemed to know where he was going. And then finally we just bumped into Coach Simpkins in the hallway.
He knew where he was going.
No, he didn't.
You just didn't know where you were going.
The guy I followed,
Didn't know where he was going?
we ended up on the loading dock. So he did not know where he needed a key that neither of us had. So then we went back up. Then we run into Coach Simpkins. He knew where he was going. Got us where we needed to go. Couldn't have been cooler or nicer. And dude, that was about 2 hours before tip off. And he was just chill, man.
He's still like, who are these dopes?
Dude, in year 2, to do that, year 2 is pretty damn impressive, man.
Yeah.
They're going to the tournament. I was watching
New
last
voice,
night.
baby, new voice.
I think it's the projections anyway were like a 14, 15 seed. The way they could shoot, man, I wouldn't want to see them if I was a 2 or a 3. You wonder, I think Mason starts today in the A10 tournament. Dwayne Simpkins and Tony Skinn are going to be very, very hot commodities. White Brian says AU is going to be a 16. Brian, your microphone.
Yeah, we might need you to put that mic on, Brian.
Whip smart, this kid.
Yeah.
Why are you saying AU's a 16?
They don't really respect the Patriot League. They is in the committee. I think they're good enough not to be in the first 4, but they'll be a 16.
Then that could be a problem for somebody playing them.
They should respect the Patriot League. I feel like Bucknell's had success. I feel like there have been Patriot League successes. I'm not just talking to Donald Foyle.
We got league snobs sometimes, you know.
Well, whatever. I think they'll get a 15, White Brian. We'll put your knowledge to
I
the
think y'all
test.
should just wager on it. Jay, you don't have to worry about losing much if you lose.
Yeah.
'Cause it'll be
White
25
Brian going
cents.
big. It'll be 50
He
cents.
gonna go high on you.
2
this time.
units.
62 cents.
All right, that's fine. I get everything but 16. You get 16 for a whole $1.
Sounds good.
Oh, action.
Ooh.
Just really cool for everybody over there and spending some time at Bender and kind of walking around yesterday. I got a theory for you. So of the smaller colleges, right? Like obviously Maryland and Georgetown are much larger.
Yeah.
But AU, GW, and Mason all kind of, I don't know this, but they feel like they are similar size. I guess Mason, because they have a lot of commuters, is actually massive. But AU kind of is its own little campus, its own little part of the city. GW is like part of kind of downtown State Department, Washington. And then Mason just feels very suburban. Kind of interesting. They're all 3 like very unique little locales. I enjoyed being over there yesterday.
Yeah.
And then
I used to go over there a good bit when my boy Summers here.
And then it's even cooler when they win. They're going to the tournament. Tournament bids are starting to fill up. It's going to be a ton of fun. We got college hoops all day. Might have to start gambling. I think that's our way to stay very interested. Maybe White Brian can give me some winners. He was right about Baylor yesterday. Whose ass they kicked? Kansas State, maybe?
Yep, Kansas State.
The real money's in the college basketball unders if you're actually interested. But for us, let's get down to free agency. The biggest moves Washington made were actually trades, okay?
Yeah.
And if you want to be the amount of like syntax warriors about like, well, that's not free agency, it's a trade.
I think it's just as much free agency as anything else. You made the move because it's a great time to do it.
Right.
So I think it's all free agency.
So the 2 biggest moves, the 2 headlines are Debo and Tunsil. Tunsil is the best offensive lineman in Washington since Trent.
Right. Yep.
Debo is an absolutely different kind of threat that I am really excited to see in Cliff Kingsbury's offense.
He's a Swiss Army knife.
People, I guess, disagree with me on this. I think the Debo trade is better because you gave up so little. Like, to me, Debo is no risk, all reward. The Tunsil trade, Tunsil's the better player, but you gave more up. So it was more of an even playing field for the Tunsil trade, whereas Debo, I think, has an opportunity to be an outright steal.
It could be. I mean, even Tunsil could end up being a steal. You know, the fact that you get him, if he plays top 5 left tackle ability, and you got a 4th round pick for him, I think it evens out.
It might.
Yeah.
I got my move. You got your move. That's fair. I think beyond that, when you start getting into the signings, we did have more signings yesterday. I think we've all talked at length about Kinlaw. I think most folks will tell you Kinlaw, that's the one signing that seems to have the fan base the most split, I would say. Will Harris, I think people are large. Hell, Chris Russell's excited about Will Harris.
Yeah.
Chris Russell's the king of the haters.
I like him because he's a thumper.
Yeah. Yesterday, a few more moves. I think right when we got off the air, Marcus Mariota. I think bringing Mariota back is great.
Yeah.
Clearly, there was a bond, there was a friendship, there was a real kind of just like-minded spirit in that quarterback room.
Yeah.
I think
And I think Mariota also feels valued and he trusts the people above him. You know, how he got pissed in Atlanta because they were telling him all the truth. They've handled him very much respectfully here, you know, and then he knows what his role is, and he and Jaden have a connection.
totally agree with that. I think it's important in the discourse on Mariota. I add this almost parenthetically, but I do think it's worth pointing this out. I think Jaden would have been Jaden with or without Mariota. I think it's a great piece to have.
Yeah, but you got to realize, though, having a veteran presence around you that has basically walked the same path that you're walking, second-round pick, Heisman Trophy winners.
Sure. Second
And
overall pick.
A guy, second overall, but a person that can step in here and actually talk to you on a level that you are at. Now, Jaden is a talent, but did Marcus help him get along the way quicker or make that thing seem more smoother for him?
Sure.
I would think so, based off of what I saw throughout the season. And then when Jaden was tired at the time, he went over and talked to him. That little conversation right there tells me those dudes have a lot more conversation than just in the meeting room.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I think the whole quarterback room, Driscoll, Hartman, Tavita Pritchard, David Blau, Cliff Kingsbury, I think it's pretty damn remarkable that after the success they had in year one, assuming Driscoll comes back, we'll see how that finishes. But of all the major parties in that room, everybody's coming back.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Like, that is just the amount of turnover in the NFL year to year. On average, something changes. And in that room where you have this tremendous amount of success, Cliff has multiple interviews, Blau has multiple requests. Mariota, I am confident, had a market in lots of places. I think once the Raiders traded for Geno, it changed a lot of things. Fields took the Jets. Darnold took the Seahawks. Like, I do think kind of the musical chairs of quarterback carouseling broke Washington's way. But still, he could have gone lots of places. One thing that I think really needs to be clarified, and I've said this before, I want to say it again. If you think Mariota was benched in Atlanta because of performance, I got a bridge to sell you. Mariota was benched in Atlanta because ownership started putting pressure on leadership. And hey, we got to what is this league? Self-preservation.
Yep.
And late in the year, when things don't look like they're going your way, what do? Throw a rookie quarterback out there and say, hey, man, we got to invest some time with this kid.
Uh-huh.
So if you think Mariota got benched in Atlanta and you wonder why perhaps he was frustrated late in that year, that is nothing more than back office politics of the NFL. I don't know why I feel the need to
I think
clarify that, but
the
people
fact
should
that
know the truth.
everybody's coming back may also tell you how comfortable people are with this whole new regime, ownership, coaching, everything, how much they respect it. Because I guarantee you, in the previous one, everybody wouldn't come back.
Sure. And a lot of it comes down to cash,
Yeah.
too. Let's not be naive.
It comes down to cash, but
sure the money's
a lot
right.
of times you are willing to go back to a place where you feel damn comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're just going on vacation, if you had a great vacation, you'll go back there.
Mm-hmm.
If the bed was itchy and the food sucked, you're looking somewhere else.
Quickly.
Mariota gets to $8 million. 1 year, $8 million. Makes a lot of sense to me. The other thing that I think is really worth pointing out in the Mariota conversation, when he was on the field, he was excellent.
Yeah, totally.
Dude,
he balled out.
The second half of the Cowboys game,
he balled, dog.
There was a very real conversation going on in the press box. They're going to have to play Philly in the first round until that last second drive.
Uh-huh.
Like, it looked like they were going to lose to Dallas.
The big run and the damn throw at the end.
The throw to Terry,
Yeah.
that throw to Terry broke the franchise single season receiving touchdown record. Mariota was great. I mean, just his numbers this year in 3 games. So I think of the Carolina game and certainly the Dallas game, and I think he got him one that was just a blowout. Maybe it was against Cleveland. In 3 games, Mariota completed 77% of his passes for 364 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, from a straight backup quarterback perspective, roughly 44 attempts would be a heavy pass game. That's roughly a game's worth of numbers. 34 or 44 for 364 and 4 touchdowns would be a hell of a contest.
Hell yeah.
And that doesn't even include, I mean, what were his rushing numbers? Just that one run against Dallas had to be a 40-yarder.
Yeah, about 40, 45.
All right, so in 18 rush attempts, he went for 92 yards and a touchdown, 6 first downs on 18 carries. I love numbers like that. That tells you it's effective. Damn. How long do you think that Dallas run was? I just looked it up.
45?
I thought it was like 45, 50. It's 33.
That was all?
Yeah.
I thought it was 45 yards.
So did I.
Well, it measured that at
Right.
the moment it happened.
It got you there. I think the Mariota signing, once I started seeing the way the quarterback carousel was going, I wasn't necessarily surprised by it. But I think it's a really positive move for the team. The quarterback carousel still spinning. Your boy Aaron Rodgers. So last
What I'm
night,
hearing, he's going to Pittsburgh.
you think it's Pittsburgh?
I was told this morning he was looking for some type of merchandise deal in Pittsburgh. Why would he be doing it in Pittsburgh if he's not going there?
What merchandise deal?
I don't know.
Membership at Oakmont? Like what's he trying to get?
Merchandise is something dealing with him making some more money, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Last night, I made just a cheap zing joke on Twitter. These pictures emerged of Aaron Rodgers on the beach considering his future. Okay? Like, everything this dude does is so dramatic.
Why does he have a blanket on the beach?
I mean, if you're in Cali, the beaches are kind of cold. Wind's blowing.
If it's cold, I'm not going on the beach.
I like seeing the waves. I go on the beach when it's cold.
Hey.
But I made a cheap joke about
He has on shorts and no shirt. If it was that cold, he would have on different attire.
that's fair. He's using wired headphones to listen to music, presumably. Maybe he's listening to Joe Rogan or whatever he's doing. I don't know. And I made a cheap joke like, yo, this dude's made $400 million, can't get some AirPods. The amount of people that responded to me telling me about the danger of AirPods, it was a joke, people. Please relax.
Hey,
Save your...
If the AirPod got danger, guess what? The one with wire got danger too.
But then your cell phone has danger. Everything's got danger.
Everything got danger, but it's like
in the world of...
I told you, bro, you can say the sky is blue, and it will be blue, and the people you'll have 200,000 people tell you it's not. They'll come up with another color.
Jamin Davis just got a deal with the Jets. 1-year deal. Now, it's new leadership with the Jets. They like what they see. I want to run through, because we paid so much attention to Tunsil and Debo. Obviously, Allen now with the Vikes. I want to run through some of these other signings and see what they got, who these guys are, a little bit of local ties, see who's still out there. One signing I don't want to say hoped for, but I thought would check a lot of boxes was Tank Lawrence. He is signed with Seattle. He's gone. I don't know if we addressed it. Big Luke got a deal with the Browns, Cornelius Lucas. I think once you trade for Tunsil, Wiley probably becomes that backup swing tackle. I don't know. Let's figure out what Trent Scott is.
Wiley might be playing another position until Cosby come back.
Right. Wiley might be your right guard.
Yeah.
But then eventually Cosby comes back and maybe he's your backup swing tackle. You still Trent Scott is still a free agent, so that's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. I believe Michael Dieter is a free agent. Now, that's a dude you got to have a backup center. If anybody if any Burgundy and Gold fan is unaware of that, just go back to the days when Chase Rouillet was getting hurt. And the lack of a backup center was big trouble. We're just getting warmed up. Going to open these phone lines up. 10:45. We're going to run through all the signings then. It's your turn. You tell us Best signing, worst signing. What are you excited for? What do you want him to do next? It's B. Mitch and Finley.
52. This sports update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders re-sign Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal. Georgetown loses to DePaul 71-67 in the Big East tournament. Virginia ousted by Georgia Tech in the ACC tournament 66-60. And American wins the Patriot League title for a first time in 11 years, 74-52 over Navy. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workplace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crab Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Busted loose in the evening. Talk about busting loose.
Ha 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 ha. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the fam. All right. Let's talk about some of the folks you haven't talked that much about. Washington also announced the signing. We've talked a lot about Kinlaw. We've talked a fair amount about Will Harris, I would say. Anybody remember Eddie Goldman, Friendship Collegiate Academy? Remember when that was humming?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's still around, but for a brief period of time, Friendship Collegiate in D.C. was a straight-up football powerhouse.
Yep.
Goes to Florida State. I think it was Eddie Goldman. I'm trying to remember. At one point, I remember somebody had this great line about Florida State playing Maryland and kind of making fun of Maryland. And it was a DMV native, but I don't remember if it was Goldman. Second round pick by the Bears back in 2015. In the last depending how long you want to go here, B. Goldman started his NFL career fairly durable. Missed a bunch of time his second season, but most of the time he was playing. Just kind of a rotational piece, nose tackle, D tackle, on some pretty good Bears defenses.
Uh-huh.
In 2020, he didn't play, opted out for COVID. Players were allowed to opt out, so he opted out. He played in 21, played 14 games. He retired in 22.
Mm-hmm.
He was out of the league in 23. Last year, he was back with the Falcons, played 17 games. You know, it's not a ton of snaps. This one's interesting because it's a young man coming back to his hometown.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're getting here.
Well, I think you got to get 90 people.
Right.
And you don't know when you go into camp, You need bodies in camp, and also some people the light bulb goes off. Like, I'm gonna be around here. I better start doing something different or better. You never know. I think that's someone where you say we're gonna go take this risk, take this. Every once in a while, you sign some risky dudes, but it's not a high risk. Where it's
yeah, imagine the risk involved here is a minimum contract.
Yeah,
now it's a veteran minimum, and he's got 7 years in the league, so that'll cost you a little bit, but nothing substantial. One thing that's interesting, he's listed 6'5", 6'3", 330.
Big boy.
And in his Bears days, he was listed as a nose tackle, as like a true nose. They haven't had that type of player.
Mm-hmm.
Like a truly kind of space eater dude. Maybe Sheldon Day a little bit, and maybe that's why he ended up helping them, last season. Day's a lot skinnier, but I do think it's interesting as we watch these signings, and say what you want about Kinlaw. I mean, there's lots of things, right? But clearly they're trying to build out what they want now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to at all overhype an Eddie Goldman signing. This is a specific dude with a specific purpose on a football field. And considering in the last 3 years, he's only played one of them. He missed the entire 22 and 23 season.
Uh-huh.
He logged 30% of the defensive snaps for Atlanta last year. That's not nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he plays a lot when he's playing in games.
He's kind of a rotational piece.
See, this is the thing.
And there's probably a very specific situation where he comes in.
A lot of times, the big boys are there to do what you said, eat up space, take on two, form big piles. Or you can get the guys that think they can beat everybody one-on-one, and they try to do that, and they can open up holes. You get what I'm saying? Maybe they're trying to get more of those space eaters and allow the linebackers to come in and do what they're supposed to be doing, tackling.
So, I mean, to me, I don't plan on using a lot of time on our program to talk about the Eddie Goldman signing anymore, but I find it interesting from a strategic angle, if that makes sense. Because clearly they identified somebody that there is probably some sub package that they think he can help them in.
Uh-huh.
And that the cost is minimal.
Yeah.
This is a very deep D-line draft. I don't think the acquisition of Eddie Goldman or, frankly, Javon Kinlaw, who got way more cash, would slow them down from drafting somebody. But Goldman, to me, almost even more so than Kinlaw, at least you know exactly what you're bringing him here to do. Whether or not he proves to be the guy to do it, we'll see. That's what OTAs and training camp and all the stuff is for. But it's an interesting signing. One dude that we all talked about maybe as a trade target before the trade deadline last fall that Washington signed yesterday, Jonathan Jones. Not a big fella here, 5'9", 185. He's won 2 Super Bowls in his career with New England. He's been in New England a long time. He is an Auburn Tiger, War Eagle, White Brian. If you have a Jonathan Jones nugget you'd like to provide, please feel free.
No nuggets, but War Eagle.
Okay, thanks for that. We'd be lost without you, WB. And he was I believe he's an undrafted guy. And Brian, you could tell me, because you had some teammates that did this. He's going into his 10th season in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
What does it tell you when you got an undrafted guy going into his 10th year?
The dude, he knows his value, and he makes sure you understand what it is. He's a worker. He's a guy that's not going to make a lot of mistakes, and the coaches know they can depend on him. That's how you become undrafted, and you go into double-digit years.
I mean, especially to do it in New England, be on that team for 2 Super Bowl wins.
Bro,
he was probably there for 2 Super Bowl wins and a Super Bowl loss.
So he was with a coach that was no nonsense. And to stay around that long with Bill Belichick, you had to be doing things right. Point blank. And if Bill Belichick respect you, a lot of coaches in the league gonna respect you.
Not scared to muck it up. I mean, for a undersized corner, his tackling over the years is fairly impressive just from a volume standpoint. Last year in 14 starts, he had 58 tackles for a 5'9" corner.
Yeah.
To me, it's a depth piece. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to text Phil. I'll text my boys up there. Kind of if he projects with his pick total, I'm guessing he's an outside guy. But, you're going to use a lot of stuff. I don't think the arrival of 32-year-old Jonathan Jones necessarily impacts what you do with Sanders still, Lattimore. But I don't mind that signing at all.
But one thing you and I you heard me talk about a lot, tackling. Maybe him doing it may make other people learn how to do it. Tackling means you wrap up and go to the ground. You don't have a guy and push him to the ground.
One more yesterday, out of Arkansas, the Razorbacks from Suffolk, Virginia, from the Tidewater era, another dude with a Super Bowl ring, Deatrich Wise. I hope I'm saying that right. How would you say this? Deatrich. Deatrich, right?
Dietrich, yeah.
We don't think it's Dietrich, do we?
Dietrich.
Deatrich Wise Jr., fourth rounder back in 2017. Again, another dude that was on the Patriots all these years. Maybe him and Jones can split a cab. This is a depth signing on your D-line. 6'5", 280. So this is an edge player. Honestly, it's weird they've now signed 2 6'5" D linemen. I wonder how many of those dudes there are. Played a lot of end for those Patriots defenses. Had a 7.5 sack season in 22. But again, this is a dude that stuck around for Belichick. So the little things will be done correctly.
What did Bill do well? Defense.
I think this dude is also very durable. Just looking at game logs, he missed 2 games last year, but that could almost be inactives when you're talking about a depth piece. His snap counts over the years. What was the last good year in New England? 21 when Mac Jones, when they won some games and got to the playoffs?
Was that 21?
I don't know. Belichick got last year was
his first
dude they
year
already
out.
fired, Mayo. So Mayo was 24. So Bill's last year was 23. One of those years was good before he got canned.
Yeah.
But this dude Wise is steady playing about 55% of snaps for New England for most of his career. Depth piece, you need him. As I look at what Washington did, especially kind of as free agency evolves, when you remove the trades, or hell, even if you include the trades, there is one. I think when you look at each player individually, you can figure out a lot to like. Kind of depends how you want to look at it. There is one recurring trait with a lot of these dudes that I'm not sure I love. I'll tell you what it is when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost tokens. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. We saw how American handled Navy last night. They may be just one of those teams as they go through the playoffs. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. Just visit the app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The Be Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com and find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. All right, so as we look at this, we look at a lot of people coming to this team, and you look at different ways. You try to figure out what Adam Peters really tries to do. What's his formula? What have you picked up on it, Jay?
I think clearly they want to get bigger. I think the size of these dudes stands out, especially on the D line. I think everybody wants to be a film expert. That's fine. Do your thing. We don't know. I think the Goldman thing is fascinating because they clearly, like, there's kind of only one type of role for a dude with that size.
Uh-huh.
They haven't really had that. The only thing that you really, by every move they've made, they've gotten older. And when you trade away draft picks for established players, I'm good with it, but you've gotten older. Like you've identified, we're going for this right now, and I can understand why. Take advantage of Jaden on the rookie deal. And even beyond that, just you were in the NFC title game, you'd be crazy not to go for it. But even the free agents they're signing, not just that, like, you don't want to go to the top of the market for Milton Williams. I think Milton Williams can play. I think there's no chance he's a $26 million a year player. I think the odds of that are very slim. I think he was the one kind of really attractive young option coming off a rookie deal that hit free agents.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you couldn't find, like, Jonathan Jones, I think can play. There's a reason he's only getting a one-year deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's in his 30s. Wise is in his 30s. Goldman's in his 30s. Will Harris in his 30s. Debo, Laramie. Like, there is a, like, if we were talking about if a dude had a type, like, he just keeps dating 5'7" redheads. Like, there's a type here when it comes to the age. And I'm not saying it's bad. They're clearly going for it and identifying veterans they like. Something they did last year, and it worked out very well. But we're now 2 years into this, and maybe you just have to supplement your drafts for a number of seasons before you get that youth movement and kind of have those cornerstones of the franchise come up through your system.
Yeah.
But you can't look at 2 years of this now and not notice it.
Well, what I see and I think happens, as I always say, you try to get to a point where the veteran guys are performing and they're like on their way out, and then the young guys are coming into their own.
Sure.
And we can say what we want about them doing trades and things like that, but they did hit on their draft picks last year. If they hit on their draft picks again this year,
I think definitely they hit.
Yeah.
The most important one is number 2, right?
Yeah.
Everything else.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
secondary.
happens. But if you keep that going yearly, and the guys that you're signing, older players that have experience, they play that 1 year, it may take some of these rookies a year to learn it. Some of them may just hit the ground running. But then you start to have that whole little, what's it called, the line that they have when they make all the cars.
Assembly line.
The assembly line. Now you're starting to go into a rotation. And that's what everyone tries to play for and try to get. And I think if you have a situation where you're established, you're going to be there a while, you get the chance to build that. Most times you run in, you got a year or two to get something done, you're gone. I don't think this is a situation like that for them.
I agree. And I think in principle and in theory, the situation you've laid out makes a ton of sense. The only difference this year compared to last year is last year they were in draft pick acquisition. This year they've been in draft pick expulsion. Like, they have sold off picks. So now it just, that changes the trajectory. That doesn't mean they can't move around and get more picks. Like, I'm fully aware of that. They're not giving up first rounders.
Yeah. But so I think they truly believe they are in a position right now that Tunsil is better.
I'm just saying it impacts your assembly line.
It impacts it somewhat. But if Tunsil comes in here, and let's say Tunsil plays 3-4 years, and then you draft somebody maybe in 2 years, that assembly line is still going. Okay? You may not have more pieces that you're throwing on it, but you drafted guys that are already playing at a high level that you expect in this league. And yes, you want to have draft picks, but normally once the second round, possibly third round passes, those other guys don't play mostly anyway. But if you bring in some guys that give you hella play, a Tunsil, a Debo, and then the other guys start to roll in behind them, you got what you would get from a draft pick anyway.
I agree with that. I think too much can be made of if Tunsil comes in and is a top 5 player for you, I don't think it's unreasonable to think he can't be here longer.
Yeah.
Like, I am fascinated to see if they redo his deal now or if he actually plays on this because he is salary from an AAV standpoint. He's among the top in the NFL. He does have guaranteed money attached. To my understanding, the plan is just to have him play. I think it's entirely possible Tunsil's here for the long haul. Lattimore's under contract for 2 years. Debo, it's 1 year left, but it costs you a fifth. I'm not mad about any of the moves. It just, if the plan is to build it up over time, this doesn't necessarily help that unless you can identify that the Packers used to have a formula that their roster could only have X amount, a percentage. I think it was like 30% of the roster could only be dudes over 30%, over 30 years old. I think a lot of that has shifted. A lot of teams want to be younger. The only thing I got to point out, everybody's talking about chasing Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Philly has 20 draft picks in the next 2 years. Now, a lot of that is you draft really well, the comp picks start to pile up.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's not there. I don't know. Washington has no comp picks this coming year. I would imagine under the current situation, because they released John Allen, they don't get any credit for that, the compensatory formula. And the rest of these dudes that have been signed, Big Luke is, I guess Diami's the biggest money, then Chin, then Big Luke. I can't imagine St. Juice or Forrest is a lot of money. If I had to guess right now, they're probably slated for another year with no comp picks.
Mm-hmm.
That can't be your driving force. You've got so many other things you need to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
If you only get the remainder of the contract with Tunsil, which is 2 years before the void years set in, and he plays at the level you're used to, you've won that trade. If you get more than that, and he re-signs and you've addressed left tackle for the future, you've more than won that trade. It's like Adam Peters said, it's all about trade-offs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to build through the draft, but sometimes you got to go a different direction. You've got to be flexible and nimble to go all directions.
But they've gotten to this point so quick. And like people say, maybe the game plan has changed. We're trying to build. Oh, hell, we are there. Let's get some guys and go for this thing. You got to be able to adjust sometimes, like what Peyton Manning would call, check, audible. Sometimes you got to audible. Check the pancakes.
Omaha. They got it tight, though. Phone lines open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Seems like the dust is starting to settle a little. I would never rule out another big move when you're talking about Adam Peters. But as the dust settles, how we feeling about this free agency crop, the trades that have been made, your 2025 Washington Commanders?
Good morning, everyone. Well, Georgetown struggled down the stretch after the injury to star freshman big Thomas Sorber, and the Hoyas fall in the first round of the Big East tournament 71-67. Virginia finishes their first season after Tony Bennett's departure with a 66-60 loss to Georgia Tech in the ACC tournament. What a night it was, though, at Bender Arena, where American punches their fourth ever ticket to the NCAA tournament after a 74-52 win over Navy. A dream season for head coach Dwayne Simpkins and the Eagles, who are in the tournament for a first time since 2014. Now, today, as championship week continues, the A10 tournament, it's at Capital One Arena. George Washington takes on Fordham in the second round, a 5 o'clock tip. Howard will battle Morgan State in the MEAC quarters at 6 in Norfolk. And it's Mount St. Mary's and Marist in the MAC quarters in Atlantic City at 8:30. Now, the Commanders continue to replenish their roster. Yesterday, re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota to a one-year deal amongst other moves. Tonight, the Wizards are on the road. They're at the Pistons, a 7 o'clock tip on the Team 980. And the Capitals remain out west, taking on the Kings with a 10:30 puck drop. Listen to it here on The Fan. From the Crumb Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listen, there could be more moves coming. If you look at this Commanders roster, they really haven't done a lot on the edges. And that was what a lot of us thought would be one of the first things addressed. They have added to the O-line. They've added to the D-line. For all of the excitement about the tremendous amount of salary cap space they had, a lot of that kind of eaten up. They're now at about $30 million left. Still going to have to sign their draft picks. They got plenty of room to make a move, but at this point, we're starting to see at least what they've done in the first leg, and let's see what the people think. 800-636-1067. My man T is in Texas. What up, T?
T?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch, JP?
What up, man?
Yeah, I'm loving what they're doing right now. I think I'm gonna let Adam cook, but I got a quick analogy real quick that I know B. Mitch love. Hey, B. Mitch, you ever try to make like somebody else's like a grandfather's barbecue sauce, and you take a stab at it, and you get it almost right? All your brothers are telling you it's close, but that's not it. That's what we did last year. So the next time you take a stab at it, you ain't got much you got to tweak. I'm almost there. A little bit of this, take a little bit of that, and I'm going to get it next time. I think that's what we're doing right now.
All right, man.
Send us some barbecue sauce. Thanks, dude.
Oh, my barbecue sauce is great.
All right, brother.
Yo, there's a new barbecue.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you, dude. There's a new barbecue place by my house. There's like this whole new development. You know where that old Giant used to be, that old liquor store over by the bowling alley in Bethesda?
Yeah.
So they're redoing all of that. And it looks cool. It looks nice. There's a new barbecue joint, but it doesn't have pork. Like pork's like, I would argue, like the centerpiece of
They
barbecue.
have no ribs, no.
Nah, man, just beef and chicken.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to try it.
Well, they got the brisket. If the brisket is banging,
It should
they
have
can work
brisket,
it.
but I'm a pulled pork man.
They may have some beef.
My
beef
North
ribs.
Carolina
You never know.
ribs.
They can cook the beef ribs.
The
Get them
beef
tender.
ribs are too big, man. They
They
get all
big
in
as
your
hell.
teeth. You look
They
like
big
a
as hell, but
Flintstone.
If you get somebody to cook them real tender, boy.
Yeah. We'll find out. I got to check this place out. But I can
bring us some.
But baby back ribs are the one seed. Chris is in Woodsboro. Let's start here. Chris, where is Woodsboro?
Woodsboro's in Maryland, outside of Fletcher.
Okay.
All right.
That's what's up. All right. How do you feel about free agency so far?
So far, I think we're okay. I think the Tunsil move was a good move. I'm a little unsure about the tackle position, but so far, so good.
So far, so good. All right. People seem all right with things. Thank you, dude.
Because they trust Adam.
It is a remarkable place to be.
Yeah.
My guy Zeke is on the line. Zeke, how you feeling about free agency thus far? Vibe check.
Oh, I'm all for what somebody said. Let's get a T-shirt that says "Heck with them draft picks, man." Hey, listen, for a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounder, how many of them guys going to be starters, draft picks? Probably none of them. So I love it. We got 4 starters. We got an offensive tackle. We got another receiver. We got a defensive lineman, and we got a corner that's now a safety. They're all going to be starters. Who cares about 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round draft picks? I think what they're going to do, though, is they're saving that number 1 pick because I think the draft, they say they got a lot of edge rushers that are in the draft. I think that's the best position that's available. What do you?
I definitely think they could go edge rusher in the draft. I think that is a serious possibility. I don't know.
Yeah, at this point, I mean,
there's a lot of strength on the D
gone.
line in the draft, but it's not necessarily just edge or D. It could be D tackle too.
Yeah.
Yeah, now there's some edge rushers too that I think that'll be there for that late round pick. But anyway, we'll see. I trust Peters.
All right, man. That seemed to be the sentiment right there. People trust Adam.
It's interesting. It's good that people trust Adam. Jeff, what's been your favorite move, dude? How are you feeling?
JP, yesterday it was the Tunsil move, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite move, but it's the one I'm most curious about. I want to know how Eddie Goldman is going to play on our defensive line. That's a big dude.
Oh, yeah.
And I know we talked about yesterday with the Kinlaw and how he's slim. And, you know, he was like, we also got Johnny.
I don't know that I would describe him as slim.
When we say slimmer compared to D tackles, I'm
maybe for his height.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this one because that's a big physical dude. And, you know, now we got, you know, we could possibly rotate, wear offensive lines down. So I'm excited. I'm not excited. I'm extra curious about it. And I hope it work out.
Extra curious.
What's your biggest concern thus far?
Added depth, yeah.
My biggest concern,
I got you on the board. Let me put that on.
I would have to say I would our DB position. And the reason why I say that is when I mean DBs, I mean defensive backs in the whole. This guy, what's his name? Jonathan Jones.
Yeah.
I don't know too much on him. I gotta, you know, do some more research on that. Lattimore, I know he came in quick, came in off the injury. I gotta see that. And with this whole age, experience over age thing, I know it's not something to worry about, but I think it is something to worry about because how are we going to get more younger players? I know you said
it's all a trade-off, but it is something to consider.
Yeah, because in 2-3 years, a guy's 34, 35.
That's when that young guy is now 24, 25. He get to play.
They don't have that many of them.
We don't. I was gonna say we don't have that.
But you're not gonna need a whole 50 of them. You need about a good 10 to 12 of them rotating possibly in a year. You don't need to have 50 of them. I know, and we always talk about young and old. If the dude is 30, he's still balling out. Who gives a damn how old he is?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we can go get a lot of 22-year-olds that cannot play right now, and you'll be young as hell, but you'll be getting your ass kicked. I think I want experience and performance over just to get young. If you can play at 22, play. If you still balling at 34, play. If you just want to get young, we can do that. We'll get our ass kicked.
You can be a good young team. There's
ain't
good players are what you want. It's like the debate we had with the wide receiver thing.
We always say,
not wanting tall wide receivers.
This is the oldest team. When you start looking at the NFL's team, one team might be averaging 25 years old, the other one average 27. And that's an old team at 27. Then you got another team average 38. But you know what? They got some ballers on that squad, or 28 or whatever. Doesn't make a difference as long as you can perform at the moment.
It's performance at the moment is obviously the most important. Washington was tied for second oldest roster last year behind Miami, But second oldest, I think that this is important to point out. What do you think? What do you think the average age was on Washington's team last year? And they were tied for the second oldest in the
27.
NFL. 27.2.
That's
And
what I'm saying.
Miami had the oldest roster at 27.3.
Jay, it's like I've been hearing certain cliche, certain little sentences for the last since 1990. And most times people have those discussions about it and don't have a clue that it's 27 years old. You see what I'm saying? I can understand the team was like average age 30 something, yes. But 27? And then the other teams are what, 24, 25, 26? So they were the second oldest team. They were in the NFC Championship game, though. Because they got performers out of all their guys. If they can keep doing that, then who cares?
I think I agree with you. I think long term, they're being very aggressive in just trying to get elite talent here. Top 5, top 10 guys in the league. And that just hasn't been the case. And I think there's some level of kind of wrapping your head around it.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to our guy Drew is on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch.
What up, Drew?
Hey, I think, I said when Adam Peters got the job that I wasn't going to comment critically till November 2025. So I'm still looking at this like the window that he has to put his mark on the team. Obviously, last year was great. The changes we made so far, I think on offense, our offense got better, especially with Debo and Tunsil. The main things there is I think we added resiliency. I mean, I think we got really lucky on injuries last year. And now, if someone on the O-line goes like Cosme Dow, we're not going to lose a beat with that. And when he comes back, we got guys we can move around. Coleman can play a different spot. I think resiliency for injury is a big improvement in the offense. The defense, I think it's mostly a wash so far. I'm kind of hoping Jones is an upgrade from St. Juice, but, I didn't want to see Chingo because I like them, but I think the guy we got and the guy we got back from Allen is about the same. And, my big concern is over time, you have to have more control of your guys. So you need more people on rookie contracts and less of this free agent churn every year. So I'd like to see that get remedied, but it's still early in the process of these guys putting their mark on the team. So overall, I'm happy. I can't wait for the draft, and I can't wait till the season gets going again. But I don't
just can't wait to tailgate.
You got adults in charge.
Yeah. Drew, you want to tailgate?
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
let me ask you this,
I
Drew.
do-
I know this was a thing that I don't think should have been a thing. There was some concern that about tailgating if they get a new RFK built. I've been to every NFL stadium. I have worked a game at every stadium in the NFL. There are urban stadiums and then there are suburban stadiums. You go to Arrowhead and there's not a bar or a restaurant as far as the eye can see. You go to Seattle and it's right downtown. At every stadium I've ever seen, there is beer and there are grills. What is your level of concern about tailgating at RFK if it happens?
Look, you guys know this. I'm always in the first 5 guys in when this thing opens. There's going to be room for 5 or 10 guys. It may be overall less, but there'll be some tailgating. I'm not that concerned about that. More concerned that the DC budget could get whacked, and that could put the whole RFK deal at jeopardy.
Yeah, that's a different
Politics
concern.
in Washington is a problem.
Appreciate you, Drew. Enjoy
Okay,
Florida.
take care, guys.
Later.
One day I'll be back up there. Right now I'm still in the sunshine.
All right, we
All
could
right,
use
man.
some tomahawk ribeyes. Just saying. Take
Okay,
care.
we'll do it.
Let's go to Alex. Alex, how you feeling about this free agency so far?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. So far, so good. We trust in Peters. I mean, let's not forget, we've been in the gutter for so long that, I'm pinching myself. I mean, D-Mitch, JP, when have guys said, I want to go to Washington? Are you kidding me?
It is different, man.
Nah, so far,
It's been a while, man.
yeah, it's, I love it. So, you know what? If there's no, change is good. Change is always a good thing. I remember D-Mitch used to always, right after playing with the other new players coming in, he would say something, and he would always tell us, "Man, we as fans, we just let whatever ride, and we just cool with it." Now I see what you were talking about, B. Mitch,
All right,
because we were so blind. We were just and I remember when Trent left, I was hurt. But then now I'm like, I don't blame him for leaving. I, the only reason why I was mad is he left, but I had to stay here. I see y'all, man. Y'all be good.
All right, bro. Be
Thanks,
cool, bro.
dude. Appreciate it. Fun call there. We're going to keep the phone lines open till 11:45. We're hoping to secure Wendy for a performance of Wendy Knows Sports. I believe I saw her this morning. Let's go to Matt in Stafford. What's up, Matt Stafford?
What's up, guys? I really like what they're doing. I feel like they're setting themselves up to get the best player available in the first couple rounds of the draft coming up here. Couple predictions for the draft, though. I think a speed back that can take it to the house be one of those first two selections. And the only other thing I could see is that first pick might be crazy. Or come draft night, that might turn into Micah. Somehow they find out how to bring in Micah. And he wants to be a commander. I already know it. He loves Dan Quinn. He loves the whole thing. He loves Jaden. I could see, hey, first round pick, first round starts, and all of a sudden, news of the night, Micah's coming to Washington.
There you have it. All right. Thanks, brother.
All right.
You think they're turning 29 into Micah?
You gonna take more than that?
Well, 29 plus some stuff for next year. You know, two
all
firsts.
right.
Would you do for two firsts?
Thank you, bro.
Two firsts?
Appreciate the call.
Woo.
We know they'll take big swings. We know they're able to do stuff that people aren't expecting. So I don't want to rule things out. That seems a little out there to me.
I think if that happens, then somebody need to go pick Jerry up real quick, him and Steven, and take him in a little paddy wagon and take them on to mental institution.
Now, Jerry has a track record of getting deals done with his guys, with his stars.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it always, crazy things happen in this world. I know folks are excited about Micah Parsons, and he has a podcast where he's talked about liking Washington and all sorts of stuff. I don't see that one happening, man.
Nah, I don't.
Doesn't mean it's
But
impossible.
anything can happen. I just don't see it.
I don't until the Hendrickson situation gets resolved. That to me,
That still is one I think is in the works.
Here or just in general?
Here.
You still think here?
Yeah. I like to put positive stuff out there in the universe.
If they traded for Hendrickson at this point, do you think people would be upset about the amount of draft picks going out?
They probably would be, but I wouldn't give a damn about that. Because that dude right there makes your defense way better than any damn body you go draft. You can go draft two of them. They're not going to be him.
Certainly the odds are overwhelming that what Hendrickson can provide immediately would be better than whatever the draft picks sent.
So I understand, and this is what I like. With social media today, it is easy to find information, but it's not always easy to be able to figure out what information is right and what sticks, what's the one you should be going with. And a lot of people read and just regurgitate without even knowing what it means. And long as I know that, I'm not going to be concerned about those people that sometimes want to just make a noise over something. You got a right to it, but it's not going to sway me one way or the other.
Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067. How you feeling? You think there's another big move coming? Nobody go anywhere. It's P. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Now, yesterday, the Commanders re-signing Marcus Mariota to a one-year deal. The Eagles this morning signing veteran pass rusher Josh Uche, who was last year with the Chiefs. Tonight, GW takes on Fordham at 5 at Capital One Arena in the A-10 tournament second round. Howard and Morgan State matchup in Norfolk in the MEAC quarterfinal at 6. The Wizards are at the Pistons. Tip time at 7 on the Team 980, and the Capitals are out west, facing the Kings at 10:30. Listen to it here on The Fan. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in store or at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. Meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crub Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. My man Travis Wigfall checking in on Twitter. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. My man Travis checking in on Twitter. He says, I think another big move is coming for the Commanders, but if it don't, I believe they're going to turn that first and second round pick into 6 picks. That's a lot.
I sure the hell hope they can.
Here's what I value. If they're turning 29 and 61, I believe. If you got 29 and 61, and you're flipping those, give me like 4 top 100s. I'm not as worried about just quantity. Because our time and our clothes got to coordinate. Let's get some callers here. These phone lines are lit up. Willie is in D.C. What's up, Will?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
How you feeling?
Hey, doing good. Look, it's funny to me, man, because it seems like we our own worst enemy or something. My man got to build a roster. We were one game away from the Super Bowl, and it's not like, you got able to just snatch up a bunch of youngers in free agency. So what's the next best thing to do? Is get a bunch of older dudes that's established that want to win, want to go to the Super Bowl or something, man, and use whatever draft picks you get to get better for the future, or just to fill in the pieces and gaps wherever you can.
Yep. All right, Will.
What do you think?
Thanks for the call, bud. I don't think you're wrong. I think we get into the lane of multiple things can be true, right? Like, they've got to try to build young guys, draft, develop. But it's entirely possible that Senate pops this year, or Javonte Jean-Baptiste, or Jordan McGee, and then all of a sudden next year, or even the second half of this coming season, like, okay, McGee is clearly the plan for the future. Luke McCaffrey pops. Then all of a sudden, you're not so worried about the receiver position. And then the kids this year develop. Like, yes, add these veterans because you need players and you're trying to win games, but you got to try all avenues basically at all times.
Yep. Because the thing of it, you cannot wait for a rookie who you drafted to hit.
No.
If you got somebody that can hit right now and he needs a little bit more time, make that possible.
Kyle is in Shady Side. Kyle, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling very good. I think they're doing the reasonable thing. I think that with the Ron era, you thought we needed one thing and they did the exact opposite, and you're wondering what the hell was going on. But with this regime, it seemed like they knew we needed help in the trenches. They turned all those draft picks that we don't have anymore into Marshawn Lattimore to be our number one corner. And Laramie Tunsil fixes 2 needs where we weren't sure about the guard depth or the right tackle depth. Now you can move Tunsil, who's our great pass blocker, a left tackle that is going to protect Jaden, but you also move Coleman, who is a better run blocker, and he could be a better fit as a mauler right next to Laramie Tunsil and maybe helps him in the run blocking. You add violence with Will Harris, and I think the way they maneuvered those picks to leave it open to have our 1 and 2, I think is maybe in case Hendrickson is still available. But if not, you have those 1 and 2s where you can move back. And I think the reason they're avoiding running backs and edge rushers is because it's so deep in the draft. So you either get Hendrickson, and you use those picks for Debo, Tunsil, and Hendrickson, and you have elite studs, or you move back and you get guys like running back and edge in a deep, deep draft. But everybody they're picking either plays violent or has championship pedigree, and they're bringing back a lot of the leaders from last year. So I love it, and I don't think they're done yet. I'd love them to get Cooper Kupp for his leadership and maybe help mold Luke McCaffrey and see if rookies from last year play better.
Thanks for the call,
All right,
Kyle.
man.
Really good
Appreciate
stuff
the call.
there, man. I'm not mad at Kupp either. If you make a run, you're giving out these 1-year deals to vets. What do you think that's got to look like for Kupp, who just hasn't been healthy, but still very productive in the
You
limited
get about 1 year
14?
deal, huh?
14, 18?
You give him about 12.
Diami got 10.
But he's been injured. He's a little older than Diami, so you give him
He'll
12.
be 32.
You give him 12 to 14 with some incentives in it. He could probably make that incentive go up to about 18, 19.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
with incentives, maybe you flirt with 20. Washington hasn't really been mentioned in the reports about Kupp, but I think that's how Washington prefers.
Washington is not mentioned a lot. It
They
just
like not
happens.
being
I
mentioned.
love that.
My guy Eli's in D.C. Elijah, what do you think?
Man, I like the signings. One thing I want to say first is when you have a quarterback like JD5, you have to remember you can always strip down 52, which sounds I know not easier said than done, but when you have that type of quarterback, when you have these 1-year deals, you have to understand your team can always look different, always be on the potential of moving up instead of being locked into certain things, which lets me know that they are aware of they're going to have to take care of Jaden Daniels. So these 1-year deals and trying to stay hot and keep the grease hot, I think is really good. So I like the signings. They're showing that they can look in the mirror. They're heavier coming off the bus. I just feel like we haven't had some certain weight like that since big pot roast and certain situational things that you need. Certain plays, certain times in the game, you're going to need these guys that are coming in as support guys. What you're doing is you're also trusting in your coaching. I don't need no big name guy. I need a guy who understands the scheme. I need a guy who can obviously take to the coaching. You know what I mean? That means you just said this too, JP. We got guys that's from last year they get a little bit more seasoning. But one thing I am curious about, if we could organize the defense into like the short side of the field and the long side of the field, who is more suited towards what? I feel like we have more short side of the field guys versus guys who can challenge. And I think that's what caught us last year. We would be in certain sets where guys would be strong in the short side, but if you option out and guys have to now cover more ground, I feel like that's where we struggled at certain times. And that's what Philly kind of got us. Yeah. They know defensively how to get guys from the short side of the field and move their responsibilities when they go to the long side of the field. And that's what we got to get in the draft. I think we just got to get guys who can cover more ground. All these defensive linemen running this 4.8, 4.9, this is a good time to get fast. And I think that's just what we need to do now. Help Bobby Wagner out. We know he's a short side guy. He's going to play strong, but if you put him have to cover a lot of ground, it's not going, I don't know. Even Louvu, he's kind of like skating on the edge. You want to keep these guys advantageous, keep them strong. So I think we just need to get some more cats who can cover some ground and really support, and that'll really tie this thing together.
All right, brother.
That's
Appreciate
a good call,
your
man. Thank you, Elijah. Appreciate it, bud.
And our call is coming in with some intelligence here
I
today,
know.
baby.
I've been enjoying this, dude.
I'm loving it.
Let's go to Mo and Frederick. What's up, Big Mo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? So I've come to the conclusion that maybe, I'm the problem, because this time last year I was also like, what's up with these deals and why we're not going for this and this or that? But I've come to the conclusion that I've been trained by a poor organization to look for what is not there. So, and this is what winning looks like. And after last year, I have to just sit back and be like, I'm just going to let them cook, because I wasn't expecting the season we've had. I mean, I pretty much haven't drank since the season ended because last year, every weekend was a party. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna just sit back and let them cook and enjoy the process.
All right,
bro.
appreciate you,
Good
bud.
call, man.
We're gonna keep these
You know what?
phones.
And it sounds like it's funny, but it is like that. We dealt with 20 plus years of always looking for something else. And now they go and do stuff, and I think we're still like, it's PTSD. We're looking for something else. And they're doing the stuff right in front of your face that's right, but you can't see it because you don't have that mindset just yet.
Ain't that the truth? Quick break, taking your calls. Brad Biggs joins us from Chicago.
Big
Have
B.
the Bears done enough to protect Caleb Williams? Nobody go anywhere. In 1 hour, the triumphant return of Wendy Knows Sports.
Yes.
Get ready for that. I just read something that I thought was really smart. Hail to DC just tweeted, the draft this year isn't good. Peters is known to have a good eye for talent. He's in win now mode. That's why we're back to signing free agents. I do think if you consider that this draft is considered really deep at running back and D-line and not much else, and frankly, the people that actually made it to true free agency weren't that good, that adds reason to trade your picks for vets. Because the vets aren't coming available in free agency and you don't love this draft, so go get the guys you want. Take these last couple calls. Jeremiah is in Fairfax. I feel like we haven't talked to Fairfax in a while. What's up, dude?
It has been a while. Work is working, unfortunately, but I'm good. I wanted to give my thoughts on the Jonathan Jones and Dietrich Wise signings, just because I am a Boston fan all around, so I've watched them every day for the past 10 years. Dietrich is a good edge rusher, but he plays bigger than he is. So for y'all, I love the signing because he can kind of switch in between tackle and edge. And I watched the NFC Championship game last year. Philly kind of killed y'all on the outside. He's good at kind of containing outside runs, so I love that signing for y'all. And then for Jonathan Jones, he was always super fast in his prime. He's gotten a little bit older now, but if you know anything about the old Patriots, we were always top 5 in man coverage usage. So he is a man coverage stud. He's good in zone too, but he specializes in man. So y'all got two really good players. They were also some of the last Super Bowl champions on our team. David Andrews got released this morning. I'm breaking my heart inside, but that's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, buddy. Good call. Thank you. Let's go to Priscilla in D.C. What's up, Priscilla?
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
All
Hey,
right.
I got a question real quick. Didn't we win the Super Bowl with the Over the Hill gang and was only picking older guys?
Well, I don't think they won the Super Bowl with the Over the Hill game.
I think that was George Allen, right? They
Yes.
lost the Super Bowl, but they got there.
They got there. Hello?
Thank you, Priscilla. All right. What? Hunter Lance? Is that this dude's name?
Yep.
Okay. Hunter Lance. What do you
How
think?
you doing?
What's up, bro?
Just wanted to get your opinion on something. I haven't heard too many people bring up running backs, and it looks like San Francisco is kind of tearing down their team right now. Why don't we trade for Christian McCaffrey? Thank you, guys.
Huh? You don't trade for Christian McCaffrey, he makes $19-20 million a year and he stays hurt?
Maybe, but I mean, it's a risk, but still, I mean, we need to get something under there.
Nah, you don't need to do that right now,
Dude,
bro.
one of the deepest parts of this draft, though, is running back. What I'd be more interested in, I'm curious where you land on this, B, and eventually we're going to talk way more draft. I think I like the kid. So Ohio State has two guys that are probably going to be, day 2 picks in Travion Henderson, and the other dude is Judkins. I might like Judkins better. And I recognize I might be alone on that, but that dude Judkins can play, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this draft is so loaded at running back. I mean, just go through here. Genty, obviously. Shout out to my guy. I love this guy. I love crazy football fans. Spence Holly from Idaho wrote me a 2-page letter why Washington needs to take Genty. They're not going to get Genty.
Yeah, you got to get way up to get Genty. This is going early.
Omarion Hampton, kid from Carolina. Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Travion Henderson, Quinshawn Judkins. I mean, that's just the top 5. All those dudes are loaded, man.
Yeah.
Not to mention, Washington has now re-signed Chris Rodriguez, re-signed Jeremy McNichols.
Yeah.
You still have B-Rob. You still have Eckler. They ran the ball pretty well most of the season last year. So
they did.
As far as the McCaffrey trade, I don't see that one happening. But thank you for the call, Hunter Lance.
Thank you.
All right, take care, bud. Our guy Jonesy is on the line. What's up, Jonesy?
JP, what's happening, man?
Not much,
Hey,
man.
Nick.
What up, brother?
Hey, Nick, what's happening? What's going on with y'all?
We good.
Hey, look, I like the moves that being made right now. We have some one-year signings. I mean, I think, in a sense, it might prove to be a little, brilliant here. we just might catch lightning in the bottle. You know what I'm saying?
You think this is the year, Jonesy?
I think this could be the year. And if it is, trust and believe, I'll be better than a screaming eagle.
Thank you, buddy.
All right.
See you, man. It's going to be fascinating to watch as this all unfolds, obviously. I think we'll go around on this one. Maybe we talk to somebody from Cincinnati and try to get a Hendrickson update tomorrow. Do you think there's another big move coming?
I said that already.
Tunsil surprised us.
Huh?
Tunsil was the big surprise. Tunsil was the big
Tunsil.
surprise.
But I think it's one more. I keep saying it's one more. Said it yesterday.
B thinks one more. Jeffrey, you think one more coming? Omar coming?
I hope B is right, but I don't see it coming. I don't feel it either. Then again, I didn't feel nothing when Tunsil was traded.
He's blind.
That's how they operate, man.
Yeah, I was about to say, and that's what's good about this regiment. You never know when
you
gonna
asked
do
about
something.
Tunsil, you asked about what we thought was gonna come there. I was like, yeah.
I think it's going to be. I did talk to a dude from Houston that said he kind of thought the Tunsil thing could happen, just a little bit of wearing out welcome. I don't know. One thing I know, because I've seen it, is when a guy gets moved, how that guy then kind of becomes like you hear some stories after the fact. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Like I've been crystal clear. John Allen's now in Minnesota. I think he's going to help them. I think John Allen was a really good player, a really good teammate in Washington. Like I don't think anybody's dragging John Allen, right?
No, nothing to say but negative about John.
There is weird dragging going on of Tunsil now that he's out of Houston. And some of that might just be the ugly side of how things operate.
But see, that's the thing about it, Jay. That happens every time anybody moves. You may not be saying nothing about John. I don't know if everybody else is not saying nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that happens every time a person leaves. Why would you don't let a person leave and then talk about how great he was? Then people always put out the little negative things about him because you want to try to justify things. There are reporters that do it and there's fans that do it. The team is not going to say one thing negative about him.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, they'd be crazy if they did.
And if people want to say something about Tunsil, look at his look at what people around the league thought about him at the end. You know what I mean?
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to Chicago next. The Bears have been very, very active. Let's see if it's going to work out for them. Nobody go anywhere. Be Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Well, the wild NFL free agent carousel is starting to slow. The Steelers are bringing back quarterback Mason Rudolph on a 2-year deal. The Eagles have signed rusher Josh Uche from the Chiefs. Now, the Commanders have been quiet so far today. They did bring back Marcus Mariota amongst other moves yesterday. Now, Selection Sunday this weekend. We know Maryland and American will be local teams in the dance today. GW begins their A-10 tournament against Fordham, a 5 o'clock tip from Capital One Arena. Howard is looking for a three-peat in the MEAC tournament. They face Morgan State at 6 in Norfolk in the quarters. And Mount St. Mary's takes on Marist in the MAC quarterfinals in Atlantic City at 8:30. Tonight, also on the hardwood, the Wizards are at the flourishing Detroit Pistons, a 7 o'clock tip on the Team 980. And will Alex Ovechkin light the lamp again? He's 9 goals away, folks. A 10:30 puck drop against the LA Kings right here on The Fan. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries. Retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
R&B Brian.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and time to go to the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. Talk to Brad Biggs. Brad, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
What's going on, boys?
We're doing well. Now, I know you wanted to talk a little Caps hockey, so we'll do it
We'll
right
get
off
there.
the top.
We'll get there eventually.
Oh, you want to get there? All right. Brad, let's talk about a very aggressive.
What about the Nationals? I was just down in Nationals camp last weekend, guys.
Were you really?
I told you he's a big Washington
Did
fan.
you like
man.
what you saw?
I'll tell you what. I was in the front row when James Wood hit that ball over the berm in left field, opposite field, just murdered it. I think looks fantastic this spring. Dylan Cruz looked really good. I am optimistic about the direction things are going for the Nationals.
I love to hear that. Now, besides being our Nationals correspondent, Brad Biggs also covers the Bears for the Chicago Tribune. You can give him a follow at Brad Biggs, but he's a DMV native. Do I remember right? I want to say Herndon. I know it's Northern Virginia.
No. Jeb Stewart High School.
That has definitely been renamed. I don't know what it is now, but I bet it's not that anymore.
Well, I got a letter jacket somewhere buried in some closet, and it says Stewart on it. So
there you go.
I don't know what to tell you.
Falls Church.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so let's talk about the Bears. It's been an aggressive free agency in Chicago and trades as well. Clearly, they're trying to rebuild an offensive line for Caleb Williams. How do you feel these moves have gone so far?
Well, they wanted to have a better pocket, right? They believe in kind of having a firm pocket, giving that quarterback an opportunity to step up in the pocket and avoid some of the heat coming from the edges. And boy, they've done that. You talk about trading for Joe Thuney, who's got 4 Super Bowl rings, more than most any man walking the planet these days. Jonah Jackson will start for him, who played for the new head coach Ben Johnson previously in Detroit. Had a kind of a disastrous season this past year for the Rams after being one of the prizes in free agency at this time a year ago, and then signing Drew Dahlman, who was clearly the top center on the market from the Falcons in free agency. So they're going to be brand new from guard to guard, and it remains to be seen what the left tackle plan will be. And certainly the Commanders did a great job of being able to trade for Laramie Tunsil and getting a guy that's still at the top of his game to protect for Jaden Daniels. But, that's something that potentially the Bears could address via the draft with the 10th overall pick.
Brett, a lot of it, people talk about how Caleb liked to ad-lib a lot. And you can see in games last year, he'll drop back, there will be a pocket, but he starts to scramble. How much of that can Ben Johnson get out of him so he can help if they form a pocket there for him?
Yeah, I think they've got to work together on that. And you got a lot of stuff's going to go into that. Number one, the protection. So if the quarterback feels more comfortable with the consistency of what he's going to get out of his offensive line, he's going to be more inclined to trust the play, to hang in there. Johnson, it was a timing and rhythm-based passing offense in Detroit with Jared Goff. And you can't drop the same offense in here with the Bears roster. You don't have the same players, but I think some of the basic principles that you have, you can attempt to apply. And so they're going to hope that Caleb can play at a higher level within the structure of the offense and more consistently, while also using those special abilities he has for second reaction plays when he leaves the pocket, when protection breaks down, to make the big play. That now you can't make a living doing that in the National Football League, but boy, that you guys saw it with Jaden. You guys have seen it before. I mean, those can be backbreaking plays for the defense when the rush is there, the quarterback is able to avoid it. The coverage downfield can't hold up, and all of a sudden what started looking like a great play for the defense turns into an 18-yard gain, into a 30-yard gain. Absolute backbreakers. So they just need him to be more consistent down to down, and by improving the offensive line, they feel like they've taken a step in that direction.
Yeah, for sure. It's really going to be interesting to see how Caleb progresses. We're talking with Brad Biggs from the Chicago Tribune, covers the Chicago Bears, here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. With Caleb, last year I think is better than a lot of folks realized, but the ugly stuff was certainly ugly. How is the vibe different now with Ben Johnson there? Finally, an offensive coach to try to help a young quarterback get developed. Just how different does it seem?
I think that if you talk to the fan base, they're really enthusiastic. That Lions offense wasn't a flash in the pan last season. Like, that has been an electric offense for what 2.5, 3 seasons now.
Yeah.
In terms of production. I'm talking about touchdowns, yardage, first down, and doing it every which way, running the ball, throwing it, creativity. So I think it's brought some energy to the fan base. I know it's brought some energy to the locker room, and they've got to close some ground. Like you look at the rookie quarterbacks last year, and Jaden Daniels was head and shoulders above the other players in that class. You don't define a career trajectory with a rookie season, right? When you're drafting a quarterback that high, I think you're looking at a 5-6 year window to start with. What does he look like then? How has he led his team? What kind of success has the team had? What's the postseason picture look like for the team over an extended period of time? And so Caleb's got some ground to close. They feel like they got the hottest coach in this hiring cycle, and no question the Commanders did a phenomenal job in hiring Dan Quinn and the staff he assembled a year ago, and the Bears are hoping that they're not too far behind with what Ben Johnson's going to be able to bring to the organization.
What's that main thing there, or one thing you think Ben will bring to the organization that can help them out that the previous coach didn't have?
Yeah, I think maybe accountability and kind of toughness with the players. Ben Johnson, and talking to people in his background, and I've spent an inordinate amount of time doing that in January and the beginning of February. Like, he's got some real toughness to him, and I think that might be a good thing for Caleb and a lot of other players in that locker room. And he can be very demanding, but people say he's also has the ability to show empathy, and so he's going to support them and push them, and that's what they need, because it was probably, I'm not trying to make it sound like it was in good shape a year ago, but their roster was better than a 5-12 team. Like, they shouldn't have lost 10 games in a row. So that's hard to do in the NFL. Like, you talk about how difficult it is to go on a 10-game winning streak, and it's extremely difficult to do that, right? It's similarly hard to lose that many weeks in a row in the National Football League, and they pulled it off. Longest losing streak in franchise history. Wow. And he's here now to instill, I think, some accountability in that locker room from the top down.
Well, it's crazy because how much I don't know enough about the Bears organization, right? But I just know, as an outsider looking in, they've had this consistent pattern of coach gets hired, then a GM gets hired, so those two aren't on the same wavelength. Then they draft a quarterback, then the coach gets blown out, then eventually the GM gets blown out. The biggest difference in Washington last year is that for the first time, I mean, honestly, since Jack Kent Cook owned the team, you had complete organizational alignment from owner to GM to coach to selecting a quarterback, and then everybody pushing in the same direction. That, to me, has been absent in Chicago.
Huge. No question. Like, they've done things out of order.
Right.
They've picked the wrong quarterback forever. Right. I mean, it's laughable. The Chicago Bears invented the forward pass in the 1930s. Okay, and so they were evolutionary in the game of professional football, and they sort of stopped after Sid Luckman hung up the cleats in 1950 or whatever it was, and that was a long time ago. So they need to be a heck of a lot better. Ben Johnson's got a lot of challenges ahead of him. He hasn't been here long enough to even understand all of the challenges that he's going to face as a first-time head coach. Guys, their schedule's really tough this year, especially with some of these road games. They'll be at Washington. They're at Philly. I think they're at Baltimore. They drew the NFC East and the AFC North, so it's going to be a gauntlet for them. But they've got energy now. They've got some solid draft capital. I mentioned earlier they're picking 10th. Then they pick again at 39 and 41. So you talk about having 3 selections in the first 1.5 rounds, and they've got an opportunity to bring in some more young talent that ought to be able to help them out sooner rather than later if they get the right guys.
Do you see the maturity that's going to be needed from Caleb coming into him? Because you can see sometimes he get a little frustrated. But I think any rookie gets frustrated. But at a quarterback position, you got to be a little different.
Yeah, I think that's an unknown for this year. Like, it's going to take a lot of work, and maybe more than he was accustomed to during his rookie season. So, how does he handle the challenges that are going to be in front of him? Like, it's not a show up at 6:30 in the morning and leave at 5 p.m. Like, you got to be doing some film work on your own at home. Probably you got to be, you got to get dialed in. You got to have a mastery of what they want to do offensively, so you can build off the basics. Like they're not going to throw everything at them in the first 3 months, right? And I think that's one of the errors they admitted to making last year. Is they kind of went over some stuff with Caleb. Maybe they didn't have everything down like they needed to be, and I'm not saying that he struggled learning or anything of that nature, but they just kind of moved along before they probably should have in a lot of areas, and so that created some challenges for him in a rookie season that had some ups and downs. He did a really nice job of protecting the football. I was extremely impressed by his toughness and durability. To take a league high 68 sacks and not miss any time and not complain about it, like team first guy. So I'm interested to see what year 2 looks like, because like I said earlier, he's got some ground he needs to gain, so it doesn't look obtuse in the near future. Like, hey, can you believe what Washington was able to get with the second pick and what the Bears ended up getting with the first pick? Like Caleb needs to close the gap here.
Talking with our friend Brad Biggs here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC products in the DMV. One thing that's been really hard to kind of pencil in is how much of a difference that O-line is going to make. They clearly invested heavy there. Do you think you mentioned kind of the stuff with Jonah? I always have pause when Andy Reid is trading away a veteran player.
Oh
yeah. I'm curious, kind of, if you think that's the right fix. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like I had a buddy of mine reach out shortly after those 2 moves went down, and he's like, can you believe this? Is this going to work? And I said, well, so what are the parlay odds on the Bears outfoxing the Rams front office and the Chiefs front office on consecutive days? Like those are long odds, right? I mean, the Rams have done things pretty well under Les Snead and Sean McVay, and you know what the Rams are probably better at than almost any team in the league, guys. When they make a mistake, they just say, okay, no problem. They move on.
Yeah.
They move on. They're like, yep, we brought this guy in. It didn't work, and we're moving on. And to your point with the Chiefs, Trey Smith would have been he would have been the highest paid guy in free agency, and he made it to the market to guard for the Chiefs, and they decided to keep him and invest in him, and with the tight cap space that made Tooney available. I believe Tooney's still playing at a very high level. Certainly as a pass protector, as much football as he's played, maybe he's not quite the same now going into year 10 as he was earlier in his career as a run blocker, but I still think he's playing at a very high level. I think he'll be really good for their locker room because of his experiences. I mean, this is a guy he's played for 2 quarterbacks. He's played for Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. Jonah Jackson, if you like the hire of Ben Johnson as a Bears coach, you give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, he is going to be able to tell the front office, this is what Jonah's going to bring on the field, and this is what he's going to be in the locker room. Like, because they were with the Lions for such a long period of time. Like, last year was the only year Jackson played for the LA Rams. Previously he was with the Lions. So I give the coach the benefit of the doubt there. I think Tooney's still at a high level, but they're sort of short-term fixes, right? And they're expensive fixes, but they were badly needed. Like, the Bears were completely inadequate from guard to guard this past season, and that's no way to indoctrinate a rookie quarterback into the National Football League.
All right, Brad, last one from me. B might have more. Talking with our friend Brad Biggs, covers the Bears, DC native. I don't want to put you on the spot, but we've all made our guess. What game, when do you think Ovi breaks Gretzky's record?
That was going to be my question.
Man, is tonight a possibility against the Kings?
He'd have to score 9.
He got to score 9 of the night.
I'll be honest. When the season started, I looked at the roster, And I'm like, you know what? If Ovechkin scores every night, I'm good with whatever the record is. And then you saw how they played and kind of responded to the coach. Like, holy, I might be able to have my cake and eat it here, right? like Ovi's scoring and they're just winning. Like it is, it's been kind of magical. But for him to be able to lock it up before the end of the season, I think would be great, because then it's a non-story then when the playoffs start, right? Like you don't talk about him ending up a 2 goals shy or a goal shy or anything like that. It's just so remarkable, and I'll tell you what, I know locally people understand it and talk about it, but nationally, like you look at the lockout season, you look at COVID, and you consider how many games in his prime that he missed and didn't have an opportunity to play, and realize where the number would be at if those situations wouldn't have popped up. And it's even more impressive.
Well, dude, I also think with the Ovi chase garnering the attention, right? Meanwhile, the Caps are just a buzzsaw.
Yeah, they scored 7 the other night. He didn't even score.
It's a wagon.
I think in years past, where they've had all of this kind of pressure of being the 1 seed in the East, maybe they win President's Cup. We'll see what happens with Winnipeg. But like all of this pressure isn't there right now because everybody's focused on Ovi getting the goals. Yeah. I think that could be powerful going into the playoffs.
Right. And they've got, I don't know. I mean, you guys have got listeners that are way more educated about the game than I am, but it seems like they've got all these young guys that are in the pipeline now too, which is just, I mean, it's really kind of amazing. So hopefully the Nats get off to a decent start and they're entertaining, and you see some young guys step forward and watch the Caps go into the playoffs. It could be an entertaining spring, because, guys, the Bullets have stunk since I was like in 7th grade, and I haven't been able to follow the NBA since.
And not some bad news for the Whiz Kids just emerged right now. Bilal Coulibaly done for the season. He took a really tough fall the other night. They said it was a hamstring thing. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. That season doesn't have that much more time.
I mean, there's no chance they win the lottery, right? I mean, they've been cursed forever.
The only reason they're going to have the most ping pong
they have
balls.
most ping pong balls, yeah.
But, you know, as Kornheiser always used to write, curse of Le Boulay. So we'll see what happens, man. But there's good stuff. Commanders, Caps, a lot of good college hoops right now. The DMV's alive and well, Brad. We missed you.
All right, Brad.
All right, guys. You have a great day. Thanks for having me on today.
All right,
Thanks for coming on, man.
Take care.
Brad Biggs, give him a follow at Brad Biggs on social. Does a hell of a job covering the Bears, and I love that he's still just a DMV fan.
He's
at his
a
core.
nut by DMV Sports.
Speaking of DMV Sports, I got Commanders news for you. O-line. Don't go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. We are in the heart of championship week as the A-10 tournament is underway today from Capital One Arena. Now later today, Davidson and St. Louis tip at 2, GW takes on Fordham at 5, and LaSalle and St. Joe's meet at 7:30 in the A-10 tournament. The Wizards are at the Pistons at 7 on the Team 980, and the Capitals are out west taking on the Kings at 10:30. Listen here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Get that dirt off his shoulder.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, so we're on day 4 of Jeff running the show. By and large, going pretty well.
Sometimes I wonder if he don't know how to do two things at one time.
I do wonder. So when the light goes blue on my mic means I'm up.
Yeah.
Then I start talking, and
he don't have it
somehow
up
we're
over
never
there.
up.
Now it's because when we
He hit the
recorded
clutch wrong.
when we recorded in the break, I didn't bring you back on the air.
Yeah,
But we good. We here.
that's what it was. Yeah.
Definitely we're not up on the air. One way or another, I know that much. There's a series of things I want to point out. Wizards PR just tweeted out, injury update, Bilal Coulibaly will be out approximately 4 to 6 weeks following a right hamstring injury sustained in the first quarter against Toronto on March 10th. I was doing the all cast for that game, and that looked bad. So hopefully Bilal's okay. Yeah, I like Bilal. He's a good young player.
And then, what's your Wemby's friend?
Yeah, they played together.
Yeah.
All right, now
he's out for the season too.
here's another piece of news I think the world needs to know. We're all trying to figure out White Brian, who's clearly quiet and possibly very weird.
Possibly.
Probably. He claims it's just the cup he happens to grab. But my man White Brian walks in here every day
with the same cup,
with a cup that says dog mom. I'm not making it up. Like I tweet out a photo. Why, dude? Get a dog dad cup.
Or just get a cup. Another cup for yourself.
Yeah, look,
Stop
me and
taking your
B-Mitch-
wife's cup.
Yo, me and B-Mitch have cups. Mine says Toyota on it. What does yours say, B?
Mine talks about a golf tournament.
Yeah. Why does yours say dog mom when you're a
The
dude?
miracle of Husson.
Yeah, I need to invest in my own.
I gotta call Robert.
My own Yetis. The way our kind of cups work in our household is the Yetis are mostly roses, and then all the ones without the lids are like Met Spring Training and those little cups. But I can't bring those to
Oh,
work.
so you don't want to bring the mess ones in here, so you keep taking your wife cup.
Well, they're like the little just.
So you sending her
plastic
out
stuff.
into the big bad world with Mets cups?
No, those are the cups you can't bring with you because they
But
don't
do
have
her
a lid.
say dog dad?
So like all the Yetis that have the lids are her.
Okay,
Jeff has a very good
is,
question.
Is there another one that says just nothing? You grab that one every day.
Yeah, I have just a blue one, but that's for the coffee, and then the dog mom's for the water.
How about you
So
just
a second ago you lied and said, "Oh, I just happened to grab that." You legit bring dog mom every day.
Well, because it's there and it's clean.
Does she? Jeff asked a very important question, Jeff.
Do she have a dog dad Yeti?
No.
So it's just you with dog mom.
Yes.
Hey Rose, we trying to get your cup back.
Yeah,
all that is.
we're fighting, working
Yeah,
for
we're trying
you,
to make sure
Rose.
Brian give you your stuff back. He probably told you we make him bring the cup.
What kind of dog do you have?
A Rhodesian Ridgeback. Rose has 2 of them.
A what?
Rose has 2. You guys are married. Those are your dogs, dude.
They live at her parents' house.
What, so they're
So
not
you're
your
not
dogs
even a
then?
real dog mom. You're like a You're like
I also have a
fake
dog,
mom.
and she lives with my parents. So
y'all don't have dogs anymore. If
So
y'all
you have 0 dogs at your home.
if you're not taking care of the dog, it's not yours.
no dogs in our household. No.
There's no dogs in your house, and you roll in here every day with a dog. You are a fake ass dog mom, White Brian.
I spent 2 years with a dog at school. and
Yeah,
now-
and clearly you're so locked in that you just gave it to your parents.
Mom,
They
Dad,
kinda-
take this.
My mom kind of stole it, but
Oh, okay.
Damn.
So you know
all-
what? How about you send that cup to your mom?
Yeah, she's an actual
Because
dog mom.
actually,
She's
she
got
has
enough
a
Yetis
dog
at
at
home.
her house. Your wife don't even have a dog at the house, so send it to your mom.
Maybe you could trade Yetis
You know
with
what?
her.
I will bring you a Yeti that has just nothing on it.
Yeah. You get on the metro with that? You know how many people are looking at you weird as hell that you're holding a dog mom Yeti?
it's in my backpack. You can't really see what it says.
Brian's like, these people right here, boy. They don't let anything go. Hey, Brian, let me just tell you, everything that JP sees comes to the air, okay?
How we
Especially
operate.
if it's something that could embarrass you.
Everything is
But
content.
anything that can bring to the air that embarrasses him, he forgets about that.
Forget all about it. I still have to tell my parking story. We'll get to that. I had a Jeff Walker situation. We have some news though before Wendy knows sports at 12:45. Nikki and I think others, but I saw it from Nikki Javala. Commanders are bringing back KJ Osborne, 1-year deal.
All right.
There was some excitement when they signed Osborne off waivers last year. Nothing really hit, but he joined late in the year. They kind of already had a lot happening for offensively. Bringing him back is an interesting move. I'm not necessarily expecting a ton of production there, but the fact that they want him back certainly means there's some interest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think he'd be all right.
Also, now I've only seen this. I haven't confirmed this. The Osborne thing, I can send a text to confirm. But this I've only seen from one person, and it's like an aggregator, so I'm a little bit more hesitant on this. But there is a report that Andrew Wiley has agreed to rework his deal. Now the report is from that dude Ari Myrov, the My Sports Update dude, who's a reporter, but like he's best known for just like taking everybody else's content. I have oddly seen him. One of the weirdest scenes of I think it was owners meetings 2 or 3 years ago. Last time we were in Arizona, that dude Ari just followed around Schefter like the whole time. Like you'd see Schefter walk, and this dude was just right behind him.
Information to drop off his pants.
But yo, they were cool. Like Schefter would like introduce him, like, "Yo, have you met Ari?" It was an interesting thing.
You're gonna find out later on Schefter and Ari got a deal going, dog.
They
They're gonna
might
be partners.
They might. Ari Myrov reports the Commanders and right tackle Andrew Wiley have agreed to a restructured contract that will keep him in Washington. Wiley, who had no guaranteed salary in 25, now receives guarantees with the opportunity to earn back the rest through incentives. He has started 29 games over 2 seasons with Washington. He will be a free agent next offseason. I'm not reporting this. My Sports Update is reporting this. I don't hate it. I think, Wiley did not have guaranteed money, so if they are going to convert something, gives him a better feel for who has been a pretty durable player. I think losing Big Luke, obviously you add Tunsil, but you're going to need more tackles.
Yeah.
Wiley's a capable tackle. He started 30 games for you over the last 2 seasons. We'll work to confirm that, but that is just I really like what DQ told me at the Combine. This time of year, it's the intersection of football and business. That is nothing but a football business move. So Wiley reworks his deal. I imagine that's to make everybody a little bit happier. When we come back, we got Wendy Knows Sports. Before we go, caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion Summer of Discontent Tour. Tuesday, August 12th at Pier 6 in Baltimore. with special guests, the Mainliners. Jeff loves them. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Concert tickets now. When you know sports next. London Fletcher at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn on the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pump systems through 2032. I definitely took full advantage of that. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All right, folks. It's been too long, but back by popular demand, Wendy's here. Hello, Wendy. How are you?
Hi.
How you been?
Good, and you?
I've been good. I got Wendy on the stream. Let's keep all the comments polite, please. People on the stream act like they've never seen a woman before. It's nuts.
Well, some of them haven't.
That's probably true.
Some of them probably just got out of jail, Jay.
Although White Brian is mysteriously not putting us up on the stream yet. Maybe
It still
Wendy.
says we're on commercial break.
White Brian's a deadbeat dog mom.
Yeah, White Brian's reacting. The internet has learned White Brian carries a Yeti cup that says dog mom, even though he has no dog.
So whose cup did you steal?
His wife, who also has no
Who
dog.
doesn't have a dog.
He's
their parents have the dog.
You front like you're a dog mom, but in reality, we know the truth.
I'm a guinea pig mom.
Congratulations.
But is at your house?
Yes.
That dog's not at his house.
Oh.
Or his wife's two dogs not at her house.
Oh.
Ken is.
So you guys are dog co-parents.
Nah, they are dog fake parents.
Yeah, their parents have the dogs.
They're all right. Let's move forward to your area of expertise, Wendy. We like to bring Wendy on when we can, when she allows her busy schedule, because Wendy knows sports. And our next guest, Brian just mentioned something like, "Hey, I got to get London's number," and Wendy said, "London Fletcher," and I was impressed.
Yeah.
See, I knew that.
So
don't ask me how.
Wendy, let me ask you this: what position did London Fletcher play?
That part I don't know.
Was he on offense or defense?
That part I don't know either.
We don't know if he was on offense or defense.
No, I just know that he played for Washington at some point.
If I tell you what side of the ball he was on,
Nope.
would you
Still
then be
wouldn't
able
know.
to guess who?
Nope.
What are the positions on defense in football?
I don't know. Defense?
Yeah.
Yeah, the part that tackle the people who running the ball.
I don't know.
If I say line,
Quarterback is offense, right?
Yeah.
quarterback
Okay,
is
see?
offense. What are some other offensive positions?
Is a running back defense?
Yeah, now we're talking.
That's offense.
Oh, that's offense? Okay.
Well, you thought running back was on defense?
Yeah.
No,
Because they have, I don't know.
no, because they run with the ball.
Oh.
Right?
She think about running it back.
All right, so we got quarterback and running back on offense. What else you got? Shirley.
Isn't there a cornerback?
That's defense.
That's defense.
Okay.
Yeah, we're cooking now.
Okay.
What about the people that catch the ball?
The receiver?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that counts.
Okay. Not that counts.
This term could be used to describe someone with a nice butt, but it's also a way to describe a football position.
A nice butt or a
It's a football position.
wide back?
No. If your butt wide, it ain't too much of a nice one with it.
Are
Chris
people,
is laughing so
are people
hard.
into wide backs? That's news to me.
I don't
Wendy,
know.
what about a tight end?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Now, if I say we're going defense, we're going back to London Fletcher.
Okay.
If I say line, can you think of another part of that word for a defensive position?
No. Offensive? Oh,
That counts. Offensive line is a position.
okay.
So if there's an offensive line, if everything in the world has an equal and opposite reaction, if there's an offensive line, then there must be a
defensive.
yes. All right.
And who stands back of the defensive line?
The quarterback? No.
Defensive line. The linebacker.
Backer. Oh, got it.
Okay. I think we're almost there.
I'm not going to remember any of this.
There's one. You said cornerback. Who's at the very end of the defense? Who's the
All the way at the
furthest,
back.
furthest away from the ball, from the line of scrimmage?
I have not a clue. How would you guys?
You got
If you-
something, Jeff? Can't hear you, but
They're the last line of defense. They
last
keep
line of
keep the end zone safe.
What did you just say?
the last line of defense.
Did they keep the end zone safe? Remember those 4 words, safe.
The safety?
Yes. You're kicking butt today.
Thanks.
Now I know sometimes you're more of an NBA gal.
I am?
I was just trying to change subjects. We can keep naming kickers. We can keep naming
No.
positions.
Wasn't Michael Orr on the offensive line?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know him from the Blindside movie?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
How
it.
about I say, did you see him play?
No, I know he played for the Ravens at one point.
Oh, all right.
The Commanders, in the last 10 days, 2 weeks, have made a few big trades.
Jonathan Allen got traded.
Sort of.
he got
He's in
released.
Minnesota
Oh, he got
now.
released.
He got released and then signed with the Vikings.
I remember him.
Yeah. Can you think of anybody that has come to Washington?
No,
Nothing. You got nothing.
no, not for football.
Did you ever see the movie Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Can you think of any character from Friday that would make a good football player?
Ice Cube.
Okay. Not necessarily
How about
wrong.
the one guy that
Big
No.
Worm.
no, Big Worm. Big Worm would have been a damn football player.
Like,
The one
he
guy.
was you guys said the one big guy.
No, it was another guy
He
there that
couldn't
everybody was
play
scared
live.
of.
Big Worm.
Whenever he started coming around, they started hiding their
could you
jewelry.
Heck, what was his
How
name?
can you remember Big Worm's name and not the other guy's name?
Not Tiny. The real name is Tiny, but they call him. But they call him in the movie.
Heck, what was his name in the movie? Now I'm
Smokey? You think it was
no,
Smokey? Yeah.
that was Chris Tucker.
Smokey out here taking a.
That was Ezel.
You can name everybody but the one
But the
dude
one
who's
dude.
the main protagonist in the story.
I know. Oh, I really can't think of what his name
Can
was.
you picture him? Describe
Yes,
him
I
for
can
us.
describe
Look
him.
like this?
He was really tall. He was bald. He's deceased now.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know that. R.I.P. What kind of clothes did he wear?
He always just had on like a tank top.
Off. No,
Or
I had
flannel.
some time of flannel.
Yeah.
You dress like
Always
B-Mitch,
button
kinda.
up like this.
You can't think of that guy's name?
I really am drawing a blank on his name, and I can picture him, and I can see the whole movie in my head.
And you can't think of his name.
Debo.
Oh, it's a Christmas miracle. The Commanders traded for a dude named Debo.
Where did he come
San Francisco.
from? Okay.
He's a good player.
All right.
Okay. All right. I feel like we accomplished a lot here. Now, this was shocking. When Wendy sat down, B. Mitch, before we were on air, asked her who's chasing the goals record, and you said,
Obi.
and what about the extra nugget of information you had?
He only has 9 goals left.
And we didn't know she'd know that one.
I would never have expected you to know that. Are you watching closely the Ovechkin chase for Gretzky?
I mean, I work there, so yes and no. But I had to write Cap's copy this week, so I had to
You know a lot of
include it.
stuff.
I had to include it.
All right.
A college inside of the District of Columbia claimed their spot in the NCAA tournament last night.
Hmm.
Do you know who that is?
Howard.
No.
I saw them on TikTok this morning. They won something.
They might have won a game, but I don't think that
I
counts.
saw them on TikTok. They want something. On the other side of town.
Now, you should just be able to name all the colleges in D.C. and get this right.
Georgetown.
No. They actually lost to DePaul, which was
Wait,
appalling.
inside of DC or
Inside.
inside the DMV?
Inside the
DC.
district.
Okay, so we have Georgetown, we have Howard, we have George Mason's in Virginia.
There's a George.
George Washington.
No.
That's not the answer.
They're playing today.
No, I'm just
GW
saying
plays
that's not the
this
answer,
afternoon.
but that is George Washington in the city.
Okay. American.
Hey,
go.
you got it.
Got it.
Congratulations to the
What is
Eagles.
that guy?
Thanks.
Wendy, you're the best. Thank you for always being a good
Thank
sport.
you.
All right.
Now you got.
That is Wendy Knows Sports. She
Don't-
has a
don't go to
meeting
your
at 1
tell 'em
o'clock.
We kept you late.
She's got a meeting at 1 o'clock, so we got to let her go. Thank you.
Thanks.
London
All right.
Fletcher joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. While the Washington Commanders making many moves yesterday, including bringing back Marcus Mariota, their backup quarterback, on a one-year deal to play behind Jaden Daniels, they do make a move now today. Adam Schefter reporting just about a half hour ago that wide receiver KJ Osborne is being signed to a one-year deal. He played in just one game with the Commanders a year ago after being picked up late in the season, but the Commanders are re-signing wide receiver KJ Osborne. It's championship week in college basketball. The A-10 tournament, 4 games today at Capital One Arena. At 5 o'clock, George Washington will take on Fordham. The winner of that game will play George Mason at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The Wizards are at the Pistons tonight at 7. Detroit's having a great season. Listen to it on the Team 980. Alex Ovechkin just 9 goals away from surpassing Wayne Gretzky. The Caps are at the LA Kings tonight at 10:30 p.m. Listen to it right here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Now, if you're wondering why we're cranking Bone Thugs, Jeff and I were brainstorming what music we needed to bring London Fletcher in, and we thought
I'm from
Cleveland.
Ohio, baby.
London, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I will say this. This is the first time I've ever been brought into the Thuggish Ruggish Bone, but I like it, man. That takes me back to my roots.
That's the way you play ball, dog.
I thought you'd like it, man.
Oh, yeah. I play golf like that, too, sometimes, B. You know.
Well, I know you don't stop talking the whole damn round.
Unfortunately, I know, yeah.
And if you come out on the right side, you don't stop talking till you see him again.
I'm gonna talk what I lose or win, so that's the thing.
So, Fletch, let's talk about. It's been a really busy couple days now for Washington, going back to kind of the first trade for Debo, then the trade for Tunsil, some subsequent moves. Let's start with Debo. What do you think of that move? What do you think he brings to Washington?
Yeah, I really like the move of adding Debo. You look at our offense from a year ago, and you say, hey, what do we need? We needed more playmakers, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Was always constantly looking for a true, consistent number 2 receiver. But I think with Debo, he's more than just a receiver. You saw how San Francisco utilized him, doing different things, using him as a running back at times. Obviously, as a receiver outside, he can play the slide. You can do jet sweeps with him. He's a playmaker, and you just want to get the ball into his hands. You want to have more weapons, more playmakers at the disposal of Jaden Daniels, and let's see what this offense can do. You also will look at another guy that defenses have to pay attention to. You can't just say, hey, we're going to roll coverage over Terry and not really worry about the other guys, force them to beat us. That's a guy that you have to truly game plan for from a defensive standpoint. And he brings some toughness to the football team.
Yep.
That physicality, that toughness, his mindset, it cannot be overstated. When you want to be a physical football team, you need to have physical type of guys. And it's rare that you have receivers that bring that physicality. He's one of the most physical players in the National Football League.
I'm wearing flannels all year, Fletch. Big Debo.
Yeah.
Hey, look, but so I'm supposed to be doing this thing with Maddie on Monday, and she was asking me to let her know what I thought were my favorite moves, and I went straight to Bobby Wagner coming back because I understand it's a 1-year deal. But if you look at the impact he had on not just the defense last year, both sides of the ball, the whole team, the coaches, everything, the importance of bringing him back because he could teach guys one more year and then this thing is ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about the season last year when they went through the losing streak. I don't know if it was 3 or 4 games. I can't remember how many games it was, but it was Bobby, as you remember, when he addressed the media after one of the losses, and he was like, "Hey, we're going to turn this thing around." And sure enough, he was not just a excellent player from on the football team, but the presence, the leadership, the sounding voice, the guy who kept guys focused and understand the task at hand, that you're going to have some ebbs and flows, some highs and lows that take place during the season. So re-signing him was a major importance from my standpoint as well. I thought it was a no-brainer. I didn't think there was any way that they would let him out of the building and not bring him back because of the productivity on the football field, but also what he brought to the locker room, in the meeting room, and also just his presence and his winning pedigree.
Yeah, I'm with you, Fletch. I thought Ertz and Bobby were definitely coming back. Sure enough, they end up coming back. And I remember, I want to say it was after the Cowboys lost at home, that third straight loss, and nobody really knocked them for losing to the Steelers or the Eagles, but it was then the loss to Dallas at home. People are like, oh my God, what's happening? The sky is falling. And he was just like, this is football. These are long seasons. And I wonder, I mean, for both of you guys that played in the league a long time, how important is it for young guys, maybe even a guy like Jayden Daniels that seems totally unflappable, but to hear that in that moment from within your locker room?
It's extremely important because, especially when you look at the season, and at one point the team was riding on a high and everybody's patting them on the back, and then you go through that 3-game losing streak and the criticism all of a sudden starts to come in, and the national media, the local media, they're saying, all right, well, this is the team that we thought they would be coming into the season. And for these young guys who don't understand that this is a long season and you're going to have those ebbs and flows, highs and lows, you have to be able to focus week in and week out, day in and day out, regardless of how the season's going, whether you're on a 5-game winning streak or a 3-game losing streak. You have to come in there with the same mindset each and every week, ready to work, not let the outside noise, whether it's good or bad, determine how you're going to play, determine how you're going to approach your craft. So having a guy like Bobby, having a Zach Ertz, some guys who have been to the mountaintop, who have experienced winning the Super Bowl, having those type of guys, because one thing to hear from a coach, but when you have a teammate and guys in that locker room, well-respected guys in that locker room, that can constantly emphasize that message, it goes a long way.
They seem to be getting bigger defensive tackles. I'm talking about guys 6'5", 320, things like that, 330, 6'3", 330. How important is that, the size, but also the ability for guys to protect linebackers?
It's important, but also, scheme. That depends on the scheme, I would say. Mm-hmm. From the standpoint of, are you asking your defensive lineman to eat blocks, so to speak, or are you asking them to be better penetrators? I will say this: you have to have defensive linemen that the offensive line and the offensive coaches respect and feel like, hey, we have to get this guy blocked. If we don't get him blocked, he's going to game wreck. You think about the Philadelphia Eagles and a guy like Jalen Carter, also Milton Williams, who's no longer there. Those guys were game wreckers for the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Kansas City Chiefs knew that. We knew that, and how much they created havoc on our offense. But just from the standpoint, when you look at what was the real weak link of this defense of a year ago, stopping the run.
Yeah,
we love the sacks and we love getting interceptions, but it's hard to rush the passer in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. You ain't pinning your ear back to rush the quarterback. You got to get them in some 3rd and 6s, 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8 pluses in order to be able to rush the quarterback. And how do you do that? You have to be able to stop the run, and we just weren't stout enough in the trenches, especially in the interior defensive line. There were times where we allowed too much penetration, especially if it was a double team block, things like that, where quite frankly the defensive tackles at times were in the linebacker's lap, and
I don't give a damn who you got back there, who you got playing linebacker. It's hard to make a tackle with an offensive lineman in your lap and a defensive lineman in your lap. And it's not a knock on anybody. It's just, hey, they understood it. That's why they went out and they addressed it. So I'm not saying anything that they didn't see. And when you look at who are we competing against, first and foremost, we're competing with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Definitely.
They have a massive offensive line. Saquon Barkley is a problem. He's problem number one. You cannot achieve your goal as a team, as a defense, allowing, I think we were 30th, 31st, whatever we were, stopping a run. That lower, bottom third, probably bottom five in the league and stopping a run. You cannot, that's not sustainable. We have to get better at stopping a run so we can earn the right to rush the passer, which will allow us to get off the field, to create more turnovers, to get the ball back to Jaden and that offense.
Absolutely. I'm curious specifically on Javon Kinlaw, what you think of his game and how he helps them. There's talk of him maybe even kind of playing the edge more in Washington with that size would be pretty remarkable.
I love the size, 6'5". I really liked him when he came out of college, just studying him when he came out of college. I was working for CBS Sports back then, and we were doing like mock stuff, and he looked at him. Adam Peters knows him. Daryl Tapp knows him. Daryl Tapp was a defensive line coach, so they have intimate knowledge of him. And the thing that kills me, man, you hear our fan base and critics saying, hey, we spent too much money over him. These guys know what they're doing. They ain't paying him $15 million a year because they were bidding against themselves. They paid him $15 million a year because that's what they had to pay him. Trust me, that somebody else is going to pay him some money. And these teams talk, and these organizations talk. I think back to when I was a free agent and came to Washington, and Joe Gibbs and Detroit Lions were recruiting me, and also Washington, and my agent was negotiating with Washington, and Coach Gibbs called Detroit with Matt Millen at that time. I think he was your former teammate, and say, hey, are you going to pay London? And Matt Millen said, hell yeah, we're going to pay London. So they talk. These organizations talk.
Yeah.
They got friends on different staff, so they didn't pay him $15 million per year out of the account of their heart. They had paid him that type of money because that's what they had to pay him, and he's going to be a good football player for them. Another size, heavy-handed guy can provide some pass rush in the interior. But you look at where we struggled last season. It was in the interior, stopping the run. You got a guy who can do that, but also provide some pass rush as well.
Yep,
I'm with you.
I'm glad you said it, though. Coaches, like people it's more talking, and the thing about it is this: the GMs and all have more information than we have. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have done that. Well, they know what they have to pay. We are assuming they know.
I totally agree.
Exactly. And correct me if I'm not wrong. Didn't Adam Peters put together a roster that got us to the NFC Championship a year ago?
Yeah.
I think the guy knows what he's doing. Him and his staff, they know what they're doing, man. It just amazed me. You're going to trust him on one thing, but then, he overpaid for Larry Tunsil. You're not getting a damn left tackle a starting left tackle of his caliber without paying for it. Unless it's a Trent Williams type of situation, that just does not happen. You got to pay for talent. Talent costs, and having that blind side of Jaden Daniels shored up and being able to say, hey, we got a left tackle that's going to we don't have to worry about it, and that allows them to move Brandon Coleman wherever he's going to be. I think he'll be an outstanding guard if he ends up there. That's going to make us a lot better football team.
Yep.
I think with Tunsil, that move is so significant, but we live in a world where people kind of only pay attention to skill positions. The Tunsil, how much do you think that impacts the entire offensive line? You're probably moving Coleman to right tackle. Wiley's probably your day one right guard while Cosme recovers from the knee injury. I mean, how much better as a group is that, especially once Cosme comes back?
I think it's significantly better. And, I think by adding Tunsil, you added two starters to the offensive line. Now you have the flexibility of whether you want to put Brandon Coleman at right guard, you want to have him at right tackle. Right guard, right tackle, or left guard. Biotis, he's solid at the center. Nick Allegretti, what do you do with him? So they have versatility. I'm gonna trust them to they have a plan of where they want those guys to go. And once Sam comes back, you'll have another guy. You can never have too many offensive linemen.
Not at all.
The depth of that unit, because guys get hurt, they get banged up. You got Wiley, who can play guard, who can play tackle. So it just creates a lot more flexibility, a lot more depth. But I think ultimately, if they end up putting Coleman at a guard and left guard, and maybe Allegretti can play, he can play right guard. I think he was a swing guy when he's with the Chiefs.
Yep.
That just makes that offensive line so much better until Sam Cosmi comes back.
I say get the best 5 on the field.
Wiley,
yeah,
Wiley, Allegretti, and even Coleman. Now Coleman's was at the college level, but they have a lot of versatility if you depending what you need. And over the course of 17 games, man, there's going to be nights where there's going to be days where, oh man, that lineman can't go today. Luckily, we can move this dude here and then plug this guy in there. The two other guys,
and you put more, you get more size in the interior. And I'm just assuming if Coleman ends up in a guard position, you get bigger in the interior.
Yep. Two other dudes I wanted to ask you about. Will Harris, they signed yesterday. What's remarkable about fans is 2 years ago, everybody freaked out when they lost Curl. Nobody was excited about Chin. 1 year later, everybody's freaked out they lose Chin. Now they've signed Will Harris. I remember the Saints game we all went down and worked in December. He had a couple licks in that game on Commanders wideouts. What do you think of Harris, Fletch?
Yeah, I don't know a ton about him, but I've obviously seen some of his hits that have been circulating through the internet since we signed him. You got him for half the cost of what Jeremy Chin would have cost him, and a guy who he's played corner, he's played safety, he's played the slot, he brings he's been in the box at times, so another guy who can do a lot of different things. They understand the role that they want that position to play, and they feel like Will Harris is a guy that can do that for them. So, they know what they're doing. Again, this look at the free agents they signed a year ago. Jeremy Chin being one of them. Frankie Louvu, who came out and played outstanding. Not household names, so to speak, to a lot of different people. But these coaches, they know what they're doing. The front office people, they know what they're doing. So I'm gonna trust them, and I'm excited to see these guys take the grass when the time comes.
The last one for me, because this is a different body style than they have had. Eddie Goldman is just a house of a dude. Goldman he only played probably like 35% of the snaps last year for Atlanta, but was healthy in all 17 games. What do you think bringing in a guy with true like nose tackle size does? Maybe it's short yardage. I don't know how they plan on deploying him, but that one caught my eye.
JP, what do you mean how they plan on this deploying? Gonna be a run stopper.
I thought he might be a kick returner.
We struggle stopping the run. He's a zero. He probably can play some one, and maybe if he has to play some three, depending on like the offensive line. I mean the tight end shifting to from one side to another side. But he's a run stopper. He's a guy more than anything. He has size, and he's going to be stout in the middle of that defense. You cannot allow teams to just run the ball at will against you. So that was one of the issues. They identified that. That's why he was a guy that they signed in free agency.
There you go. Hey, London, I'm guessing you just got to the golf course. I hear your car door opening, so we'll let you go.
It's 80 degrees in Charlotte.
Oh, man.
We got about 70, 68, 70.
Today's kind of cold. We've gotten there this week, though.
Yeah.
Enjoy, man. Hit them straight. Thank you for making time for us.
All right, Fletch. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right, bro.
That's our guy, London Fletcher. You can follow him at LFletcher59, one of the greats for the Burgundy and Gold at the linebacker position. Appreciate his time. We are going to open these phone lines up for a hair here. We got to get some bleep views off our chest. I have a hell of a story from a parking lot. Nobody go anywhere.
get you? You don't want to write nobody.
Tell him Jerome must have dropped, but he's back on line 1. Ha! Ain't that some? All right, folks. Every Thursday, we like to come together as a group of people and get mad at stuff. This is your opportunity. We're very busy. It's been a very busy week. A lot going on.
A lot of stuff.
I do think we should have some interviews today. Marcus Mariota in town to sign a contract. Try to get that for you tomorrow, next week, whatever it is. I'm going to let the phone lines lead us off, though. Phone lines are open here. 800-636-1067. We'll start with G in Sterling. What up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing today?
We good, brother.
Good, man. Who you mad at?
I want to bleep that dude that called B. Mitch and gonna argue with B. Mitch about a big receiver. this dude an idiot, man. He's a cornball. That's who I want to bleep.
All right, brother.
I like it.
You have a professional player telling you what it is, what a wide receiver is, and he gonna tell B. Mitch, no, it's not. This is what you need. He's a cornball. Bleep him.
All right, bro.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Another one
He's
here
my dog.
from Curtis 1906 says, my bleep you goes to those fans that say, great, we finally have a real GM and we got to trust AP. Now when he builds the roster, they're complaining about him doing a pro GM job. It's like getting B. Mitch to make gumbo, then criticizing the ingredients he buys.
Know what I'll tell him on that one?
I know what you're
One
telling
finger
me.
salute.
That's exactly what I thought you would tell him. We have a billionaire on the line. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, Finley, Brian, and I don't know if it was White Brian that called me Joe on the phone, but you dumbass, it's Jera. Hey,
that's
heavy metal.
That's
Chris.
heavy metal, Chris.
Heavy metal.
Sounds like you
Put
got
your
marbles on
earphones on and listen to some Black Sabbath, son. Hey, listen, to that caller earlier that talked about Micah Parsons in a trade, I guess you still believe in the Easter Bunny, you dumbass. And when Brian Mitchell said that it would be me and Steven in an insane asylum for such a day, he's basically calling you a dumbass. But anyway, hey, listen, I got to throw Big Ten. Blank you for not letting all the teams in the tournament. You could have worked something out, you dumbasses. You got 3 teams that don't even get a shot at the big dance. All you do is take that last team in, let them have a little playoff, and get everybody in there. Do you realize, Finley, that according to Lenardi's bracket, that who was it? Nebraska was the last 4 out. They could have won a couple of games. It cost them a couple of $1 million. They're dumbasses. I don't like it, and it needs to change.
I hadn't thought of that. I kind of like that you got to make sure you fight your way in, but I hear you. That's a valid counter, Jera.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day and kiss my ass.
What a call. All right. Can I tell you my saga?
That's how the old folks, they say what they want to say now.
Can I tell you my saga and
Please
my bleep
tell
you?
me.
All right. So I park about a block away, right?
Uh-huh.
Shout out to a dear friend of mine that hooked me up with a parking spot in his building.
Still waiting on mine.
Yeah.
Only 4 years later.
Well, B, I'm not so sure I'm parking over there anymore. I get down to my car the other day, and everything works fine. My in, out of the garage, no big deal, no nothing, right? I walk down there, and this father ducker, haven't used that term in a while, you know these aggressive-ass stickers? It looks like it's almost the size of like an iPad, like a legit, like, I don't know, what would that be? 10x6 sticker. This dude puts it right in front of where the driver sits, so you can barely drive the damn car. And it says, parking permit expired, park here again, we're towing your ass. And
it just like that?
It was a big ass sticker with like, they check off boxes and stuff. Like it was very official looking. And I'm like, damn, they must have changed something and I just was unaware or whatever. But I could barely drive the car because the sticker's exactly where your head.
You can't take it off?
It's like made of, I don't know what it's made. It's impossible to get off. You start trying to get it off and it just shreds.
It started ripping on you.
Dude, it was unbelievable. And so, you know the scene in Ace Ventura where Jim Carrey's car is all banged up and he has to stick his head out the window to drive? That's how I'm driving. Like, down South Capitol because I can't see anything. I sent my wife a picture. She's like, "You're going to wreck." I was like, "I might, but I got to go." So I do want to shout out my guy at the Monumental Garage who was able to get it off. That dude's a damn ninja. As far as
what's called the little shrub thing.
he must. I got to hit the ATM and give that guy some money. But I checked in with my guy who lives there. I was like, "Yo, what happened? Like, I need a permit or something?" He's like, "Nah, man, that just happens from time to time." I was like, "What?" He said, "Sometimes there's just like an overzealous parking dude that walks around and just hems people up." So bleep you to the overzealous parking dude that's just walking around and
Do you
hemming
have a
people up.
parking permit?
I have a fob. And then with the fob, if you park in the certain spots, you're good.
But do you not have to have something inside your car?
That's what I asked. I was told I do not.
Okay, so bleep him.
Bleep him. So I've been parking downstairs, $18 a
We
day.
gonna make him tap out.
I have a feeling he only shows up in the shadows. Like I've never seen this person. So Jeff, you'll appreciate it. Next week I'm gonna roll back over. I'm taking the rest of the week off.
Let me ask one more question.
Uh-oh.
Did you not park in the wrong area, Jay?
No, I was definitely in the right area.
'Cause
Oh,
you know Jay will park in the wrong area.
breaking news. Play the number. Oh, we'll see if Jeff can do it. I'll tease it. Johnny Cakes is going to like this news. You want me to just say it, Jeff? Here, give me the breaking news sounder, B.
I don't know how it goes.
White Brian, give it to me. You're good at noises.
Breaking news. Brr, 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 brr.
What the hell was
Adam
that?
Schefter, sources, free agent wide receiver Noah Brown, who caught the Hail Mary touchdown pass that ignited the Commanders' season, is returning to Washington on a one-year deal worth up to $4.5 million.
All right, MB.
Not mad at that one.
All right, I'm with that.
So that's Osborne back, Noah Brown back.
That's your 6'2" guy right there.
Oh yeah, where's our you need a tall guy guy?
That's your tall guy.
Noah Brown is back. I don't know that the Hail Mary ignited their season, but
it was a great ignite to it.
Dude, it was wild.
I tell you, once that happened, boy, it was a wild ride, bro.
It was a wild ride, B. Noah Brown back with the Commanders. Obviously, really exciting news there for Washington. The updated look at that
When
receiver
you type Noah Brown, this dude pops up.
Yeah, whoever that
He's
guy
a TV
is,
dude.
That is not the Noah Brown.
That's not the
I
one
think
I'm
of.
looking for.
No, sure isn't.
I got the right one.
Noah Brown last season suffered a serious injury late.
6'2", 225. That's how tall receiver. Don't call him that anymore, please.
You want to give a bleep you to the tall receiver guy?
No.
The
other guy already did it.
Noah Brown last year in 11 games, 35 catches for 453 yards. Only had one touchdown catch last year.
Hey,
but everybody remembers
that one
it.
mattered. It mattered. It definitely mattered.
That one mattered for sure. I think this is a strong move. I think, they put Noah Brown's gloves from that Hail Mary
in the HOF
in the Hall of Fame.
Hey, man.
That tells you the impact
Listen,
that
dog,
play
I
had.
don't care. As you get older, you take people over there to the Hall of Fame and say, look, I wore these. That gives you some street cred right there, brother. Big Tony must not know. I'm on the radio right now, right?
What's Big Tony
And this fool calling me. Does he not know it's 1:38, dog? I'm not taking a break right now. Why are you calling me when you hear my voice? I know that's all you do is drive your flower truck and hear voice.
That deer meat get into his head.
God.
Jeff, what's your reaction to Noah Brown coming back?
Yo, I'm glad he coming back. Before the injury, he was a factor for us. I'm glad we kept him.
I think Noah Brown as the number 2 wide receiver in Washington was probably asking him to do too much. But when you add Debo and then Noah Brown kind of becomes a third option,
yeah,
I think it makes a ton of sense. And the money's non-prohibitive. The injury last year, not to call it fluky because it was obviously really, it was serious. It was a big deal, but it wasn't, internal organs don't get injured all that often. Like, if it was a recurring ankle issue, I think it would be something different.
Yeah, totally.
Heavy metal. What do you think of Noah Brown? You fired up about that one?
Yeah, that's cool. Again, like you said, having him as the third, I think that's going to be the right place for him too. I think it's a good sign for 1 year. Yeah.
Brown last year, it was limited work, but he was he was good for this team. About 13 yards per catch. They only signed him early on, too. I keep going back to something that Zach Ertz said where, this won't have to be they don't have to start at square one offensively anymore. They're not teaching a rookie an offense. Everybody knows it, and they're going to be able to hit the ground running, just like we will. We got to make some bets when we return. Be Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Every year, we always see those teams that pick the seeds 12 through 16. Somebody is going to upset somebody. I'm telling you, first day, my money riding on all the underdogs. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jeff's too busy dancing to turn our microphones on.
You can turn your own mic up.
Yeah, but half the time you don't have us potted up or whatever.
Because y'all be talking during the break. And I don't want nothing to go over the air, but
Noah
you can
Brown,
pod your own mic up.
Noah Brown is back in burgundy and gold. I think asking Noah Brown to be your second wide receiver, probably too much. But having Noah Brown be now a third wide receiver, and who knows, maybe what Luke McCaffrey becomes. I think people kind of sleep that he's able to get better in an offseason.
Yep.
I like this move a lot. Gives you some height. Honestly, Noah Brown, getting to know him a little bit last year, covering him, he is, however chill you think Jaden Daniels is,
he's quiet.
He's chill.
Low key.
Low
like that,
key,
yeah,
easy going.
But he's a competitor now.
Oh yeah, he's a fighter on the edges when it comes to the blocking game.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. You talk about
And I think
physicality,
a little
man.
bit of that Debo might rub off on some guys. You know.
I think Brown has it.
You remember like the cartoon back in the day? Remember the little bitty dog? Would go, hey Butch. And then when Butch was around, the little dog was bad as hell. When you got a badass like Debo in the room, it can change up your mindset a little bit now.
I gotta be honest, I don't know that cartoon.
You know, I mean, I'm a little older than you. Just a little bit.
We got a couple callers here that just wanted to talk. I'm guessing Noah Brown. So let's start with Charlie in Fort Myers. What up, Charlie?
What up, Charlie?
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Doing well, man.
Just wanted to congratulate Noah Brown for coming back. Last year, I got to go to the Manila, Philippines, to pick up my wife. And while I was there, I was at 4:30 in the morning there watching the game live at a sports bar. And this guy came in that was a Bears fan. And as the game, he came in at halftime, so we had a great first half. And then they had a good second half, right? And so they started winning. He started buying drinks for everybody, totally obnoxious. And then the last second Hail Mary flipped everything on its ear.
Hell yeah.
And I got to stand up and cheer in the Philippines. So bleep you to the Bears fan in the Manila sports bars. And glad to have Noah Brown back.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man. That
you would think of what I was thinking, dude.
That story had a twist in it.
I think he was saying with just I guess pick her up and fly back with her. I don't know if he was going to pick up one because when he said that, JP face went completely like, and mine was like,
I don't know, B. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm glad he enjoyed the game in Manila. Talk about the thrill of Manila, Jeff. Carlos is in Frederick. Los, you there?
Oh boy. Los, what's
Yes,
up, brother?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I want to give my flowers to B. Mitch. I know you don't need them. I guess you got enough flowers.
Dog,
for
we
your-
got very little time, so let's get the flower given quick.
All right. So Noah Brown, yes, I figure we sign him. He was the best Brown from our team, the best out of the two. But yeah, B. Mitch, man, congrats on everything. Like everything you did, man. I hope you get that HOF.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, dude. Those were 2 calls right there, folks. Let's make some bets. All right.
Gather around.
All
Yeah,
right, let's
Jeff
go.
lost last night.
Let's go to the dog mom, White Brian.
Jeff did lose, and so did JP. Everyone else won.
J-Dog,
I did not lose.
Yeah, you had the under on the Paul Georgetown, right?
Yeah.
I thought I had the Paul.
No, you took the under.
I thought that hit.
It was 137. The final was like 141.
Haters. Bro, you're lying. It was 144.5.
On ESPN, it said 137.5.
Now, we
I
do
just looked up
FanDuel.
my bet slip because I actually had that in real life.
We do FanDuel.
Okay. Well, then I'm wrong. You won.
No, dude, B, look, what was the final? 71 plus 67 equals how many? I don't know, honestly. Asking you.
You were below it.
71 plus 70 would be 141.
That's 138, fool.
Yo, look, FanDuel right there had it at 143.5. That hit.
He just said he looked up ESPN. He didn't look at FanDuel.
Bro, ESPN bet had it at 144.5.
We saying you won now.
All right.
I'm whining. Like,
Hold y'all up.
Boy, turn it red. I never seen JP that
Be hot.
passionate.
Hard to win bets, Jeff.
I know.
Hard to win games up in this
Hard
level.
to win bets when you owing for the week.
Are you owing for the week?
Yeah. I'm taking the Caps tonight, though.
We haven't heard from Rev T in months, and he's calling right now. We can't take
we
you,
can't
Rev.
get you right now, Rev.
Call tomorrow.
Call
Rev.
tomorrow early, brother.
You taking the Caps, Jeff? I don't like when you take the Caps.
I don't.
Call around 1 o'clock, Rev.
Yeah, round 1.
Y'all talking about early. He gonna call as soon as the music come on.
All right, Jeff's taking the Caps. Got to be honest. I don't like it.
I don't like when Jeff take teams that we want to
Caps
win.
play late tonight, so if you want to stay up and watch it, I actually might tonight.
Parlay that with OV Gold.
Oh,
come on, dog. You messing up stuff now.
Why you trying?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
you are.
Oh, so he goes, normally what you bet, they go against it. But that
Nah,
means you actually over to get a go.
The last time,
he's
the
messing
no,
stuff up.
no, the last time I bet it, the last 3 times I bet it with the Caps, I won. So I'm on a Cap streak.
I don't know about that. White Brian, what do you got?
UNC -6.5.
Interesting. I was looking at the other side of that, the old Wake Forest Demon Deacons. What about you, B?
I'm going to go Chicago and Brooklyn under.
I'm telling you, under in college hoops.
This is not college.
Okay, good to know. Heavy metal, what you got?
I'm taking Lakers +7 over the Bucks.
Lakers +7. All right. God,
I'm sitting at 3-1, right?
What am I, White Brian?
2-1.
What?
2-1.
You're 2-1. I'm 3-1.
Demons, you're 2-1.
No, I'm 3-1, dude.
We've had 3 days. You're 2-1.
I won. I got a.
He hits
the First
parlays.
day I got a parlay, fool. That's 2 bets.
Damn, he tried to.
I
own
want you to
right
learn,
there,
son.
B.
So when you
Go for a parlay, if you win, you get 2. If you lose, you lose 1.
Okay.
You don't know the rules, man.
Come
That's why-
on.
Hey man, cut my boy some slack. We never gave him the rules officially.
He should know. He bet 20 cents every bet. And why you mute my mic, man?
Yeah, why you muting us? I haven't even made a bet yet. Damn it. I'm gonna lay the 8.5 with Wisconsin. Scotty, baby. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Brad Biggs for joining us. Thank you to London
Thanks to
Fletcher
everybody
for
on
joining
the
us.
text on the thread.
Thank you to everybody
y'all.
that texted, that was on the chat, everybody
Chat.
that called in. Fun show today. Noah Brown back in burgundy and gold. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you a dog mom cup.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plants a little happiness. In the NFL, the Commanders have re-signed Noah Brown. They also re-signed offensive lineman Michael Dieter and KJ Osborne. They agreed to a restructured deal with offensive tackle Andrew Wiley. Commanders tight end John Bates going to join Grant and Danny here coming up at 3 o'clock. Other news in the NFL, the Niners are signing quarterback Mac Jones to a 2-year deal worth $7 million. The Steelers have re-signed their former quarterback Mason Rudolph. The Raiders are signing running back Raheem Mostert. The Chargers brought back longtime LA wide receiver Mike Williams. And in baseball, the Nationals taking on the Rays right now. James Wood and C.J. Abrams both with homers in the game. Mike Rizzo set to join the show coming up in about 20 minutes. Also, the Rays are not going to be moving forward with their new stadium in St. Petersburg. They're focused on getting Tropicana Field ready for 2026. They'll stay at the Trop there. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. Tonight, Caps taking on the Kings in L.A. 10:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in store or at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. Meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A good Thursday afternoon to all of you listening on 106.7 The Fan. It's March 3rd, 2025. Greetings from West Palm Beach and sunny Florida, where the boys have made it to Nats spring training. We will be here today and tomorrow through the weekend and live on site on Monday as well. Interviews with all of the top players in the organization and the top decision makers in the front office, including President of Baseball Ops, Mike Rizzo, who will stop by with us about 20 minutes from right now to kick off our spring training trip. Very excited to be broadcasting live alongside today Toby Altizer, because Danny Rouillet is still back in D.C. You knew when the lads were making a trip, it's going to be fun, there was going to be a lot of content, that Danny was going to have to overcome some obstacles. So he's feeling better. He is planning on flying out, Toby, tomorrow to join us in West Palm Beach, although I think we'll keep him out of the clubhouse for the first day he's here. Just give another 24 hours so that the Nats don't all get sick. But Danny will be here tomorrow. He'll be on the air Friday and Monday from West Palm, but happy to have you alongside, man.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's going to be fun a couple of days down here. We get plenty of content planned, so it's going to be fun already talking to some guys, getting the lay of the land, meeting up with some Nats players we haven't seen in quite some time, so going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, in the clubhouse, Josiah Gray comes up, giving us hugs. He's looking healthy and on the mend at this point, having had Tommy John surgery, and he'll be out this season, but he's already working hard to get back. It was nice to catch up with him. Saw Jake Irvin and had a nice conversation. He's a huge Caps fan. So he was saying that they've already been looking at the schedule to see whether or not they're going to be able to make it to any of Alex Ovechkin's potential record-breaking games as a team when they get back up north to Washington, D.C., and it doesn't look like the stars are going to align. But Irvin, by the way, who is a veteran starter, middle of this rotation, had an outstanding year in 2024. He'll be on the show today at 6 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. So looking forward to talking to him. But we've got to start before we catch up with Mike Rizzo at the bottom of the hour, about 20 or so minutes from now, with the Commanders, because they have been very busy again. Toby just told you in his update, 4 moves today, some of them more minor than others, mostly subtle here, but the roster is being pieced together by Adam Peters. Noah Brown is back on a 1-year deal for $4.5 million. That's the splash of the day, if you will. Finished the season injured, but was very helpful before getting hurt. He'd been elevated to the number 2 receiver on the team. Andrew Wiley restructured his contract. That saves them some money. Now, Wiley is going to be their starting right tackle, presumably. I guess it's possible they could kick him inside if they end up drafting or signing somebody better to start on the outside, but he'll return. And then they got a 1-year deal done for some veteran wide receiver depth with KJ Osborne, and Michael Dieter, an interior offensive lineman, is back as well. But I wanted to start the convo at wide receiver because they did re-sign 2 guys today, which means the depth chart now is a little beefier than it had been, Toby. We talked at the start of free agency. After the Deebo Samuel trade, it was McLaurin, Samuel, McCaffrey. That was the entire list. Now you've got McLaurin, Samuel, McCaffrey, Osborne, and Noah Brown. I think there's a really good chance that Noah Brown ends up being their second wide receiver. I bet they'd like to do better. There's probably a plan in place, whether it's Cooper Kupp or the draft, that maybe you slot everybody down the depth chart. But we saw it last year when Noah Brown was the number 2 guy. He's now essentially the number 3 guy with Samuel added. So they feel like they've upgraded, presumably. I would not be surprised if McLaurin, Samuel, Noah Brown were their top receivers when they send 3 out there.
Yeah, I'd be totally fine with that because Noah Brown kind of fits what they want to do, right? He's a guy that is going to block. He's a guy that's going to be physical at the point of attack with these screens and the different stuff that they like to do that involves the wide receivers being physical, and he's someone that fits that perfectly. And he came up with some tough catches when he was called upon. You know, I don't know that you necessarily – he's probably the number 2 because of the fact that he plays just wide receiver. Deebo's your number 2 weapon probably on the offense behind Terry. But I think you like having him back. I was wanting him to return because of the way that he fit in. I would have liked to have seen Dyami Brown potentially return as well. But for 10 to 12 billion, obviously he gets to go to Jacksonville, and it's a little bit different there. But I think for the price that they get Noah Brown, you don't want him to be your just number 2 option. But I think if they went into it right now, where you've got Deebo in the fold now, and he can help you as a blocker, I think you're pretty happy with the receiver room.
I also think, Toby, the way that you do it and you put together your roster in March is not necessarily that when you sign Noah Brown, you're convinced that he's your second guy. But you give yourself a little more wiggle room.
Yeah.
Because you'd be okay with that. That's how I'm thinking of him, Adam Peters. All right, worst case scenario, and I don't know that they're in on Cooper Kupp, but I know 5 teams are. Let's say they're one of them. If you can't go get Cooper Kupp to be your wide receiver 2 outside on the boundary, and it ends up being Noah Brown, can I win that way? Well, you proved last year that you could. And if nothing else, you're actually better offensively already because Deebo Samuel's been added as a weapon. So I wouldn't consider him, to your point, the second wide receiver, but I think he'll get the second most touches in the passing game. I think he'll get the second most touches, overall, probably, behind McLaurin among receivers, maybe third on the team behind whoever their RB1 is. Right now, that's Brian Robinson. Maybe it's somebody else by the time the season starts, depending on how they draft. But I think people forget, because of the late season injury, that Noah Brown, who just turned 29 years old, who came over from the Texans at the very end of the offseason. This was after the preseason, right before week 1. In fact, wasn't able to play initially as they got him up to speed. Then he started 9 games. He played in 11. Everybody remembers the Hail Mary catch for a touchdown that beat the Bears. But he did some really good things. He started to run some in-breaking, physical routes where he attacks the football with his hands, and he gave them something with his size that they just didn't really have at 6'2" and about 225 pounds. He boxes guys out. He can get between the DB and the football and make contested catches. I really liked his game. I'm glad he's back. It would be great if he is not a starter for them. But if he is, and you go into the season with McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Noah Brown, Zach Ertz, your running back room, which is completely returning as of right now, and then whatever they add in the draft with Luke McCaffrey, around Jaden Daniels, you were a 30-point per game offense last year that was a juggernaut, and you've added more. We've talked about if they're better or worse on defense. I think that's debatable, although they made a couple of moves, bringing over former New England Patriots yesterday, that'll help them upgrade. But on offense, they have added, they have supplemented. And that is not even to speak about left tackle, which was one of the biggest concerns going into the offseason, and they now have a top 5 guy at the position.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you would have just run it back with what they had last year, maybe the results wouldn't be the exact same. You're probably not going to be a top 5 offense like you were last season, But you still feel good about returning that group because Jaden was able to build a chemistry with those guys and make it work. And Cliff was able to find ways to utilize guys in the correct way so that, they were still being productive, even if they're not a big name. So I think going back and bringing some of these guys back, I think this is kind of what we talked about a little bit yesterday, Grant, with some of the moves that they made, bringing like a Jonathan Jones in and some of these things where, going into the draft, it's not a glaring need anywhere. I guess, with Dietrich Wise brought in, maybe they don't feel that way still about edge rusher, but it doesn't feel like there's a hole that's like, holy smokes, this has to get filled at 29 now. So it's something where they're allowed to at least say, well, we probably wanted to go edge, but this stud receiver is right here. If they want to go with that, or they want to go with a linebacker, or they want to go with whatever it may be, it allows them some flexibility there where you can get the best player versus being cornered into saying, I have to get this position. So I like this approach. I think to your point earlier, it's not something where you're like, oh, we're thrilled that this is what we've got, but you're at least content with where you're at.
Yeah, I think you're just setting yourself up as this is your safety net. If this ends up being the group, we're going to be okay. That's what you're thinking if you're Adam Peters. And now you try to do better. You try to upgrade. You continue to work the phones. You see who becomes available. You see if you can land a veteran. But it's got to be a fit. The example I'll give you is when Davante Adams, as an example, was released. I didn't want Davante Adams. Davante Adams is a guy that wants the football. He needs targets. He needs catches. He needs to be involved. I've already got Terry McLaurin, who is my number one. I brought in Deebo Samuel, who I have to involve and who wants to be, understandably, heavily involved. There's only one football to go around. A guy like Cooper Kupp, who as the year went on last year, didn't really get many looks from the Rams. That's a better fit. Noah Brown demands nothing. So I think you need to be able to fit the pieces in, too, which they're doing.
Yeah, I think when you look at what they're building here, it fits with what they're trying to do. And so I like that. I'd like to see another speed guy added to that receiver room because I'd like to see something outside of Terry McLaurin being the guy down the field.
Don't you think they're going to have to do that in the draft?
They have to. I would think so.
It just feels to me like the speed is not available in free agency because synonymous with speed is youth.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the guys that are signing, not just with Washington, which everyone's making the point. I think I saw a tweet from Ricky Jabala. The average age of the players they're signing is over 30 years, like a little over 30 point something. Yeah, that's what happens in free agency now. The cap is bigger. Teams have more money. They sign their own guys who are younger. They don't hit the market. But because of that, at 30, 31, you're not a burner probably. So if you want speed, you're going to have to draft it.
Yeah, and I think when you look at drafting some of these guys, you can get one that it doesn't have to be at pick number 29, maybe doesn't even have to be in the second round. You can probably still find somebody, maybe not a guy like Matthew Golden, who's a 4-2 guy, then you can try to get someone like that. That's going to be a first rounder. As soon as a scout or a GM sees 4-2, they're going to immediately move them up their draft board a little bit. So maybe you miss out on some of those guys, but like an Isaiah Bond, who was ironic, he was trying to say that he was going to beat Xavier Worthy's record, and he didn't even come close. I think he ran in the 4.4s, but he's kind of a down the field threat, a fast guy down the field. They need someone, I think, outside of Terry, because you can kind of just throw safety help over the top of Terry, understanding that their other receivers aren't great downfield threats, and Terry's kind of the lone guy in that. So we'll see if they can do that. That's the one thing I miss, but I like the fact, too, that you've got guys that fit, that are willing to be physical, that are good after the catch, and that kind of fits what Cliff Kingsbury's trying to do.
Otherwise, outside of the Noah Brown move today to bring him back, everything else feels like table dressing to me, which is not to minimize. KJ Osborne, big day for him and his family, 1-year deal, and interior lineman Michael Dieter, but I can't even tell you right now with conviction those guys will make the 53.
Mm-hmm.
They had Osborne on the team last year, and they ended up not even really deploying.
Yeah, I liked when they brought him in. I thought he could be a useful piece out of the slot.
Same.
A little bit of a gadget guy, and he was just never used.
He was a really good player at one point in time for the Vikings as a number 2, and then eventually when they drafted Addison a number 3 during the Cousins era in Minnesota. But they just didn't seem to use him. They like something about him, because they signed him in season and then they're bringing him back. Now, Dieter gives you depth. He'll compete. That's good to have. You need that. Some of this is what we talked about last week. There's going to be a ton of moves. There's going to be a significant quantity of additions because they had 28 free agents. You're going to have to sign a million guys. It's going to feel like they're really active because they signed so many one-year deals last year. Now they're doing essentially the same thing, by the way. Most of these deals, almost to a man, one by one, are one-year deals. So they're going to probably have 24 or so free agents again next year. When you can find a guy at the right age who you project 3, 4, 5 good years of football from, then you lock them up to a significant deal like they did with Frankie Louvu. Obviously, they like Javon Kinlaw. That was a lot of money they gave the D tackle, but 3 years and $45 million, that's not a one-year deal because he's a little younger, and this is more of a longer-term solution. But I think what Peters is doing, and what I want to know is, does he have to do this or does he want to do this, is he's kind of kicking the can down the road with players that help elevate the floor, that allow you to be really competitive in the division again, to try to keep as close as you can to the Philadelphia Eagles in the East so that you're back in the playoffs. But what I'm curious about is, would this be his philosophy no matter where he was, or is this something he's got to do because Ron Rivera and the Marty Party did such a horrendous job building the roster that they have no young talent because they have had one bad draft after another, so there's no depth of youth. There aren't ascending players coming into their own that they didn't draft last year, so they almost have to go out and sign a bunch of these veterans to one-year deals to make this all work.
Yeah, I mean, they showed you how they felt about the roster that Ron left when they cut half the team, right? Like they are starting over with a lot of what they're doing. And the reason that you get these 1 and 2 year deals is because of the fact that, like you mentioned earlier, free agency, dudes are 30, 31, 32. Do you want to sign that dude to a 4-year deal? Probably not. So that's kind of where you're at. The interesting part about this is if you're trying to build a foundation for long-term success, obviously you found the quarterback, which is huge, but you look at the draft picks that they've traded over the last couple of months, even going back to the Lattimore deal, and they've traded almost an entire draft class like Ricky Williams trade back in the day. Like every single pick has been gone except for the first rounders. So that's how you can build this thing long term. And that's where I think if you're going to have a gripe with what they're doing, that's where you could potentially have it. But at the same point, when you saw what happened last year, you can't all of a sudden say we're just going to depend on all rookies. We're going to try to do it this way. We're going to try to think ahead to the future, when the reality is their window might already be open. Obviously, Philadelphia had their way with them in the NFC Championship game, but you felt like you were at least there. You're there with the Lions. You win that game. You're there with Tampa Bay. And who knows if a ball goes a different direction, who knows, the injuries, whatever, you're right there, especially with Jaden Daniels. So I don't blame them at all for continuing to say we need proven help to help us continue to be a good team.
The Wiley restructure, while not important, I don't think in the grand scheme of things, means that they created a little bit more money and that he is in their plans, obviously. There was still, I think, some speculation that maybe they would have a different starter at right tackle and Wiley would ultimately be cut. That's not happening. They are moving money around, though, which always means you're going to get more in the short term. Not that they necessarily needed it, but not going to hurt them. So you can pencil Wiley in on the right side. Small chance it ends up being at guard with Cosme hurt at the beginning of the year, and they go get another right tackle. But I would think he starts at right tackle. There's still some question as to who starts at right guard. Maybe Nick Allegretti becomes that guy in the short term until Cosme's back from the torn ACL several weeks into the season. But you know you've got a very steady customer at center in Biotish. At left guard, you've kicked Coleman inside. I would think that's the position he settles on. And now you've got your brand new premium superstar left tackle. You gave up a lot for, but it seems like the right decision to protect Jaden Daniels' blindside in Laramie Tunsil coming over from Houston. By the way, they are now up to, just doing some quick math, I've got them at 12 of their own free agents that they've retained of those 28 that were hitting the market. So that's Mariota, running back Chris Rodriguez, and Jeremy Nichols. At tight end, Ertz and Bates. By the way, John Bates is joining us live today at 3 o'clock after signing his new 3-year deal. Bobby Wagner, special teamer Kevon Seymour, Tressway, Zane Gonzalez on specials, and then Dieter, the lineman, and receivers today, Osborne and Brown. So they keep 12 of their own. As far as gains from outside the building, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, Javon Kinlaw, Eddie Goldman on the D-line, and then the 2 Patriots last night, Jonathan Jones at corner, Will Harris on the defensive line. And they haven't really lost anybody that I don't think makes you lose sleep. Would you have liked to kept De'Ami Brown around after he broke out in the playoffs? Probably, but I wasn't paying him $10 million.
No.
I'll let the Jags do that. Cornelius Lucas would have been a great player to keep, but they weren't going to pay him $6-7 million a year. So he's now in Cleveland. Special teams linebacker Michael Walker, very replaceable. John Allen signed a massive deal with the Vikings. They saved a lot of money, 16+ mil by moving on from him. Benjamin St. Juste, they were ready to divorce.
Yeah.
That was just a
big time.
Long time coming there. He's a Charger. Derek Forrest signed a 1-year deal with the Bills. This staff, for whatever reason, just didn't think that highly of him. And Jeremy Chin, I think, is one guy they wanted back, probably their biggest loss. He's a Raider at 2 years and $16 million.
Well, and that's why to me, when you look at what they were doing this offseason when they're signing guys, is like you got to think that, you know, you got to sign so many of your own guys, so that cap space isn't as much as it looked like.
The Commanders making 4 moves today as they continue to piece their roster together. We'll get you breaking news out of Ashburn as it comes, but we are live in West Palm Beach for day 1 of what is going to be a nice 4+ day stay for us at spring training to catch up with the Nats, get you a lot of access to your favorite players, and to watch some baseball. The president of baseball ops, Mike Rizzo, joins us next on Grant and Danny live on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders with some signings today. They re-signed wide receiver Noah Brown on a one-year deal worth $4.5 million. They re-signed offensive lineman Michael Dieter. They signed KJ Osborne, and they agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. Earlier in the offseason, they signed tight end John Bates to a 3-year deal. He joins the show coming up at 3 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Rays in spring training. C.J. Abrams and James Wood with homers already in the game. Mike Rizzo set to join us coming up in just a couple of moments. Other news in the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight at 7 o'clock. You hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Capitals continue their California road trip, taking on the LA Kings tonight at 10:30. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live from West Palm Beach in sunny Florida. Grant and Danny on the road, although Danny will not be here until tomorrow morning as he is fighting a bug, but he's now on the mend. He is healthy enough that he has decided that he is going to make the trek a little bit behind us. We are brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will draft your last will and testament, set up a trust for you, or put together a medical power of attorney. Huge DC sports fans. They'll be at opening day coming up. They're looking forward to all the Nats content that we've got in the days ahead. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We are pleased right now to be joined on site to kick off our spring training coverage by the president of baseball operations for the Nationals, Mike Rizzo. Mike, it is great to see you again.
Welcome to West Palm Beach.
We are happy to be here. It's a long time coming. You know, it's tough sitting back in the cold, watching the games, scrolling box scores. But you guys have been working hard, getting a lot done.
We have gotten a lot done. It's been a really busy spring training, backfields into mornings and game times. And we've had a couple of split double headers already. So, we've been busy.
What's impressed you so far this spring from the guys?
Well, it's just, the kind of camaraderie that they've made already. The feel of the clubhouse is great. The veterans have kind of seamlessly came in and have kind of made their mark so far early in spring training. And, the young core guys who've been together in the minors that are kind of ascending to the big leagues at the same time. They've got a good feel for the good group. And I see guys, working hard with a smile and going through their paces and getting ready for the season.
Mike, I've been talking to you for years with spring training and over the air during the season, and the message is kind of always the same. Like, you don't really think of it as you guys are rebuilding or not in the mode of winning, right? But the last couple of years, you guys have been trying to build up the system, and occasionally that means still trading pieces off. Back-to-back years at 71 wins. Although last year, I think you guys would have won more than that had you retained the roster. You made some growth. Where do you see this team this year? Is this now a club that can get over that 500 hump and really compete, or where do you see you in the build?
Well, we're going to compete each and every game. We've got a tough division that we're going to grind it out against some really good teams. But, people, the teams we play, they know when we've played them. And I think that showed up last year. We had some success against the Braves and played some close games against the Phillies and the Mets and the rest of the tough National League. So, they know we're coming. We think that we can compete against anybody, and we're just going to grind it out and play every day. The most important game is today's, and we want to win today's game, and at the end of the season we'll see where we're at. We'll let the chips fall where they may, but we're here to compete and win every game.
One of the guys that I think a lot of Nats fans are excited to see this year is Dylan Cruz, obviously. How important was it to get him that cup of coffee in the bigs last year so that he's able to come in with a little better understanding? He's gone through at least a little bit of a big league season and has seen the pitching at that level.
I think it's important. You hate to rush a player to the big leagues for the wrong reasons, but for the right reasons. We got him some time last year at the big league level, and we thought he belonged. We see this year that he's going to be a good player player for us for a long time, and I think getting his feet wet with some of his old teammates, Woods and Abrams and that group, I think was important, and I think it builds a bond between those guys who come up together and kind of hang together and build that camaraderie in the clubhouse and on the field.
Cruz, a College World Series champion at LSU, the number 2 pick in 2023, not even 2 years removed. And here he is with big league experience, about to spend a full year in the major leagues. Mike Rizzo, the president of baseball operations of the Nats, is with us. Going into the offseason, before it started, what were your goals? What did you think you might be able to accomplish? And how many of those things did you get to check off the list?
We thought we had a pretty good offseason. You know what I mean? We wanted to come in and we looked at what happened last year, and we were really encouraged about our young pitching, and I think that part of the young pitching is also young defense, and we played poorly defensively last year, I thought. So we wanted to shore up that end of the game. So defensively, we went out and got a Gold Glover at first base, which we think will help all our young infielders. Paul DeJong, I think, is going to be a solid add for us defensively at third base. I think he's a guy that you can count on to catch the ball and make plays and that type of thing. And then to go along with a year under their belt with all 3 outfielders, I think you're going to see a dynamic defensive outfield, with Wood, Young, Gray, Alex Call, and then you got Hassel behind him, and Pinckney, and Dylan Lyle. So we're pretty flush with good athletic defensive outfielders. CJ, the first half, CJ Abrams, that's the defensive guy we need at shortstop. Louis made a big jump defensively last year, and we see that it getting a little bit better even from what he was last year. So I think that we went out and shored up the defense. We got 2 veteran middle of the lineup guys in Lowe and Josh Bell. We think he'll take a little onus off the young hitters and take a little weight off their shoulders to get some veteran guys in the middle of the lineup, and kind of attack the bullpen with some good power arms. We think that can control the back end of the game.
And it seems like, to me, you'd have to be excited about flipping a reliever, even a good one, in Robert Garcia out west to get a everyday first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe. That does not happen very often. It seems like Michael Soroka is off to a great start. Could be a flyer that ends up netting you a strong reward. But was that kind of the philosophy? Let's get creative here, or were there other guys that you tried to make a push for in terms of the big money? Because I'll just say, for me personally, I thought this was an offseason where maybe you guys start spending even more than you did. Baseball ops does a really good job of filling this roster out. But are we still a year away from that, or is that a case-by-case thing?
I think that's an organic thing. Everyone mentions the Worth thing. Well, the Worth thing happened organically. He was a guy that we felt at that time we needed to learn how to win. We needed a veteran presence in the clubhouse, and we went out and got ourselves a really good player that filled a lot of voids that we needed to fill on the roster. This year we saw we took a look at the whole landscape and where we're at in the rebuild, if you will, to become a championship caliber club again. The draft pick was important for us. The second round pick and the international money is where we think we're going to make our hay and grow. And so it was going to take us a special fit for us to go after that type of player. Pay top dollar for him, and to give up a draft pick and international money. So none of those players that we went after kind of filled all those voids for us, and we decided to go at first base. We went with a guy that's a 27-year-old, 28-year-old guy with a Silver Slugger, a Gold Glove, and a World Championship. So we felt that that was a better choice for us in this year than going out and getting a guy that costs a lot of money, multi-years, and a draft pick and some international money. So that was a decision that we discussed and we made, and we think that we like where it ended up at the end of the winter.
The big addition this year in the rotation, Mike Soroka. Last year he kind of struggled as a starter, did well out of the pen. What did you guys see that made you think he can be a starter? And obviously in spring training he looked fantastic.
Well, spring training. I'll always remind everybody, but he's got good stuff. He's got great stuff, and And the thing that most impressed me about him was when we met with him, he's a big time competitor, man. He really gets after it. And I remember when in his Brave days, did all the research on him when he was with the White Sox, in a really tough situation where he got relegated to the bullpen, took it like a man, and kind of reworked his stuff, his delivery, and his pitch arsenal, and had a really strong finish. And when we talked to him, he was so passionate about being with us because we were going to allow him the opportunity to be a starter. He had a lot of opportunities to go to a lot of different places as a back end reliever, and we allowed him. They trusted us enough to come with us with the promise that he's going to get every opportunity to start. So we're going to do that, and we hope that the stuff continues and he pounds the strike zone and he gets after it like he's been getting after it since the day he walked in here.
9 strikeouts, 1 walk in his 7 spring innings. I know, just spring training. You can tell Mike's like, yeah, that's nice. Let's see what he does in April. Mike Rizzo on Grant and Danny here on your flagship home for the Nats, 106.7 The Fan. Staying in the rotation for a second. Seems like it's a 2-horse race for the 5th starter job. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but Hers and Parker possibly. The other 4 seem pretty entrenched. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think the 4 seem entrenched. I think it's I look at it as a three-man competition. Parker, Hers, and Shino. I think they all have good stuff. They pitch differently, but I think they're all going to help us, throughout this year. But we'll see who's there opening day and who's not. But it's a good competition between 3 really talented left-handed pitchers, and we always talk about the depth. It gives us depth that we've never had before. You go with those 7 starters, and we've got guys behind them that are ready to make the jump and impact the team also.
Power's been something that this team has kind of struggled with the last couple of years. You added some power bats. DeYoung's hit a lot of home runs in his career. Josh Bell as well. Do you feel like you guys have improved that enough that you're happy with that now?
Yeah, we think that, with the couple of the additions we make, JB can hit some home runs, as can Lowe, as can DeYoung. But, we think that our young core guys are going to facilitate some power also. So, we feel good about the ability to score runs, be it home runs or just be offensively efficient. But I think that with the young core taking the next step offensively, you add those, 3 or 4 veteran bats. I think that we have improved ourselves.
Do you feel like last year you guys were really aggressive on the base paths? Is that something you want to continue to do? Obviously, sometimes running into outs was a bit of a problem, but I thought overall you guys were really aggressive stealing bags. Is that
most steals in baseball, 223 last year?
Is that something that you want to continue to be?
Yeah, I think we have to be patiently aggressive. I mean, we have to go first to third, second to home. We have to, balls in the dirt. We have to take the extra 90 feet, stealing bases. I think that's part of our DNA. Davey likes to manage that way. We've got the skill set of the players on the roster to do so. So I think that for us to go away from that part of our offense would be silly. We have to be smarter to do it. Smarter though, in the way we do it. If we limit teams to 27 outs and we don't make outs on silly outs on the bases, I think that's going to just add to the way we compete and the way we win games.
Number 1 in the sport in steals last year and in caught stealing. When you run, that happens, but 73, obviously way too many times getting thrown out on base for Mike Rizzo's liking. We mentioned the power, trying to build on 135 homers as a team last year. A guy that can both run and hit, James Wood. It just feels like the possibilities for him are limitless. And maybe it's not this year in his first full year in the majors, but what have you seen from him this spring? I mean, he seems like the guy that's going to put some butts in seats this year and really give people something to watch.
Yeah, he's a special player. He's got a full tool bag, and he can hit, and he can hit with power, and he's working so hard on making the adjustment to left field. On defense, he runs the bases well, aggressively and smartly, and he's going to be a fixture in the middle of the lineup for years to come. And when you look at the exciting guys that we have, they're all young kids, 24. We got Garcia and Abrams and Cruz and Young and Wood. They're all young, 24 or less, and just scratching the surface, I think, of what they can do as big leaguers.
Mike,
we're looking forward to a few days of baseball ahead.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by.
My pleasure, guys. Always a pleasure.
Mike Rizzo, President Baseball Ops with the Nationals on Grant and Danny. John Bates re-signed with the Commanders for a 3-year deal. going to join us live on the show in about 20 minutes. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan. Sad news out of the Washington Post today as they announced John Feinstein, a Washington Post sports writer who became of more than 40 books, died March 13th at his brother's home in McLean, Virginia. He was 68. He wrote 48 books, 23 of which were New York Times bestsellers. Longtime friend of The Fan as well and the Junkies. John Feinstein passed away. He was 68.
Palm Beach, Grant and Danny. No, Danny. He will be here tomorrow. Toby Altizer filling in. You're locked into the Fan. Just terrible news. I'd be remiss if we did not, after hearing this over the last few minutes, Toby just provided the update, mentioned the passing of a buddy of this station, someone who was a regular guest of ours on Grant and Danny, someone who I've known for over 20 years, John Feinstein. Tragic to hear of his passing. This is one of those moments where, as you're talking about it on the air, it's not only uncomfortable, but it doesn't feel real. It feels surreal. Not even 70 years old. Just horrendous news. The Washington Post reporting today about the passing of one of the great sports writers and authors in my entire lifetime and in history. A thought on Feinstein, just top of my head, first thing that comes to mind. My dad emailed me, this has been 7-8 years ago now, an old email that he had from some account that he doesn't even use anymore. And he had stumbled into one of the first rundowns of the first radio show that I'd ever done. And it was on Sirius XM. I was doing a show. I was hired at that time as like a 13-year-old to do a show on a teen talk channel called Babylon 167. And the document that he'd found and he'd sent me via email was a list of my guests for my first several shows. So this would have been 2002 probably. You know, I was about to be 14, and it's right around now, honestly, the spring of 2002. And I remember we were going into the tournament, and John Feinstein was one of the first guests I ever had on the radio. And I can just tell you, as someone now who's in my mid-30s, that there were plenty of people at that time. I was a very young kid doing radio. And especially if you were a grizzled veteran who'd been around for a long time, whether you were threatened, probably not, or just you felt like it was ridiculous and beneath you to waste your time dealing with some kid who's some novelty on the air, you know, getting his 15 seconds of radio or whatever. A lot of people didn't give me that time or treat me with that decency. And not only was John Feinstein one of my first radio guests ever who did that for me, but he became a regular on that Sirius XM show that I did because he had a national profile and was an author of so many books that it wasn't just a local guy that's on in DC. He was relevant all over the country. And so I would have him on once a month, once every couple of months. And I still remember just looking at that roster of some of the big guests and people who were, everything from talking to a volleyball player at a local college. Why I had that person on, I have no idea. I can't tell you. It was 2002. But John Feinstein, one of the first people really in the media of great note who, as a radio person, gave me the time. And I'll never forget that. Just a really, really helpful person in that way. But also then years later, as Danny and I start our show, he was a weekly regular on this program. And with the Junkies until very recently was on every single Friday at 8 a.m. And by the way, I'm told that tomorrow at 8 a.m. they'll be honoring John Feinstein. I can't wait to hear because they have even a much closer relationship over many, many years together, being from the same era coming up together in DC media. But that's tragic news. Toby, I know you're very young. I mean, people older than me, he is a deity as far as writing goes. What he said in this town mattered so much for so long. And he was still a terrific columnist. He wrote a piece today going into the NCAA tournament that I just saw and just was reading about Tom Izzo having too much fun to stop coaching. So he was still cranking out the content and doing really good stories. And did you say 23 bestsellers?
Yeah, I believe it was 48 books total, 23 bestsellers. And that's my thing. I didn't know John Feinstein. I knew him as the Junkies guest. So I didn't have the file that you do, obviously, on Feinstein. But recently I was scrolling through looking for audiobooks just to listen to about sports. And every single book I looked at was Feinstein, 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 Feinstein. And all ones that you want to read or you want to listen to. All stuff that's just timeless stuff that's incredible, following great players, following great personalities. So just an incredible loss for us here in the DMV, losing John Feinstein today.
Yeah, this is a big industry, but it really, frankly, is this small communal fraternity. And moments like this are a great reminder of that. And it obviously hits us close as a station because he's been such a part of what we've done for many, many years. But when somebody passes, and I have not talked to Feinstein recently, it's just so jarring. And you think about all the memories and you think about the interactions and what he meant, not only to so many of us, I'm sure, in this business who interacted with him, but I just think big picture to DC's media landscape. I mean, this is a real iconic writing figure over many, many years. The other thing I think about with Feinstein, I'm pretty sure the first book I ever read, if not, it was really early on, was one of his children's books or, young teen type sports books, Change Up, A Mystery at the World Series. I still remember checking that book out on paperback from the school library and reading that book as one of the first where you're old enough now and you're like, what am I going to read? Well, I'm going to read a sports book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one's got a picture on it. Let me see. And I didn't know John Feinstein at that time, but wow, 23 bestsellers. I always make the joke, it's harder to write the second than the first, and I really feel that way. What about the 23rd? What about the 22nd?
Yeah, you've got a lot to live up to. You got a lot to live up to.
I don't plan on writing any books.
No.
Or any bestsellers. But my point is just, we've talked about this with the Commanders. It's going to be harder to do what they did last year in 2025 because doing it the first time, you surprise people, you catch people off guard. That's right in the first bestseller. Now that's the expectation. That's amazing, man. Got to be one of the all-time leaders in the clubhouse among sports writers in that category.
Yeah, to set the standard so high and then live up to it on a consistent basis it's incredible. It's something that we all aspire to do.
I look forward to hearing Danny on Feinstein tomorrow as well, because Danny, I don't want to say sneaky, right? But maybe people wouldn't know this. Danny is a Feinstein mark. Like, he grew up reading him, and he's told me a lot about his background. I didn't know about swimming and all of the things that he covered. Obviously, I knew him as college basketball and golf. But I can't wait to have Danny back on the show tomorrow to discuss this. But very, very sad. We'll effort to try to further the conversation, maybe get a couple of his good friends in the sports media on today, tomorrow, because I know he meant a lot to plenty of our listeners. But if you are just hearing this, John Feinstein, tragically, no longer with us, passing away at the age of 68 years old. No good transition. We're going to do sports radio. That's what you guys come here for. John Bates, the tight end of the Commanders, who re-signed for 3 years, will be with us right at the top of the hour here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Sad news today as the Washington Post reporting that John Feinstein has passed away at the age of 68. On our 106.7 The Fan Twitter page, we said, we are so deeply sorry to learn of the passing of John Feinstein, a master storyteller and fearless reporter. John brought us behind the scenes of the most intriguing teams and into the real lives of the most interesting sports figures. We were so lucky to have his sharp insights as a regular contributor to 106.7 The Fan for over 14 years. Our thoughts are with his family, his readers, and his listeners. In the NFL, the Commanders re-signed wide receiver Noah Brown to a one-year deal worth $4.5 million. Commanders also re-signed Michael Dieter and KJ Osborne. The Commanders earlier this offseason re-signed John Bates to a 3-year contract. He's going to join Grant and Danny coming up in just a couple of moments. In baseball, the Rays are not going to be moving forward with their new stadium in St. Petersburg. Instead, they'll focus on getting Tropicana Field ready for the 2026 season. The Nats taking on the Rays right now in spring training. C.J. Abrams and James Wood both with home runs. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight at 7 o'clock on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Kings in L.A. 10:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
For this season. Now, Daniels. Little bootleg, and he's connected here with Bates. Look at that. Runs over the defender, fired, and that gets this crowd even a little bit more ramped up. Gain of 20.
Jim Nantz on the call of Commanders football on CBS from earlier this season. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Danny's out sick. Toby is in. We are live from West Palm Beach. We'll be covering Nats spring training for the next 3 shows. Thursday, Friday, Monday, we'll be mixing in interviews with some of your favorite Nationals. But right now, we want to go to the hotline to welcome onto the program one of the veterans re-signed by the Commanders in free agency and retained by the organization. On the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find tight end John Bates, who just signed a new 3-year deal to come back and lead the way in the ground game as a premium blocking tight end. John, thank you so much for the time. You're on with Grant and Toby in D.C. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing good. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Let's just start with what this process was like for you. I mean, you had a chance potentially to go to the market and see what was out there or to stay here in D.C. and re-sign. What was your mindset at the end of the year, and how did it all play out?
Yeah, I mean, just the culture, I think, first off, that, DQ and AP have set up in this place since the day they got here is made it a place that makes it really hard to leave. And so I think towards the end of the year, with obviously the success we have and being here through, I guess you could say, some of the hard times with this organization, it's really my goal to stay here and to remain here. And so the process was really smooth, thank goodness. And this is the place I wanted to be. So got it done and made it happen.
Can you talk about the growth that this team showed? I mean, week 1 against Tampa versus the team that we saw go into Detroit and win in the playoffs. That offense especially, just a totally different look. Obviously, Jaden grew as the season went on, but you guys seem to get more comfortable with Cliff doing his job well as well. How was that as the season went on? Was it just the chemistry that started to click? Was there a time frame where you said, oh, okay, now we're starting to get it, and you could see those results on the field?
Yeah, for sure. I think it was just, chemistry was a big part of it. And then it's a new offense. And so we had a lot of new guys coming from different places, and we had guys that were here already. And so, developing that, it takes time. And so I think as the season went on, you saw, the offense really start to click and understand each other and how everyone operates and does things. And kind of how, you know, Cliff goes about play calling and all that stuff. And so it was really cool to see our offense, you know, from week 1 in Tampa to develop all the way into the end of the year, which was really cool to see.
John Bates, drafted in the 4th round in 2021, entering year 5 with the Commanders, just signed a new 3-year deal to stay in D.C. You're one of the guys on this team that's known for being really unselfish. You don't make any demands. You're not asking for the football. You go out there and you do the dirty work. You're blocking. Your role actually in the passing game kind of diminished this season as you became known as one of the real true great blocking tight ends in the league. I'm just curious, like, what's that's like? Because I'm sure you'd like to get the ball in space. You'd like to be more involved like you were over the last couple of seasons. Did that ever bother you that maybe the targets weren't there, or is that something you were cool with?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think everyone wants to be able to touch the ball, right? It's a cool opportunity to be able to touch the ball and make plays and help your team in that way too. But I think also, you know, I'm willing to do whatever it takes as long as we win. And so, you know, unfortunately, not necessarily, you know, the stats didn't show that necessarily last year, but, you know, I had more fun just going out there and winning games. And so, you know, at the end of the day, that's, you know, what I'm here for, is to win games and to win championships.
You mentioned earlier that you've kind of been here through some lean years, even though you've, you know, only had a 4-year career so far going into your 5th year. You obviously had a really successful season this past year. What's that been like, watching the change? Obviously, you had coaching staff change. You've had an ownership change. Now you're seeing kind of the fan base re-energized. What's that look like inside the building and as a player?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy, just like the difference from a culture standpoint and the energy. I mean, you go in the building now and it's like coaches and everyone that's in that building has energy, isn't excited to see each other. And it's not just like transactional relationships. It's true, authentic relationships where if you're walking.
I think we lost John there. We will call him back and get him on the horn. I want to go right back to that answer.
Yeah.
Because what he was just saying is very interesting. Not a transactional relationship, energy up. That happens when you win, by the way. Everyone's excited to get to work. But it does seem like maybe there was this feeling now with this group of, and I think this starts with Adam Peters, frankly, that they really genuinely care about the players.
Sure.
That they put them first. You saw this, I think, reflected in some of the NFLPA polling, where Washington went from 32nd, dead last for a couple of years in terms of best place to play, to 11th. We've got tight end John Bates back. But, John, we'll pick up where we left off there. You were saying the energy in the building and the exuberance is up, and that the relationships maybe aren't transactional.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can, you know, stop anyone in the hallway. Doesn't matter if it's, you know, a trainer, strength staff, offense, defensive coach. Like, you can say what's up to each other in the hallway and have like a real conversation. And I think that's the cool thing, like I said earlier, just about like what AP and, you know, DQ have done with the culture, is they've made it a true like family environment, and you can feel that. And it's just so different than before, because you really feel like you're with your family no matter who's in that building. And so it's been really special to be a part of and just see the change over the, you know, last few years and just whatever's like gone on. And so it's truly a special place.
I mean, you talk about DQ. How does he go about doing that? Is that something that obviously he fosters and the players kind of build that relationship together? Or is it, you know, something where he's coming up with activities? How does that happen?
You know, I know last year when we kind of all got together, you know, DQ implemented kind of the things that he wanted from a coaching standpoint and from a team standpoint. And then, you know, we had a military group come in and, you know, do some team bonding stuff. And then after that team bonding stuff, we kind of put, you know, like a players pact, I guess you could say, of things and standards that we were going to hold each other accountable to. And I think once we implemented that and we had the structure of our team standard and how we were going to go about things, it truly just built on from there. And the cool part was that there wasn't really any lack in any area from players on the team. It was kind of just, this is how we're going to do things, and everyone was all in on it, and there was no one really having to tell each other how to do things because we were just all risen to that standard.
John, I want to know your early impressions right away of Jaden Daniels, and then bonus points if you have a moment that you can think of or an anecdote, but when you knew, whether it was in game or well before that, that this guy was different.
Yeah. I mean, like, for starters, just how mature and poised he was as a quarterback and as a player, and just like how down to earth he is too. Like, you can just have a conversation with him like he's a normal person, and he'll treat you the same way. And, you know, just the way he handles himself, he's never too high, never too low for the moment, which is super special. And I mean, I don't think there's necessarily any one moment where it's like, okay, this kid's for real. I mean, really from the day, you know, he got in the building, just impressive all around, and the way he handled himself and his business and the way he prepared, and it translated to game day. And so it's been really special having him in the building and just what he's able to do, you know, not only on the field, but off the field. It's awesome to see.
What's it like having a guy like Zach Ertz in the tight end room to work alongside someone that has so much veteran leadership, so much experience, and winning experience as a Super Bowl champion himself? What's it like working alongside him?
Yeah, it's great. I got nothing but respect for Zach and everything that he's done in his career. And, you know, it's really cool to have him in the room because he's obviously had a lot of success and, you know, won a Super Bowl and all this stuff. But it's really cool just being able to pick his brain and see him go about his routine and just see how much of a pro's pro he is and the way he handles himself. I mean, dude is like crazy regimented through the season, and he's got a system, and, you know, it works great for him. And so just being able to pick his brain, and, you know, he's a great leader in the room too. And he's able to help us, you know, everyone in the room with questions or anything that we have. And we're all able to work together and kind of bounce ideas off each other. So it's been awesome having him in the room.
John Bates re-upped with the Commanders for the next 3 seasons, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Speaking of Zach Ertz, he met with the media the other day. I don't know why. It was like at 6:50 in the morning. It was the weirdest thing ever. It was literally the earliest press conference in team history, I'm pretty sure. But he was asked about you staying on a 3-year deal, and I think you're an awesome player. To hear him talk about you made me think maybe I sleep on you a little bit, and I don't take you give you enough credit. But listen to what Ertz said about you, John.
John doesn't get the probably national recognition that he deserves in terms of what he does on a every play basis for us last year. But he's probably the most dominant blocking tight end I've really ever seen and studied in my career. The guy, he's just dominant at the line of scrimmage. What he does, there's not many guys walking the earth that can do what John Bates does. And so I was ecstatic. I knew he was going to have the opportunity to make a lot of money, and I'm just glad it's here in Washington.
Number one, he should be your agent. I think you've got a good agent, but maybe he could help. But number two, he called you the most dominant tight end that he's ever studied or seen. Guy's been around for 15 years. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's, you know, really cool to hear that coming from Zach, who, like we talked about earlier, has the resume and has been around for so long. And so, you know, it means a lot coming from him and whatnot, which is really cool.
Taking a look at the offseason, what are some things you want to work on, improve in your game? Obviously, like you just heard, Zach Ertz said you're a heck of a blocker. What are some things you want to maybe work on this offseason?
Yeah, honestly, like, to be general, I think everything. I think there's always room for improvement in every area. Continue to get better at the run blocking, continue to progress in the pass game, you know, running routes, creating separation. And then I think, too, just a really important thing, especially year after year, as you're in this thing longer, I think the, you know, defensive recognition and understanding defense is another area where I want to keep improving on, because you know exactly what's happening pre-snap and what the defense is doing based off of an alignment. You know, I think that makes a world of difference for just anticipation for yourself and, you know, kind of being one step ahead. And so that's kind of where I want to, you know, continue to keep improving.
All right, John, I'll end the conversation here, but I do want to ask a few questions to help our listeners get to know you a little better off the field. First time we've had you on the show here. So we'll start with, what is your cheat meal of choice?
Cheat meal of choice? I think my cheat meal of choice is honestly like probably Mexican food of some sort. Something like super cheesy and maybe greasy, like a quesadilla or a burrito. I try to stay away from dairy throughout the season because of like inflammation and stuff. So if I'm going to go all out, I'm probably just going on some Mexican food.
What's your nerdiest thing you like to learn about? Like something that you'll watch a documentary of or just intrigued by?
You know, in terms of like nerdiness documentaries and stuff, I've always kind of been like a historical buff growing up. For whatever reason, I've always just been drawn to history. So, I mean, I don't do it as much anymore, but like I always growing up loved watching like historical documentaries on like wars and like past times. And then too, I love the outdoors and nature. So honestly, like, the one that's about the world planet. I can't remember what it's called.
The Americas
Planet
right
Earth.
now.
Planet Earth.
Planet Earth.
Yeah,
Planet Earth.
stuff
Okay.
like
the
that,
new one, the
I think
Americas,
it's
is a banger,
super-
by the way.
Yeah, it's super interesting to me. So
I
I'd
love
probably
that.
say those two things.
All right,
Yeah.
last one is your superhero of choice.
Oh, superhero of choice. Man, I think I have to go with Iron Man. I think just like the savviness, like his personality, and just like all the technology and everything that he's able to create and have access to. I think it's one of those things that's pretty hard to stop. So I can go Iron Man.
That's a pretty good answer for a tight end. A little bit of everything. I like that. John,
Yeah.
appreciate the time,
Yeah.
man. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you guys for having me on.
Be good. Congrats on the new deal. There's John Bates, 3-year contract, staying in D.C. He's one of now 13 players that Washington has retained from last year's roster with a new contract, because defensive tackle Sheldon Day also being kept around. He signed a 1-year deal today. You got to give the Commanders credit for this. I know there's opinions on Javon Kinlaw's money and maybe they overpaid. Look, Adam Peters looked at that defensive line after they got run on by Saquon Barkley in the NFC title game and were 28th in yards per play allowed all year long. And he said, we're going to throw some meat at that defensive line. We're going to add some poundage. And they have. They went and got Kinlaw. They went and got Eddie Goldman. Now they've re-signed Sheldon Day. So you've got Payne, Newton, Kinlaw, Goldman, Day, all back in the fold. There's not a single position where they have currently used more resources or made more moves than just, and I'm not even talking about the D-line, I'm talking specifically up the middle at D-tackle. I think that's pretty telling.
Yeah, big time. I mean, they have to improve their run defense like we talked about all the time. When you have a team that is dominant, wins a Super Bowl like Philadelphia did, you have to be able to counter Philadelphia. And, you know, frankly, they just didn't have the guys in the middle, even though they had John Allen and Daron Payne. Not to say that these guys are an upgrade or anything, but they understand that they have to stop the run, or at least they have to contain Saquon Barkley. And so that's what they're building, and hopefully it works. I think everyone going into the offseason wanted to see the trenches built up, and really that's been kind of the focus this offseason outside of, you know, the move for Deebo Samuel. It's a lot of re-signing your own guys, but they've gone after Tunsil. They've gone after Kinlaw, whether you like that or not. They've gone after Goldman. Focused on the trenches on both sides, but like you said, interior D-line has been a big-time focus.
All right, here's what I want to do next. I want to open up the listener lines and take a couple of calls from you guys, because I want to gauge the temperature here. I'm not really sure, being in West Palm Beach at Nats camp today, what the feeling is back home, been traveling. If Washington doesn't make any more splash additions at wide receiver, and so it's McLaurin, Samuel, Noah Brown, and then other depth pieces with McCaffrey and Osborne, whether that's bringing back Zacchaeus or signing a guy like him, is that good enough for you at that position? We talked about wanting to add weapons. We've talked a lot about needing to throw assets at wide receiver. Have they done enough with a 5th-round pick trade for Deebo Samuel and bringing Noah Brown back? Or do you still think they need a traditional, legitimate 2 so they can slot Brown down the depth chart and have Deebo moved all over the formation? 800-636 1067 is how you get a hold of us. Grant and Danny live on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Sad news today is John Feinstein has passed away. The Washington Post breaking that story a little bit earlier today. On our Twitter account, we said we were so lucky to have his sharp insights as a regular contributor to 106.7 The Fan for over 14 years. Our thoughts are with his family, his readers, and his listeners. Tomorrow, the Sports Junkies will pay tribute to John Feinstein at 8 a.m., his normal time slots. In the NFL, the Commanders making some moves today, re-signing wide receiver Noah Brown to a one-year deal, as well as offensive lineman Michael Dieter, wide receiver KJ Osborne, and defensive tackle Sheldon Day. They also agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Rays in spring training, not going the Nats' way, but James Wood and C.J. Abrams have both homered. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight at 7 o'clock on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Kings in LA at 10:30. Can hear it right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live in West Palm Beach, Nats spring training. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's expected to be back on the show tomorrow. He has been sick. He should be traveling down, early morning flight, and here in time for tomorrow's show. So excited to get him back in the saddle. Toby is filling in admirably. Toby Altizer alongside. We're taking you up to 6:30 today. By the way, we got Caps tickets for you. We're giving those away at 4. We do it every single day all week long ahead of the Beltway Blitz. These are the good seats. This is an upcoming game with Ovi hunting down Gretzky. If you want to be at Capital One Arena, and everybody does, make sure you're listening in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock. Tom Curran covers the Patriots in Boston. He will stop by at 5. At that time, we've got your tickets to go see Volbeat at Jiffy Lube Live. That is coming up about an hour and a half from right now. So plenty of tickets to be had. All you got to do is listen, because we're nice like that on 106.7 The Fan. Let's talk wide receivers for the Commanders. They are better than they were last season already, because Deebo Samuel gives them a chance with his potential to add a pretty terrific weapon. Even if he is not what he was in his prime, and if he's regressed, Toby, I refuse to believe that he's washed. Like, there's these people that act like there's a potential for him to just be completely useless. I don't see that. He had a bad year, out of shape, fighting pneumonia, and still was productive and had some huge games for San Francisco last year. To me, that's the floor, and I actually expect far better than that, because this is his last chance to get a big payday, and he's in a contract year. I think he's motivated, and he's going to go out and ball.
I'm hoping you're correct. I kind of lean on the other side. Like, I would not be surprised if he is a little bit washed, but at the same point, for a 5th rounder and what you're going to give up for him, like, I'll take the production. I don't think he's going to necessarily go for 1,200 yards or anything, but if he can go for 700-800 yards for a 5th round pick, I'll take that.
Well, 700-800 yards though is not washed. I mean, to me, like, what happened last year where he goes for 500, 450. That means that he doesn't have a whole lot left.
I just don't. He's not the same guy, which is what to your point. But I don't know that you're going to get the Deebo Samuel that some people are expecting. That being said, I still think he's going to be an effective piece just because of the way that they're going to use him. He's maybe not going to break it long like he used to, maybe not break as many tackles as he used to, but I think he's still going to be useful just because of the fact that they went out and got this guy for a specific reason.
Right.
Cliff Kingsbury wants to get the ball out quick, and there's really no one better for that than Deebo Samuel. So I'm excited to see how they use him.
Look, if he has a year comparable to last year where he doesn't play a bunch, and when he does play, he's catching 3 balls a game and he's going for a total of 550 or 650 yards or something, that's a huge disappointment. And I don't care that it was only a 5th round pick. I love the trade, by the way. But you gave up $18 million against the cap. You're paying him as if he's still a really helpful impact player, and I think he will be. But I don't think we're talking about like Pro Bowl talent.
No.
I don't think we're talking about the Deebo that you had on your fantasy team 3 years ago. That was one of the most popular players in San Fran. Everybody's rocking 19 jerseys at home games. But I think he's going to be helpful and good. And I bring this up just to say that with McLaurin, with Samuel, now bringing back Noah Brown, who was your 2, you're deeper and you have a chance to just be more prolific and dynamic. And I think you have one more weapon. You can be more exotic. You can move him all over the place. They are better at wide receiver now, no doubt for me. They've got 5 guys under contract, though. Terry Debo, Noah Brown, and then it's Luke McCaffrey, who's on year 2 of his rookie deal, and KJ Osborne, who they re-signed today. They're going to still bring in another 2 or 3 guys who are good enough to make the roster. But my question to our listeners, I'll give you my take in a second. You can get us started, Toby. Is this enough for you to be content as far as starting caliber receivers that you actually pay? If they now go bring back Zacchaeus and do another thing like that, whether it's Crowder or some Jag veteran, and they go into camp with that group at wide receiver, did they do enough at a position where we all screamed they had to get busy this offseason?
Yeah, I think if they went into the season right now, I think I'd be okay with it, but I'm not going to be thrilled with it, right? Like, I don't think that they have done enough yet, but I also don't think that they're done yet. They're going to obviously bring in some competition. Like you said, they have to fill some roster spots.
All right, but then let me give you the hypothetical. I want to see what you'll think.
Sure.
So let's say OZ comes back.
Yeah.
And let's say Crowder-ish guy, whether that's him or another player who's been Crowder on another team. And that's the 7 projected receivers that compete for 6 spots in camp. Your reaction to that is?
Not enough. Because my thing is, when you went and got Debo Samuel, and this is something we talked about before we knew they were going to get him for a 5th-round pick, even talking about what the trade compensation was going to be, I didn't view Debo as a wide receiver. I viewed him as a weapon. And so have you somewhat improved wide receiver? Sure, because Debo does play wide receiver. He also plays running back. He does a little bit of everything. And so you still don't have a true number 2 guy that you feel like you can trust in the passing game, because you look at some of the metrics and stuff on Debo and however you want to view it. Like, you look at the metrics against zone coverage, against man coverage, he's frankly not great at creating that separation. So I don't think that they've done enough yet. I also don't think that they're done. But for the time being where they're at, I'm fine with it.
So I would not be surprised if they're done. And I don't mean that they're not going to add any more wide receivers, because you have to add more. But I think they might be done with money at the position, with names that our listeners care about. Cooper Kupp, to me, would be a potential really good fit now that he's been cut. 5 teams are talking to him. There's a market, which means he's going to get paid decent money. I would be happy about that, in the same way, though, that when a veteran was available, I said no to Adams, no to DK Metcalf. Those guys want the football. I think Kupp, coming off of last year where he watched Puka Nacua replace him and he became just an extra piece with the Rams, would probably play nicer in a role like that, because you're going to have to keep Terry McLaurin happy. You're going to have to get Debo Samuel the ball, or else what's the point of giving up a pick and paying him a bunch of money? So I can't also have another volume type guy on the other side of the formation necessarily. But if I had to bet right now, I would say they don't bring anyone else in who's made a Pro Bowl. I would say that they don't bring anyone else in who's had a 1,000-yard season, and they kind of piecemeal it together in the back end of the receiver depth chart. And if that is what happens, I'm whelmed. I'll accept it. I'm not excited about it. And I don't think satisfied is hard for me to answer. Satisfied means, are you pleased, right? Are you content? I'm certainly not pleased. I guess I'm content. It's not bad. You made an okay room a little bit better. I'd love to be great there. And I'm not sure that that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think besides Terry McLaurin, you're slightly better. You're not largely better. You're not very much better. You're slightly better. And I think going into the offseason, we wanted to see them definitively be better at that position. They are, but not by much. And so I think, the idea of being satisfied, I don't think that I would be if this is what they roll with. It's not to say that they have to go get Adams or Kupp or any of those guys to fill it out, but they need, I think, someone else that is. I don't want Noah Brown being your true number 2 receiver, because Debo kind of fits as a weapon.
Well, also, where is my speed?
Exactly.
I need a burner. And I'm hoping that guy comes in the draft. I should point out maybe that's the other thing I think could happen, even though they're light on picks. Maybe you trade back, you pick up some more selections. But I think in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, and it might not even be a pick they have right now, I think they draft a speedy receiver who ends up playing some this season. But it gets complicated when you're trying to get run, for Luke McCaffrey, who has to get snaps to get better. If you bring in another youngster who needs snaps and has to be on the field when you've already got McLaurin and Samuel and Noah Brown in the pecking order, it's hard to develop everybody at the same time in terms of the back of the roster. But I guess my delusions, as I now look at them from the beginning of the offseason, of whether it was T. Higgins or, making some mega deal and it's Terry McLaurin and another fringe all-pro Pro Bowl type, when they made the Deebo Samuel trade, which I'm happy about, I'm fine with it, I think that was your big move.
Sure.
And if you and I sitting here debating how helpful it will be, how much good football he has left, that's a little bit worrisome when that was kind of the big splurge, if you will. And we haven't even gotten the product home yet. And we're like, how good is this thing going to work when we set it up? And that was the budget at the position. Let's go to Kendall in Temple Hills on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kendall? How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good show, as always.
Thank you.
So I think when I look at this team and I look at what we did last year offensively, if you're adding Deebo to that, we're better. We may not be significantly better, but I think I have higher hopes than you guys have for Deebo. I don't think he can be a Pro Bowl player or what have you, but I think he's going to have a resurgence. Jaden is the best quarterback he'll have played with, and I think that they're going to use him to a great degree as long as he can stay healthy. So I'm happy. I think they should bring OZ. I do agree that they need a burner. I don't know how they do that, but the reality is, if T. Higgins was off the board because he got franchised, DK cost a lot of draft picks, who are we going to get? You know what I mean? So, for a fifth-round pick, I think I'm happy with where we're going. I think of more consequence to the offense is the running game. So we have to find some speed at running back. And I think we add all that together, I think you're going to have a prolific offense, and that's even more prolific than it was last year.
Appreciate the phone call, Kendall. Yeah, I think when you look at the run game, I think that's hugely important. But I think to me, they are better with Deebo. But the problem is San Francisco ran into the problem where if they had Brandon Ayuk taken away, whether it was injury or Kittle, and he had to be the number one receiver, he's just not a true receiver. He can't separate. He's not a great route runner. And so if he has to
by the
step
way,
into
I
that
just want
role,
to jump in real quick on that. The numbers, the analytics on Deebo last year in terms of separation scores and just general ability to man or zone, doesn't really matter, to get open space, are very poor. I mean, he is a guy who basically the plays he's going to make, I think, are going to be getting the ball around the line of scrimmage and running through tackles.
yeah, and I think, you look back to last year in one of the biggest games of the year, clinched the playoff spot for the Commanders, was that Falcons game, and they had A.J. Terrell on Terry, and they had safety help the entire game. And they were able to find some other guys to step up. I don't think that's going to be Deebo, though. So, they'll use him in different ways. I'm just talking about strictly as a receiver. So if they roll into it again where you're going to have to rely on Olamide Zaccheaus lights or Noah Browns, or these are wide receiver 4s and 5s that you're trying to be your wide receiver 2, I'd be very underwhelmed.
Which is true, except that they were an elite offense last year, scoring 30-plus points a week, and won 12 games with those guys and no Deebo. The question for you guys is, could you be okay with this as the bulk of the receiver group if whatever else they add is just down the depth chart pieces? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. In about 12 minutes from now, we're giving away those Caps tickets. That's at 4 o'clock right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny without Danny. Toby is in today. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Toby, I'm sitting on the plane. The guy in front of me, I'm on the aisle, leans to his left, looks back. He sees me. And then I realize, oh, he's checking to see if someone's behind him so he can put his seat back. Proceeds to put his seat back as far as he can.
That's devastating. I can't stand when that happens.
Now, here's my question. Why look back?
Yeah, just do it.
Do it. You looked back to see if anyone's sitting behind you, thinking, if no one's behind me, I'll put my seat back. There's no chance he saw me and said, that guy doesn't need more space.
Did it regardless, right?
He sees me. The last thing you're going to think is that guy needs more space or less space. So why even look back? Like, if he just put his seat back, whatever, fine, no problem. That's a non-issue. But he looked first. We make eye contact. We both know what's happening. He's doing the, oh, am I going to put my seat back? I'm doing the, please don't put your seat back.
Yeah, please don't.
And then he proceeds to put his seat back. Why look first? I can't figure it out.
Are you a put your seat back kind of guy or no? I generally would say that I am not because of the reason like you just stated. If there's no one behind me, for sure. Let's put the seat back. Let's chill.
No, I have shame and a thing called consideration.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the seats are already so close together. Now, granted, Ryan and I were sitting in scum class way back in the back. GP had about 6 inches more of leg room. So
I paid
a little bit more.
$38 for those 6 inches, by the way. Who knew that's what 6 inches cost these days? But apparently it costs $38 on the open market.
It's a lot of inches, by the way.
Well, so for me, you bring up the guy in front of you. The guy in front of me happened to be Ryan Clary. And if you know what I'm talking about with the Polar Express, you know the kid that's in front of you that constantly is like turning around, the glasses kid, like talking to you all the time.
Clary kind of looks like that kid a little bit.
That was Ryan Clary on this flight, at least the first couple of minutes. He's like turning around, looking at me.
He's excited. He's getting on the road with his pal.
Yeah, he's showing me on his phone and says, "Are we there yet?" on the notes. Like,
yeah, by
what
the
are
way,
we doing?
He told me he showed you that a bunch.
Yeah.
The "Are we there yet" kid in an airplane. Normally it's too loud.
And you sleep on. He already sounded like a kid today because he tells me that earlier, like a couple weeks ago, he wanted to go to the Ferris wheel at National Harbor, and then he gets on the flight and pulls the bit where he taps you on the wrong shoulder, Grant, as if he's 13. Like, well, what are we doing?
Got me.
I know. I got him, and then I got Toby later on.
He got me later on.
Went out in the bathroom.
Everything's
tapped
coming
Toby.
up, Clary. What a day!
I know. It was a silly day. I got Toby. I got my guy GP. I mean, it was a fun trip. Although I will say, I was very grumpy waking up at 4 a.m. this morning. That was awful.
How weird was it to not have to sprint through the airport and somehow still get everything we needed without Danny telling us if we don't get to the rental car place first, if we don't get our bags first, if we don't cut all these people off in the hallway, if we don't say, excuse me, and just rush past all the people standing up on the plane, we're not possibly going to make it to West Palm. Somehow it all still worked out without Danny there to make us do everything really fast.
No, and you're 100% right with that aspect of it, because also, may I just add, at 5:30 this morning when I got to the airport for a 7:30 flight, I had to wait in like a 30, 40-minute security line. You somehow, Grant, cut everybody. Now, you didn't do it illegally,
right?
But you just got some advice.
It's
I don't know.
Clear.
You did the clear thing.
Try it sometime. It's
I
pretty
know.
good.
I did not do it.
I mean, it is so wild how this works. That they have like 12 Clear employees that are all wearing earpieces like they're protecting the president. And you just keep walking up, go to that guy. And they just keep moving you in front of more and more and more people. I signed up for a free 2-week trial of Clear. And this is going back to when we flew out to the Super Bowl. So they said, as long as your flight's for the next 2 weeks, you're fine. Now, here's what I don't know. I said to him today, I said, do I still have Clear? She said, was it a 2-week trial? I said, yes. She said, absolutely. I said, but I haven't paid anything. She's like, oh, you're fine. And it worked beautifully. For all, I have to be paying something and I don't know it. It must have been one of these trials where I gave him my credit card, and after 2 weeks, if you don't cancel it,
yeah, you're
now I'm
like
paying
$200.
Yeah, $200 a month for Clear or whatever to fly twice a year. But I'm telling you, they moved me right up to the front. It took Clary 49 minutes to get through security today. It took me 4.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky and had TSA pre-check, so I skipped a lot of the line too. I saw Ryan; he was really determined to get in the security line. It took forever, and so we finally meet up towards our gate, and he's walking by. I whistled at Ryan to say hello, and I'm like, "Oh, there's GP," and he's like, "No way! He just got here like 5 minutes ago." Sure enough, there you are, sauntering right behind him. No problems at security for GP.
By the way, I want to commend the sniffing dogs that were at National Airport.
Oh.
Number one, they're awesome. But number two, because they were using dogs to sniff today, TSA pre-check, which Clear is a part of apparently, you don't have to take off your shoes.
Lovely.
You don't have to take off your belt. You don't have to take anything out of your book bag. I basically walked just through an x-ray machine like I was walking into a baseball game as part of my 3.5, 4 minutes to get from check-in to the gate. I've never had a more pleasurable experience. So because of those dogs, it got even better. And they would just send us 2 at a time, side by side, like we were guarding a tackle pulling through a hole. And then they'd have the dog right behind us. I don't know what the dog's looking for. I mean, does it know the smell of a gun? How can you know the smell of a gun? I have no idea. But somehow it worked. We got here, so I'm fine with it. And those dogs are awesome.
Those dogs were pretty cool, I will say. I got to look at them a little bit early on as I was waiting that 40-minute security line and as CUs just zoom right on through there. But those dogs were cute. Number one, for us, I wanted to pet them.
You could probably paint a picture of one. I mean, you studied every detail of those
studied
dogs.
every detail of those damn dogs.
I was still asleep when Ryan got into the line.
You were.
And we both got to the
You
gate
were.
at the same time.
It was unbelievable how quick you breezed through security.
Let's go to Disco, who's waiting in Laurel, wants to talk wide receivers. What's up, Disco? How are you, buddy? Oh, Disco's gone. Let's go to Brian, who's in Crofton on Grant and Danny. You're on the fan.
Yeah, I'm
What's good?
here. I want to tell you how much I enjoy the show.
Thank you.
And I agree with you guys. We need a draft pick who's fast and twitchy and can also play special teams because they're changing the rules so there'll be more run backs this year. And we need somebody who can hold on to the ball and is really, really fast.
Well, I'll tell you this, too. Thanks for the call. If McLaurin plays at the level he did last year when he set the franchise record with 13 touchdowns, then the rest of the wide receiver room, the needs change. I mean, he was so good and so effective that he made it work with the Island of Misfit Toys. So adding Debo to the rest of the Island of Misfit Toys gives you a chance to be in a pretty good spot just because McLaurin's that good. Let's go to Ed in Springdale. What's up, Ed?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Hey,
thanks.
I think we're set for wide receiver. I think we need a running back who's very fast and can block. And the guy out of Ohio State, Travion Henderson, he runs like a 4.38, great blocker, team captain. I think he fits that bill, so it'd be great to be able to draft him.
I think if you could get a running back, I think I would actually be fine with what they have at receiver. If they went and got
I plan on
Travion
that,
Henderson,
by the way. They can't not get a running back. So that's interesting. I want to come back to this. Your opinion on receiver is linked to the fact that you're worried that this is what they're doing at running back.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, I agree. Because I'm thinking of it like globally as weapons.
Mm-hmm.
If you're telling me they're not doing my thing, which is draft me a speedy, legitimate RB1, because I plan on that happening, that's part of why I feel good about the offense and receiver, or good enough. If you're telling me right now we're running back Robinson, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, and basically the receiver room adding Debo, I'm with you. Now I'm not content. But I think they are getting – it's going to be one or the other maybe at this point because they don't have a lot of picks. But either a speedy wideout or what I would prefer, a speedy running back. Now, frankly, I don't care if that guy blocks or not because they got guys who can block.
There's so many running backs in this year's draft. I think they draft one.
I hope you are right. I need me some speed in the backfield. All right, Tobes, let's give away some Caps tickets next. We will do that on Grant and Danny, and we've got a Beltway Blitz for you right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone. Sad news to pass along today as John Feinstein has passed away. Washington Post reporting that earlier today. The Fan has released a statement saying, "We are so deeply sorry to learn of the passing of John Feinstein, a master storyteller and fearless reporter. John brought us behind the scenes of the most intriguing teams and into the real lives of the most interesting sports figures. We were so lucky to have his sharp insights as a regular contributor to 106.7 The Fan for over 14 years. Our thoughts are with his family, his readers, and his listeners." Tomorrow, the Junkie is going to pay tribute to John Feinstein at his normal time slot, 8 a.m. Make sure you're listening to the Junkies. In the NFL, the Commanders making some moves today as they've re-signed some of their players from last season. Wide receiver Noah Brown, offensive lineman Michael Dieter, wide receiver KJ Osborne, and defensive tackle Sheldon Day. They also agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Caps continue their California road trip, taking on the Kings in L.A. at 10:30. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward, get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way, for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Toby just told you that the Capitals play tonight. So you can't go to that game. It's out in L.A. But you can go see them play the Florida Panthers. Let's give away some tickets. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to see the Capitals Saturday, March 22nd against Florida. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contest. What's funny is I'm actually looking for tickets to this very game as we speak. When I say looking, secondary market's going to be there for me. But I have been hitting up a lot of my buddies that have season tickets to see if they're willing to sell any of those tickets. This is a hot commodity. I don't think Ovi's going to break the record. We're talking about 4 games away or something like that right after the trip. But you never know with him. Hat trick tonight, 2 goals in 2 days after that. Next thing you know, he's knocking on the door.
I mean, when they're scoring 7 goals, I mean, Ovi could score 3 of those.
That's true.
Right?
He could go full Alexi Protas.
Yeah.
Give you a hat trick on the road. All right, let's get to your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We're brought to you today by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you set up your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with them, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, kmlawyers.com. Let's go blitzing. Our pal Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, and, of course, the radio party. The Chase Hughes Wizards empire is growing, and I love that because he is a good dude and a great basketball
Appreciate that.
analyst. Yeah, buddy. Happy for you. Let's talk Bilal Coulibaly. What gives here? What's going on?
Yeah, so it's possible that Bilal Coulibaly's sophomore season is over due to injury. On Monday night, the Wizards were playing the Toronto Raptors, and he went up for a dunk and got undercut and fell what looked like originally like on his shoulder or the top, his upper back. It was a really scary fall. One of those where, you didn't know if he had landed on his head or something like that. But out of it, he came out of it with a right hamstring injury. And that is going to keep him out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. But 4 weeks from now, if he returns then, there'll only be 2 games remaining in the Wizards regular season. So in all likelihood, it looks like his sophomore season will be cut short due to injury, much like his rookie season was. But in this case, just basically due to a freak accident.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Chase. I mean, what's the timing? I haven't looked it up, but last year felt like around now. When was that he ended up being done for the year? Because it seems eerily similar.
Yeah, it was in March. Different injury. That was his. He had a fracture in his right wrist, but similar. It happened on a fall. And it had a bit of a similar timeline. and it shut down his season. But then, he went into the off season and played in the Olympics. He was able to get healthy for that. In this case, if he can't return this season, I wonder if it'll just be a look ahead to next year, because he'll be coming off his sophomore year. And I think the Wizards front office, they believe really strongly in having their young players appear multiple years in the summer league. That's a kind of a philosophy of the Oklahoma City Thunder, where their GM Will Dawkins came from. But, it would technically be, going into the third year for Bilal Coulibaly. So I don't know if that would be in the cards, even though he missed it last year due to the Olympics. So this might just cut his sophomore season short, and then, we'll look ahead to his third year in the NBA.
The Wiz actually playing some decent basketball, 4-6 in their last 10. How much of an impact have Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart had on that?
I think a major impact, especially Marcus Smart, but both of those guys, I think, have really helped the team on the defensive end. Since the All-Star break, they've had a top 10 defense. Their offense has fluctuated a little bit. Their last game the other night against the Detroit Pistons, they shot really poorly from the field. They were going up against the top 10 defense that Detroit has, their 9th in defensive rating. But those guys have really, I think, helped shore things up defensively. The Wizards have put together some pretty intriguing defensive pieces in the last few drafts. Bilal Coulibaly is not going to be playing, of course, anymore, but he's one of them. Alex Sarr is a rim protector. Keyshawn George is another wing defender. Bub Carrington's pretty good on the perimeter. But they didn't really have somebody like Marcus Smart who could play physical defense at the point of attack. And I think he's really added some balance to their defense and helped tie things together. So, they've really raised their floor with a better defense. And I think it's also important to note, and I'm pretty sure I've made this point on this show, that they had one of the toughest schedules in the NBA in the first half of the season. And they had one of the easiest schedules in the second half of the season. So I think some of it is they've been playing a bit of a more manageable schedule, but there's no question those guys have made a major difference.
Chase, appreciate the insight, man.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
You saw, Toby, that Cooper Flag got wheelchaired off the court today?
Not good. And not because of Paul Pierce.
Exactly. Yeah, this was not like he
Rolled
needed
an
to go to
ankle.
the bathroom and came back out.
Yeah, rolled an ankle pretty bad.
I think he's going to be fine long term. Nothing to worry about
He
if you're a
should
Wizards
be good
fan.
for March Madness.
Okay.
I don't think the rest of the ACC tournament, though.
I care less about that and more about game 1 of next season in Washington.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Let's talk some Nationals. Joining us to talk some Nationals, Spencer Nussbaum from the Washington Post. Spencer, some guys have really stood out in the spring. Who stood out the most to you?
Be standing out, which is really ideal. Dylan Cruz, CJ Abrams, and James Wood have all been tearing the cover off the ball, which are the three guys that really you want to be looking fantastic. I think on the pitching side too. I mean, you're going to want to hear the name Mackenzie Gore here, and that's exactly who I'm going to say. He's just been fantastic. A couple walks here and there, but nothing to be too worried about. Really, it's those guys who you want to be taking the next step, who have looked fantastic. Some of the guys who are battling for those final spots on the roster have been so-so. And so really, I mean, the most important position battles are kind of, up for grabs then.
Should remind Nats fans, we'll have Jake Irvin, starting pitcher of your Nationals, on the show this evening at 6 o'clock from spring training right here on Grant and Danny. Today, James Wood went deep. C.J. Abrams hit a homer. We had Mike Rizzo on earlier, talked to him about 135 homers last year, second worst among all big league teams. Just how much more power do you think they'll hit for this season?
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important question, right? And it's tough because a lot of these guys are still young. I think that the difference is that the organization is prioritizing it this year, where maybe last year they said, hey, we still need these guys to hit for contact and before they can get to the next step. I think Wood really has that potential to be a 30-homer guy. I think obviously you see them bring in Lowe and Bill, two guys who don't hit for a ton of power, but have both prioritized it. And then really it's a question of who else is going to take that next step and hit maybe 5 to 10 more homers than they did last year. I would be betting on probably C.J. Abrams to do that. I think Dylan Cruz, obviously a full season, can be a 20-homer guy. It's can you get maybe one other guy on the roster to get you that sort of power output. But yeah, I think James Wood has a real chance of hitting 30 this year.
I think their outfield has a real shot of being a really, really good defensive outfield. I don't know if I feel as good about the infield. What do you make of the defense that this team is going to have this year?
Yeah, I mean, the outfield, it kind of speaks for itself. James looks close to a league average defender in the last couple months of last season after starting off pretty poorly. And Jacob and Dylan are both Gold Glove caliber defensive players. I feel confident saying that even about Dylan, even after a month in the majors, that guy is as good as it gets. The infield, it's going to be better this year. I think the biggest question is how good can CJ be? That is the most important defensive position, and he was not great last year. Paul DeYoung and Nathaniel Lowe are both close to Gold Glove caliber defensive players. I know that Lowe was 1-1 before, and that's going to clean a lot of stuff up. You saw Louis make big strides. I think that's going to be a really, really interesting thing to watch this year, just because of how much it cost Nationals pitchers last year, especially guys like McKenzie, who you saw their underlying stats were quite a bit better than their actual stats, and that's because the infield defense behind them was pretty bad. So the biggest question is whether CJ can make that leap defensively. I know that was a priority for him this offseason. He worked with, a couple new guys trying to figure some things out. And I mean, really at the end of the day, it comes down to focus there.
Spencer, thank you. Great insight.
Yep.
We are live in West Palm Beach at Nats spring training, so we'll have plenty of Nats content, interviews with some of your favorite players on the show today, tomorrow, and Monday. Right now, it's March. Let's talk college hoops. And we are just spoiled rotten, aren't we? I can smell his delicious cologne from here. My good buddy, the former dean of the Carolina League in A-ball, Dan Lang, who is the voice of the American Eagles, who did not have their wings clipped last night, Dean.
No.
They soared to victory,
Indeed.
74-52. They pummeled Navy to win the Patriot League, and my guy Dan Lang's going dancing.
Yeah, they pushed the mids ashore.
Yes,
See what I
they
did there?
certainly did. Guy, you got your dancing shoes on, bud.
Exactly. No, it was an interesting game. The way it started off, and then one of Navy's better players getting ejected from the game. And then them dominating by 22, leaving no doubt. It was not necessarily what people expected, what we expected. And the old cliche, there's been a lot of parity in the Patriot League, but last night the Eagles were indeed able to soar.
Langer, we got to catch up over dinner sometime soon. It's been a while. Coach Simpkins,
Yes.
Great story of him leading this team to the tournament.
Fantastic story. Obviously went to DeMatha, then went to the University of Maryland, played for Gary over there, and he has come in to Tenleytown up there at American University and just brought so much energy. And the guys he has are feeling the energy, his assistants. And look, it's trickled down to the student body over there at American University, because a lot of people talk about how the students aren't necessarily really all dialed into sports. Well, they have been dialed in this year, and they have been all there, all in, energetic. The crowd last night, even though the students were on spring break, was incredible. The energy in there was amazing. So Coach Simpkins has really come in, and he has brought a lot of energy and a lot of great feelings there. And obviously, him navigating them onto the victory has been incredible, with him talking three graduate students into coming back for their fifth year. So that really was a topper on just what type of leadership he brings.
American in DC, the first of the locals to punch their NCAA tournament ticket last night by winning their conference title. By the way, I didn't realize this. So they're 22-12 this year, Dan.
Yeah.
But I would have thought their last tournament was 2014.
Correct. This is their fourth ever, and the last one was 2014. I mean, because think about it. The Patriot League is a one bid league, so you're not getting.
Yeah, but I would have thought they won the Patriot more recently.
Well, in as far as regular season, no. I mean, because you look back in regular season, the last time they won it was 2009. So the way the Patriot League works is, your regular season champs, and you go into the tournament. Well, the tournament champion is the one that goes to the dance.
How much of a chance do you give them, I mean, legitimately to be, I know it's going to be, a 15-2, whatever it is, but a thorn in somebody's side? And for our listeners who haven't seen them, including myself, what's the MO here for this group?
I think, I give them a pretty good opportunity if they're clicking. I've seen, the team show up, and there are nights that, look, they shoot a lot of threes. So if the threes are being buried like they were last night, then they're ready to rock and roll. The chemistry was fantastic. Like I said, these guys have played together for a long time. So chemistry has been one of their big keys, but they play a lot of threes. They have a lockdown D. So those are really their hallmarks, if you will. But I think they can be a thorn in someone's side. I definitely do. And they're a deep team. So it's not like you just look at the starters and you're like, okay, and then somebody fouls out or somebody's out and you're like, okay, well, this team's done. They're a deep team. Coach Simpkins plays a deep roster. So everybody's engaged. Everybody's ready to rock and roll.
Always a pleasure to talk to the Dean. Appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
Let's talk a little football. Joining us to talk about the Commanders, Michael Phillips from Odyssey Richmond. What'd you make of the Tunsil deal?
Yeah, you need a left tackle, right? Most important position in football. I think the skepticism is 2 teams now have parted ways with an elite left tackle, right? Teams don't do that generally unless they're, these guys getting rid of Trent Williams under weird circumstances. So, I'm not prepared to declare it a slam dunk, but you will never, ever hear me come on the radio and criticize in investing on the offensive or defensive lines. You've got to protect your young quarterback, and that seemed like the best way they had available to do it.
All right, so let's say that's the best thing they've done. What that they haven't done has surprised you the most?
What did they have? Part of it is just it's a dud class. I think that, I'm surprised they've given away as many draft picks as they have, but I think that may also be a commentary on this year's class. I keep waiting for, more action at wide receiver, although certainly if they feel good with Deebo Samuel there, Noah Brown's a depth piece. I think you need a couple more guys there. I think if you can point to one position, maybe linebacker, there were some guys available there. Bobby Wagner's great, but you're not going to have Bobby Wagner forever. But it's such slim pickings this year. It's hard for me to really quibble with decisions that were or weren't made.
Do you have an issue with the approach they've gone where it's a lot of trading a draft picks and 1-year deals, 2-year deals for older veterans versus, when they first got here, they were talking about building through the draft, supplementing through free agency. I think they're doing that still to an extent, but maybe not the way that we thought.
I think Adam Peters has earned our trust through his year 1 performance, right? I can't come on the radio and say, man, Adam Peters is a bum. I don't like his approach. He's earned it in Lance Newmark, too. I mean, they've turned in a fantastic first year, which buys them the leeway, to be able to say, hey, trust us, we've got a plan here. And I'm curious to see. I think edge rusher is obviously the one everybody's got circled. Can they find that guy in the draft at pick 29 or trade back and get a guy they like later in the draft? That's the one position I think everybody's anxious to see resolved.
Do you think they're better on defense right now than they were when you and I were leaving the link the day of the NFC Championship game?
I think they're about the same. I think, you lose St. Juice, you bring in the Patriots corner. He's a veteran. He'll be able to give you some time. I don't know that you can say they got better. I don't think they did, but I don't know that they got worse either. I think it's been a lot of treading water. And let's not forget, this is a team that lost a lot of guys. This isn't your standard roll it over, keep it going. There's a lot of roster vacancies here. So a lot of what you're seeing is depth signings and depth moves here because you've got to build out that back end of the bench too. You got to get a 1 through 53. That's something the Eagles have that these guys didn't.
What do you think they're going to do at 29? Do you think they're going to stick and pick? Do you think they're going to trade back? Where do you lean right now?
I think if there's an edge rusher they love, they will get him. If not, I think they want to trade, right? That's a valuable pick to somebody because of the 5th-year option that it comes with. If there's a team that wants a premium position guy, they want to get back in the first round to get him so they can have that 5th-year cost-controlled option. So I think there's definitely the potential to move down 5 to 10 spots and make up for it in a big-time way later. I think that's probably Adam Peters' preference. But if his guy is there at edge rusher, I think he's going to run the card into the commish call today.
Michael, I am whelmed by McLaurin, Deebo, Brown, McCaffrey, Osborne. I'm fine with it. I'd love McLaurin, Deebo, draft pick, Brown, McCaffrey, Osborne. And I would say the same about running back, by the way. I am whelmed by, B-Rob, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez. I'm fine with it. I would love speedy guy they just drafted, and then those guys. Do they have enough picks to get what I want done and still fill those huge needs at corner and edge. Can they get a speedy receiver and a speedy back, or might it be one or the other?
One or the other, but I think that's Debo helps the inaction go down smoother. Because you add Debo to the mix, if they do nothing at receiver or running back from here, which I don't think they will, I think they'll pick one or the other. It all kind of goes down a little smoother, right? It's all a little easier to take because you say, okay, Debo's going to make the running backs better, and he's going to make the wide receivers better. Now, that's a lot of pressure to put on one guy who struggled last year, but I think it buys you that latitude with the fan base to say, hey, we didn't do nothing. We did something. Maybe not as much as you wanted, but we did something.
Michael, always good to talk. Appreciate you joining us.
Catch you later.
That was the very rare 4-story blitz.
Love it.
We did it. And I think Dad's back in studio by himself making it happen, too.
Credit to him.
He's wrangling guests in the building on site while getting everybody on the phones and grabbing a winner for our prize that we gave away.
Big time.
Let's hear it for Darius Dameron, ladies and gentlemen. Next on Grant and Danny, here's what I want to do. Washington's traded a ton of their draft picks. And I know that that's pretty intuitive and obvious at this point, but actually, for the first time last night, wrote down and looked at what all they've traded going back to the Lattimore deal last year. It's pretty surprising and kind of stark when you stare at it. I want to go over that next. Plus, on the way out this segment, I want to read a statement from Mike Krzyzewski on John Feinstein. Actually reached out to Duke to try to get Coach K on, and they were working on a statement that has since been released. If you're just joining us today, very sad news to the fan that our buddy John Feinstein, the longtime legendary writer in town, has passed away at age 68, way too soon. But here's Coach K saying, Feinstein was one of the most influential sports writers of our time. He wrote with confidence, drawing readers into his stories with prose that few could match. As so many of us knew, he was never shy about sharing an opinion or a remarkable story, and that's so true. Very opinionated, and I think that was one of the really great things about John. But to continue the statement, a proud Duke graduate, John will be missed tremendously. He was truly one of a kind in the sports industry. We were fortunate to enjoy his immense talent for as long as we did. Beyond our long-standing professional relationship, he and I became great friends over the course of several decades. Our family is deeply saddened by his sudden passing. That's Mike Krzyzewski, the former Duke Army and U.S. national team head men's basketball coach. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney coming up here in March is that when an underdog takes down a powerhouse, everybody has a good time. And now you're going to have even more fun because right now those upsets are going to get even bigger. With the underdog bet winning, you're going to land even more winnings with your Profit Boost token. This is your chance to ride with the long shot, that scrappy team that doesn't go quietly. The FanDuel app, easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Download America's #1 sportsbook. Back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least even money odds. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Sad news to pass along today as John Feinstein has passed away. The Junkies are going to pay tribute to John Feinstein tomorrow at 8 a.m., his normal time slot. In the NFL, the Commanders have re-signed wide receiver Noah Brown, offensive lineman Michael Dieter, wide receiver KJ Osborne, and defensive tackle Sheldon Day. They also agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons at 7 o'clock tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly likely out for the rest of the season. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks officially with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Kings in LA tonight. 10:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan from West Palm Beach. Jake Irvin of the Nationals, member of the starting rotation, going to stop by at 6 o'clock. You will hear from him. Our coverage continuing from spring training on the Fan through the weekend into Monday. We're very excited to be down here in sunny Florida. Toby's filling in for Danny today. I'm Grant Paulson, Ryan Clary, helping with the production on site. Darius is back in studio. I wanted to take a dive into the picks that Washington has traded because we keep, joking about bleep them picks. And I am perfectly fine in a vacuum with any of the trades that they've made. You go back to the Marshawn Lattimore deal that day. I looked at what they gave up. I looked at what they got. I liked the trade. You go back to the Deebo Samuel trade, 5th-round pick for a potential big-time helpful wide receiver. I like the trade. I'll accept it. And the Laramie Tunsil deal to me is the move of the offseason so far. I'm thrilled by that addition, Toby. But when you add it all up, and I'm going to go through the picks in a second here, and I wrote them down and looked at them. As a summation, when you say, that one's good, no problem. That one's good, sure. Okay, I'll take that one. But then when you look at all the picks they've given up for 3 veterans, 2 of whom there's some questions about how much good football they have in front of them, man, they're really sticking their neck out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is why when we played the audio yesterday of Connor Orr kind of saying that they're microwaving the process and maybe they're getting ahead of themselves, I don't think he's entirely wrong. I don't think he did a good job of framing the argument, but I think what he's getting at is you're using a lot of this draft capital not to improve your team by bringing in players that are going to be here for the long term. And that to me, where if you make a move for a Laramie Tunsil, Grant, where he's going to be here for 5 years as your left tackle, totally fine. But I think you can have real arguments of Deebo's traded for a 5th. He's on a 1-year deal. You're either going to have to pay him at the end of the year again, or he's just gone. And that's a 5th rounder that you could have had under contract for 4 years. Instead, you have him for 1. So I think that fits in with the 1-year contract thing.
And
so,
that doesn't bother me, just to speak specifically to that, because a 5th-round pick to me is below the threshold where that's now a crapshoot.
Sure.
The whole draft is. But like a 1st-round pick, there's a value there. A 2nd-round pick, still above the threshold of you're getting an immediate starter and a guy that should make some Pro Bowls for you. 3rd is where you start to get a little iffy. I think I would tier it as like 1 is probably in its own camp, and then 2 and 3 maybe together. 4 is in its own tier, and then 5 through 7 is all kind of pretty similar to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the trade. I'm just saying, like, when you look at the way that they're building this team, you talk about the 1-year contracts.
Exactly.
You're talking about trading for older guys. Like, this is where you end up where, in 5 years, how many of the current team is still there? You got Jaden, obviously. You probably got Tunsil. Is Terry there long term? Like, if you're trying to build this thing where year after year it's building and building, and I understand it's going to be different. It's NFL, salary cap, people get paid. I get all that. But if you're going to have a core of guys, they're not quite doing that right now.
So I guess, well, what you're saying is not only something I agree with, I think it's just fact, right? They're getting older. They're signing a lot of guys to these 1-year deals. Like, those are true things. irrefutable. I think the important question is, why are they doing it? And my theory, this is just a thesis, it hasn't been proven right or wrong, and I don't know that it will be for a few years, is that this is happening for every team around the league in free agency. Some teams are able to spend a ton of money on the 26-year-old, but if you're trying to do it a little bit more economically, I would be willing to bet, just as an example, the Vikings, right? The Vikings have had a huge offseason. They've made a bunch of moves. I'll bet you the average age of the players they're signing is also around 30. Now, is that a problem for them when they go get John Allen and Javon Hargrave and some of the guys that they're bringing in? Or is it just a problem for Washington? I think we talked about it earlier, but the massive growth in salary cap has allowed teams to keep their best players. And so back in the day when you just couldn't do that, after 4 or 5 years, your rookie would hit the market really young at 25, older at 27. But average age, I remember, like when I was on the beat, when I would look at who they just signed, it was always 26, 27 years old. Now it's become 29 and 30.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because teams, Tobes, are able to keep those guys in their building. And I don't think that's a Washington problem. I just think, again, it's a theory, but I think that's an everybody thing. The other part is, and this is specific to the Commanders, I think they were screwed so badly by the terrible drafts of the last group that they do not have a young foundation that they can just sit back and allow to develop. They don't have a collection of young players that they feel like is going to explode this season. So if you're going to be good, it has to come from outside the building.
And this is where I would have the one gripe with what they've done and the way that they've attacked this is because you talk about not having that young group, that young foundation of guys that are on rookie contracts for the next 3 and 4 years. Everyone talks about this window that they have, Grant. And we all understand it's the next 4 years, right? The fifth-year option with Jaden, the first 5 years of his contract. And that fifth year, obviously, it goes up quite a bit, but still affordable for a quarterback playing at his caliber. This is the one issue I have. Everyone feels like they had to go all in year 2. And I fully understand that. But you also could make the argument that they should build. They're going to maybe take a slight step back, which is tough for a team that went to the NFC Championship game to say, hey, we're not improving our team with the cap space and the picks. But if you take a slight step back, but you feel more confident going into next year, and then you say, okay, in the 2026 offseason, then you go make the Myles Garrett kind of move. Then you go get the Trey Hendrickson kind of move because I don't have a glaring hole at corner. I don't have a glaring hole at the other edge spot. I don't have a glaring hole at wide receiver because I've filled those with the draft picks that I've kept instead of traded away.
So I think, though, you're still going to be able to do that next year because the way they're doing it, you're always going to have a ton of free agents coming off the books. And I think you're going to be in a really good financial situation because you're not signing guys to these mega deals year over year. So while your point's correct that next offseason maybe would have been the year for the Garrett or the Hendrickson move or whatever, I still think they'll be able to do that.
Sure.
All they're doing is they're renting, they're not buying. You see what I'm saying? Like instead of going and dropping money on a house with a 7% interest rate right now, they're just renting. And when the landlord says they need the house back, they're just kicking a can down the road. Maybe they'll buy in a year, they'll check the interest rates. But I think this last offseason was clearly a rental. This has kind of been very similar. They're always going to have a couple of deals, I think, that are multi-years. You think Frankie Louvu last season, where you bring in real pillars, organizational building blocks. Biotish is a good example. Dorrance Armstrong was that guy. I would make the case, though, last year they did it way better, or better's maybe relative, but certainly more frequently. I mean, they don't have it. Tunsil's kind of the guy this offseason. If you're talking about a 3-year window, unless you really like the Kinlaw addition, but he'd be the other guy, I guess, on an Armstrong-ish kind of path. But there's basically 2 guys for multiple years that they're bringing in here that are potential building blocks. One of them's the guy that everyone hated the contract for. The rest are basically like 1-year type deals.
Well, and I think you brought up the point that it's raising the floor, and I think that's where you're spot on this, is they're trying to make sure that their play doesn't suddenly fall off a cliff. You want to make sure that Jaden Daniels is still playing meaningful football with good players around him. You can't have it all of a sudden go from in the NFC Championship game, having won 12 games to a 7-win
I think
club.
that's what they're not worried about it. But I think that's what they're defending against.
And they want to avoid that, and understandably so. And so what they're doing is they're making sure they raise the floor, but maybe in a way that you're giving away a little bit too much. I think when you look at the number of picks, like you said, the trades, probably fine with most of them.
But so here's what's interesting. All three of those trades I liked individually. I asked myself this last night as I was looking at the compilation of what all they've traded, and I was going, man, that's too much. Can I like all three individually and take issue with somehow giving up all the picks that they have if I signed off on all three?
Sure.
And I actually think the answer is yes, because you might be able to do a trade right now. Like I would trade 29 today for Trey Hendrickson. I would do that as someone who is still worried about what all they're giving up. So I'm going to talk both sides of the mouth for a second. But there can be trades that present themselves that I would like, that I'm okay with, that you say, you can't do this because you just did the other one. Like you can't give up basically 2 drafts. So here's the numbers for the record on what they have traded in terms of picks going back now to the Marshawn Lattimore trade in season. They have dealt a 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 7. That's a full draft outside of a first-round pick and a 3rd and a 4th round pick in another draft.
Yeah.
But basically a full draft class for 3 guys. Lattimore was terrible last year. I think he'll be better. They need him to, by the way. That's a really important part of this conversation. Debo, who I think is going to help them a lot, but there's major questions about how much he's got left in the tank. And then Tunsil, who I do think is just a stalwart. I don't think you have to worry about him. But it's 3 veterans that you got, 2 of whom have some questions that come with them. And you've given up a 2, a 3, a 3, a 4, a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7. And when you put that all together like that, it's a lot, man.
It is
and
a
I'm
lot.
cool with it. But I want to ask this question on the poll, Tobes. That's our poll of the day for G&D, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. You can go vote now on our Twitter account, 1067 The Fans page. Are you okay with their willingness to trade these picks? Yes, bleep those picks. No, you got to keep your picks or you're indifferent. We're going to answer that question next on The Fan. Coming up in a little over 10 minutes, we've got tickets to Volbeat at Jiffy Lube Live at 5 o'clock, and Tom Curran, who covers the Patriots, really good buddy of mine over the years, just chopping it up about New England and various media platforms. He's insightful. He's got a Boston accent, which is cool, but he is really, really good at talking Pats. I want to get his thoughts on the two recent Patriots that Washington signed last night to help this defense out. So we'll get analysis from him coming up at 5 o'clock. Jake Irvin of the Nationals will be with us at 6. The first of our spring training tour shows today. Really will kick off our big-time spring training coverage in earnest tomorrow, but very cool to get Mike Rizzo on. Just got off the plane, got over to the facility. The team's actually on the road today. They'll be back in the clubhouse tomorrow, but Jake Irvin going to join us coming up at 6. We're talking about Washington's trades of draft picks for 3 veterans. Most, I would say, of the fan base, Toby, has liked the trades in a vacuum. And I actually think all 3 of them were trades I would have made if I was Adam Peters. For Lattimore, for Debo, and for Laramie Tunsil. But as I last night wrote them out for the first time, I'm like, let me see what they've actually traded. You go back, and it's a 2, a 3, a 3, a 4, a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7. And you go, okay, that's a lot you gave up. What'd you get back? You got a great left tackle, win. You got Debo. What are you going to get out of him this year? That's a question. And Lattimore, who hurt you more than he helped you last season. They're banking on him being a lot better. And maybe that's the whole point here, Toby. Marshawn Lattimore could be the pendulum that swings this thing as to
100%
whether or not the trades were worth it. Because if he stinks up the joint again and that's a dud, now you just got 2 years, $36 million of him left to have to pay after opting into him this offseason, and Debo's just okay, well, it's going to look like you gave up too much. And maybe you take a couple L's on those deals.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. If Lattimore plays at a really high level, then you feel pretty good about these trades. But if he plays at the same level he did last year, then frankly, he's probably cut next offseason because they can save probably, the same amount that they could have this year, $18 million. So you move off of him, and suddenly that doesn't look like a good deal. The thing is, like you said, if you take each one individually, you feel decent about it. When you look at the collective, it kind of looks a little bit wild, and discretion's the better part of valor sometimes, Grant. Like, when you do all these moves, they might look good on paper for an individual, but you start totaling it all together. That's something that's really difficult. I don't know that you can necessarily say right now whether Adam Peters is right or wrong on these sorts of moves. He's earned the benefit of the doubt in what he did in his first year, but it's definitely a lot that they gave up.
All right, I'm going to answer. We'll take a call or two, but I want your answer first. Our poll of the day on Grant and Danny on Twitter right now, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Are you okay with the amount of picks that they've given up and their willingness to do so? Yes, bleep them picks. No, keep your picks, or you're indifferent. Pick one of those 3.
I would lean no, keep your picks.
See, I've gotten that sense today. Like you feel like maybe you could have played this thing a little bit more.
I want to see you build this thing
slowly.
That's where it's difficult, right? Because you have Jaden, and he already was playing at a top 5 level. So I can't blame them for saying, well, let's try to win while he's playing at this level. Not to say that he's not going to continue doing that, but you try to keep winning. I don't know. I would lean on keeping the picks, though.
I'm going, yes, bleep those picks. But I am acknowledging as I say that when you lay out those picks for what they've gotten back, it's courageous. I mean, this is bold from Peters, and you need Marshawn Lattimore to play a heck of a lot better starting in week 1. Let's go to Benjamin in Fairfax on G&D. What's up?
Hey, guys. So I actually was wrong about one thing I told Darius on the phone. But as a 49er fan, I've watched this over the last 6 years with John Lynch and then Adam Peters when he was there. The 49ers, along with the Ravens, work the compensatory pick, like schedule and minority hires and free agencies to a perfect 10.
That's actually a good point.
The 49ers are always getting awarded 2, 3, or 4 compensatory picks every year. And what Adam Peters has done this year, with all the free agents they signed last year and this year, currently under the formula, they have lost 6 qualifying CFAs for the compensatory pick formula. John Allen doesn't count because he was actually cut. But they've only signed back UFAs from other teams at a lower number. So currently, they're due to earn 2, maybe 3 compensatory picks next year, and the rounds of those will be determined by the APYs of those contracts.
That is
but
such a smart point. Go ahead. Sorry. Oh, he's gone. Okay. What a brilliant point. Now, I can't do the math, or I don't know if he's right about how many they've lost and gained, and I'd have to look into that in terms of, is he sure about 2 or 3 comp picks? But the Niners do it really well, and he's right about you can play that game where maybe that's part of the answer to the 1-year deal stuff.
Big time.
1-year deal, you lose a guy, okay. Guess what? You get the comp pick back, and maybe that's a bet he's willing to make, and there's a value in getting 1 year of the player who helps you. You'll get someone else who can do the same thing the next year, and if you're always losing the guy on the 1-year deal, you're getting comp picks back, and you can build your team that way. That's actually not something I thought about, but that's very smart. Jermaine in Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey,
chilling.
I like the decision to get rid of the picks. I mean, we got rid of a lot of picks. I think 8. You named 8 picks we used up, and we got 3 players, but we got picks back. We traded away some players, and we got picks back. So they had the picks to spare, and we still got 5 picks in this upcoming draft. So I like it. I think they're doing good. I mean, we were in the championship last year, so we were close. And I like the way they're bringing back most of the offense. They kind of blew the defense up, but they're bringing back most of the offense. And if we improve our defense, I mean, we're right there. So I think we've got to take advantage of this, this momentum we got.
They were in the championship. Doesn't mean you get to be back there. That's a scary way to think.
No, and I think the one thing that maybe we're discounting is maybe they look at last year as the time when they built their franchise foundation with the draft picks like Jordan McGee that we haven't seen a lot of, like Javonte Jean-Baptiste, and guys that maybe aren't the stars, Luke McCaffrey, Ben Sinnott. Maybe they're looking at those guys even though they didn't have standout rookie years, and that's kind of the foundation they're going to build on, and they're more willing because they believe in those guys.
As soon as we return, keep it right here. We got tickets to Volbeat at Jiffy Lube Live. And Tom Curran covers the Patriots on 2 new potential starters for the Washington defense who played with the Patriots last year. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by IT Cadre, Prince George's Community College. The sad news today is John Feinstein has passed away. 106.7 The Fan releasing a statement saying, "We are so deeply sorry to learn of the passing of John Feinstein, a master storyteller and fearless reporter. John brought us behind the scenes of the most intriguing teams and into the real lives of the most interesting sports figures. We were so lucky to have his sharp insights as a regular contributor to 106.7 The Fan for over 14 years. Our thoughts are with his family, his readers, and his listeners. Make sure you're listening tomorrow morning to the Junkies as they'll pay tribute to John Feinstein at his normal slot at 8 a.m. In the NFL, the Commanders re-signed numerous players today, including wide receiver Noah Brown, offensive lineman Michael Dieter, wide receiver KJ Osborne, and defensive tackle Sheldon Day. Commanders agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. The Vikings are planning to release Garrett Bradbury. In baseball, the Nationals fell in spring training action today, 14-4 to the Rays. James Wood and C.J. Abrams with home runs. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons at 7 o'clock tonight. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Kings in LA tonight at 10:30. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Power up your future. Enroll tuition free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide, Thursday, August 7th at Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest Hailstorm. Tickets are on sale Friday, March 14th at 10 a.m. We are live in West Palm Beach on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30. Nats right-hander Jake Irvin joins the show at 6. We'll be joined in just a moment by Tom Curran, who covers the Patriots in New England, has great insight on their operation. Washington adding 2 veterans who won Super Bowls with the Patriots. Not a bad thing when you can go get somebody with hardware. And in the case of Jonathan Jones, the new DB, 2 Super Bowl titles, was on the team that beat Atlanta, came back from down 28-3, was also on the club that held Jared Goff to just 3 points in a Super Bowl. And I think he's going to start, barring another move at cornerback that we don't see coming, or maybe if they take a corner at 29 or something, I guess, maybe he gets beat out. But I'll bet he starts outside and they move Sanders still back inside. Those 2 with Lattimore become your top 3.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And Jonathan Jones was solid last season. It wasn't great, but I think he's an upgrade over what you were working with last year. So being able to move Sam still back into the slot, his natural position, he kind of got better as the season went on outside and kind of excelled. I'm interested to see if he goes back inside, if he's able to have the same sort of impact, because you're able to use him in some different ways. You can use him as a blitzer. He's a good run defender. So I'm excited to see if that's where they ultimately go, where he just moves back inside and Jonathan Jones kind of steps in on the outside. But I like that move. It's just another veteran that can help out this defense right now.
I think that defensively, there's a case to be made after yesterday that they're every bit as good as they were. I've been making the case that at that point of free agency, they had regressed. Sure. And I no longer think that's the case, because I think they're better at cornerback. And I actually really like Dietrich Wise's game. Now, this has been the case with most of the guys that they've signed over the last couple of years, but I mean, he is no longer at his apex. There was a zenith there where, as a pass rusher, he was at a point where, he could go get you 5.5, 6, 6.5 sacks, something like that. I don't think that's happening, but I like his flex. I like that he's a bit of a tweener, and he can play a little bit of both of those defensive lines up front, and he will help them rush the quarterback a little bit. But the bigger addition, just from a need standpoint, is Jones. But let's get more insight on someone who's covered these 2 players and has some intel on the Patriots. Tom Curran is with us, one of my favorites. Whenever it comes to the Patriots, he's the guy that I follow, NBC Sports Boston. Tom, we appreciate a couple of minutes in D.C. The Commanders have been intrigued by what they saw from that Patriots defense last year, I guess, huh?
Well, I would say they're probably more intrigued by the individuals and the professionalism and the levels at which they've played in the past. Put it that way. I mean, just cutting right to the chase, Grant, both of these guys are as salt of the earth as you could find. Start with Jonathan Jones, since you said that was kind of the more dire need. He is one of the fastest son of a gun that you will ever see in your life. The first time we really got a chance to understand how talented he was when Bill Belichick was here. He was an undrafted free agent out of Auburn, Jonathan, not Belichick. And they deployed him and Devin McCourty on Tyreek Hill when Tyreek Hill was starting to emerge. And they had no answer for Tyreek Hill in their earlier meeting. The second time around, they put him on Tyreek Hill with help, believe me. But he was stride for stride with Tyreek Hill for a lot of that game. And that's really his strength. When he's outside as a boundary corner, his height limitations are absolutely going to show up. Not that he's non-competitive, not that he gets beat. It's just 6'4" against 5'10". There's going to be some plays. But as a slot corner, as a hitter, as somebody who can make plays on the ball and probably in special teams too, aside from being just a tremendous individual, you can't do better in kind of second wave type free agent signings.
I mean, do you view him as being primarily a slot corner? Because Washington had a guy that was drafted to be a slot corner last year in Samerstill who played outside. I think we're thinking that he's probably going to play outside, but is he better suited in the slot from what you're saying?
Because he's been here, he's played so many different ways. So that's the great thing. You're getting straight defensive back with Jonathan Jones. It might be matchup oriented. I mean, you have to declare who's our preferred outside corner as a defensive coordinator. But Jones has played outside. He's played inside. He's a very good blitzer too. He's a great complement because whatever your developmental player can't do yet, Jones can do. And again, he's closer to the end than the beginning. It'll be interesting when you guys talk to him how good he sees himself now as opposed to when he was earlier in his career. But he's tremendous. It was a little jaw-dropping to see him sign elsewhere because he was such a staple of this team. But they do have another similarly sized corner in Marcus Jones who they're bringing along. And it seems as if they want to just get a little bit bigger on the back end than they've been.
I love hearing the pride with which you talk about just kind of his decency, too.
Oh, I loved him.
Yeah. Because, you've done this way longer than I have, but there's just certain guys that you interact with where you go, that's a dude you want to root for. It sounds like he's one of those types of players.
Oh, he's just so quiet. There's no fake tough guy stuff. There's just, he's not the most expansive guy when you talk to him one-on-one, but hi, Jonathan. Hey, how you doing? It's kind of nice to hear in a locker room sometimes.
Right.
Just like, hey, good, awesome. We got a human. Not that the other guys aren't, but, they're all in their early 20s. Some guys are just hard-ass stuff. And he is the same, and the same thing with Dietrich Wise, who, as you've seen, when you see Dietrich Wise's feet, you'll have to do a double take. They're like clown shoes. He's got like size 18 feet.
Oh, my gosh.
And he is kind of a slow-footed rusher. He has a quick initial move, but he doesn't change direction well. But he's got unbelievable reach, plays with a great motor, probably closer to a depth guy, but starter ability if you guys are still in a position where you need one, certainly. And again, the same as Jonathan Jones. He was a captain this year. Dietrich was, and last year. And, they're eating a poop sandwich with no bread every single Sunday. And he's coming out. He's just trying to put a happy face on it and talking about how, we're all going to have to work together and stick together. And so just two really, really credible guys.
I like that it sounds like they're going to fit the culture here in DC, which is a good thing. How is Wise against the run? Because that's a big thing that it seems like it's been a focus. They've spent a lot on the interior of the D-line, maybe not the high price tag guys, but they've spent there. Wise is the first big edge guy. How is he against the run?
He's probably better against the run than he would be as a strict pass rusher. You guys have always, in Washington, had pretty good edge guys. Again, I'm just going off my memory, not having studied. more pass rusher types. The Patriots aren't a pass rusher type team. Judon was an exception in terms of, here, just go get the quarterback. For instance, when they brought on Chris Long here, Chris Long all of a sudden was not able to just go flying up around the field, and they asked a lot of him, which he could do because he was a terrific player and terrific athlete, but it was hard on his body. Deatrich Wise is built for that hard on your body stuff. He's about 6'5", 290. Big dude, strong, massive hands, massive feet. So he'll hold up well. I'm sure he'll be, if they were looking because there was a hole, he'll certainly be more than enough to fill the hole.
Tom Curran covers the Patriots, giving us some insight on two of the Commanders' newest additions defensively. Sticking with Wise for a moment, I feel like early in his career watching him, I remember him, it was like he was breaking out a bit as a pass rusher, the sack totals, the pressure totals, and he hit the quarterback a ton looking it up last night. Has he kind of reinvented himself, or did they ask him to do different things as time went on? How did that materialize?
They were better. They were just better on the defensive line.
Gotcha.
So they were better on the back end, too. I mean, if you have more time to get to the quarterback, you're going to hit him more often. If you can't cover at the second level, as the Patriots were struggling to do definitely last year. I mean, they were 32nd in the NFL in sacks, and Deatrich Wise led them with 5.5, along with someone else. I can't remember who it was. But they just don't get after the quarterback, and that's not just because of the edge. It's because of the deterioration of a lot of parts of their team. So they were a good defense, and they would feast on some bad quarterbacks and bad offensive lines, but on a routine basis, Wise was one of the best players on a sometimes challenged defense.
Which one of these guys are they going to miss more? Or is this a case where aging veteran, they can find guys to replace them?
Probably Jonathan Jones, but Deatrich Wise is just such a mensch. Just again, you think I describe Jonathan Jones as being happy. Deatrich Wise is happy and a half compared to him. So again, I look at, you're younger than me. I have kids about the age of some of these players. You never know what mood you're going to get in the locker room from 20 somethings. And especially defensive linemen, sometimes they can be surly. Deatrich Wise is irrepressibly upbeat at all times. So I think that, it's good to have a guy who is enjoyable, keeps it light. And I think they'll miss that because it's going to be a stress-filled year. They've won, as you guys experienced, they're 8-26 over their last 34 games.
Wow.
There's not a lot of smiling going on, so the pressure is high. So sometimes a guy to take the heat off is helpful.
Tom, we'll let you out on this one. I just want to get a thought on Drake May. We're studying the quarterback so closely here with the second pick last year, and truth be told, I actually wanted May. I'm now glad they took Jaden Daniels, obviously. He was fantastic. But I absolutely love Drake. I still think he's going to be a star. What'd you see?
I saw a guy who improved a ton because I was skeptical as to whether or not May was better than J.J. McCarthy. And I still think J.J. McCarthy is going to be pretty damn good. But May's improvement from April until August was drastic. Fundamentally, footwork-wise, motion, throwing, all those little things that the quarterback coaches are on. I like watching that. I like to see what they're trying to coach. And he got drastically better in terms of that. So that to me was the biggest thing for all of us who looked at May, and it was probably 50-50 and said, he might not be accurate enough. I don't want to see a Zach Wilson. He is not going to be that. He's really good. He's such a decisive runner, which I thought was different from Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. Like, Jaden will go and fly. But once May's like, you know what? Party's over. I'm going. He is gone.
Tom, appreciate your insight. Always great.
All right. Thanks, Grant. Have a great week.
You got it. Be good. There's Tom Curran in Boston, covers the Patriots. Back-to-back editions last night. Basically, they might as well have just flown him in on the same private jet, right? Corner, defensive lineman, and he's right about the quality of the human being probably mattering to Adam Peters. Now, I don't know either of the guys, so I'm taking his word for what they are as human beings, but he's been in that locker room for a long time. But this, it sounds cliche. You can roll your eyes and put whatever emoji on this statement you want to. This matters to these guys. Adam Peters cares about this. Dan Quinn cares about this. Their locker room is one of pretty immense character. It doesn't mean no one's ever going to get in trouble, by the way. Doesn't mean you might not have a DUI next season. Hopefully you don't. It doesn't mean that no one's ever going to be late for practice or get fined. But these are guys that really care about football, that are professionals, that treat people the right way. We saw it last year. It starts at the very top with ownership. Mitch Rales sending me a text message on the day they're playing the Lions to ask how I'm feeling because I'm sick and I can't make the trip, and he heard it on the radio. Just a really nice human being. All the way to the general manager who's calling the injured player's dad after the x-rays are negative to let him know your son didn't break his bone. Like you're playing Pee-wee football in King George. You see it with the coaching staff. John Bates was on the show earlier today. Podcast that if you want to. He's talking about the relationship a couple of years ago compared to now. Now nothing's transactional and everything's really about building relationships. Obviously, there are members of the staff before they didn't feel that about. They feel that now. And I think having the right players to continue to carry that all the way down, because they're the faces of the whole thing. That's who the fans are going to see. I think that matters to these guys.
Well, and I think it should, because you saw last year that it was successful, because I don't think that anyone would say that the Washington Commanders last year were a top 4 roster in terms of talent going into the season and especially even finishing the season. But when you get everybody playing together with a great chemistry, regardless, I think that part of the reason it's so hard is you can't quantify it, Grant. We can't throw a number on it. We can't throw a stat. We can't throw a percentage at it. It's kind of something you either have or you don't, and we can't even fully break it down because we're not in the building, but it's clear when a team has it, and they had it last year, and I think it was a reason why everybody kind of played above what their usual ability is.
He's Toby Altizer. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Next, let's get back into the wide receiver room after Noah Brown and KJ Osborne were acquired. What's next for Washington, both at receiver and maybe overall? Remember, we're at spring training as well, so we will get back into the Nats. We're taking you up to 6:30. Jake Irvin is joining us in 40 minutes. The Nats righty stops by at 6 on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Sad news today as John Feinstein has passed away. The Junkies are going to pay tribute to John Feinstein tomorrow at 8 a.m., his normal time slot. He was a columnist for the Washington Post and author of 48 books, 23 of which are New York Times bestsellers, and a longtime friend of the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders re-signed plenty of players today, including wide receiver Noah Brown, offensive lineman Michael Dieter, wide receiver KJ Osborne, defensive tackle Sheldon Day, and offensive tackle Trent Scott. The Commanders agreed to a restructured deal with offensive tackle Andrew Wiley. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rays in spring training today, 14-4, but good news for the Nets, James Wood and C.J. Abrams both with home runs. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pistons tonight at 7 o'clock. You hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Capitals continue their California road trip, taking on the Kings in L.A. tonight. 10:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
John Bates joined us at 3 o'clock today here on Grant and Danny, the newly re-signed tight end who got a 3-year deal from the Commanders. Zach Ertz, by the way, saying he's the most dominant blocking tight ends that Ertz has ever studied or seen, which is pretty huge praise for a huge guy, 6'6" Bates. But I bring him up because one of the quotes that stood out to me from his time on the show today was the culture that Quinn and Peters have set since they got here has made it a place that's really hard to leave. It was my goal to stay here. This is the place I wanted to be. I loved that quote. Yeah, I think some of us can relate to the fact that in a workplace sometimes people will hang around after hours, right? Like you're off, and next thing you know, 30 minutes goes by, and you got your feet kicked up, and you're telling stories, and you're doing shtick. You can go home, but you're having a little bit of fun. That's a sign of a good culture. That's a sign of a place where people at a place of work don't mind being. That's really, really healthy. Washington's cultivated that. Another quote from Nicky Jhabvala. This is Marcus Mariota's press conference this afternoon. He is re-signed on his 1-year deal, as you know. He met with the media via Zoom. He said, quote, "The grass is not always greener. Being around this league for a long time, you understand that when you have a good thing, when you have a good room, a good culture, that's not everywhere." Now, he obviously wanted to play and start, so let's call a spade here. If he had a chance to sign with the Colts and be Daniel Jones and take the job from Anthony Richardson, I bet he would have. But if you're going to be a backup elsewhere, where you just might have a better chance to maybe get on the field than be Jaden Daniels' backup, a top 10 quarterback in the league going into the season probably, why not stay here? But to just hear the continual singing of the praises of these guys that are coming back and saying, I didn't want to leave. I couldn't leave. Man, if you're a real one, if you've been around here for a long time like I have and like so many people listening have, God, is that music to my ears. It's the opposite of what this dump has been for decades. And it's changed like that. Dan's gone. Front office is now legitimate. Head coaching staff is and assistants beloved. It's a new world.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, the word to describe the workplace over in Ashburn was toxic. And that's not the case anymore. It's something where these guys are collaborative. Even just all the things you're hearing now, the way that you hear that Jaden is talking to Cliff and working together on game plans, Cliff working with Jaden, and all these guys working together to make the best football team. It's nobody's bigger than the other guy. You obviously understand the authority structure, but nobody's taking themselves too seriously. Nobody's above anyone else. Everyone's going out there and doing the dirty work. And like you said, when you have that sort of environment where guys want to still hang out, guys want to be around, that's how you can cultivate some winning where you can have guys working out late together. You can have guys watching film together. You can have guys working and growing their chemistry on the field together, something that I don't know that was necessarily always happening here before. So it's a really nice thing to see.
And how many of those stories did we hear, too? And you get
So
those
many.
in bad buildings, too. The O-line's always going out to dinner, and people are going to somebody's house for Monday Night Football. But it was pretty obvious last year that those guys just got along. A special room it's not tangible unless you're in it. Like I remember, this is not something, by the way, that happens after the fact. Like now when we talk about the 2019 Nationals, as we sit here at spring training, we talk about that clubhouse. That season, you felt it. You knew it. We talked about it then. Go back and pull the audio. Like the hilarity and the shtick and all of the skits and bits that these guys were doing and the glasses they were wearing, it was all happening down the stretch. So, yes, we remember it very fondly, and there's a romanticism to it. But it's not like that came first, right? The clubhouse was great. The Capitals have had a wonderful room for years and years and years. In fact, this year's group, in my opinion, is, and I haven't been in the dressing room a lot, but just seeing the interactions and the way these guys interact, I think this is as good a room as they've ever had. But they have kind of written the book in town on how to establish and sustain a culture of excellence, of winning. And there's a brotherhood there that far dates the Commanders that's been way better. And I don't think it's a coincidence. They're the team that's had the most success.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so important to have that, and it's something that you can't tangibly grasp. Like you said, we can't throw a metric on it, but it's something that you can tell if they have it or not. And last year, the Commanders clearly had it. It felt special. You could tell it. You had Joe Gibbs on talking about the team, and he said you can kind of just tell, and this team felt like it had it. And obviously they weren't able to go on to win the ultimate prize, but it's something that's tough because who knows if they're going to be able to recapture that, Grant. Like you hope that they can. You hope that they can get, the same sort of camaraderie, the same sort of chemistry again. There's no guarantee they're going to do that again.
The first thing Dan Quinn told them after they lost to the Eagles, I remember being in the press conference room. Somebody asked him, he was still pretty emotional, but he said, I told them this locker room will never be the same. Doesn't mean we won't be different or better or whatever, but this group together will never be in the same room again. There's something special about that. Like, enjoy these final few moments together. I think about this, and I think people can relate to this. You haven't been married, right? But there'll be a day where you will look around at your wedding and you will go, oh my God, all of these people from my life in every little faction of my family that I grew up with, high school buddies and college buddies, my work friends at this table, and this group of dudes that I played pickup basketball with, they're all in the one room. And it's just this compilation of people that have nothing in common necessarily other than their affinity for you. And it's powerful. It is emotional. I remember someone telling me beforehand, like, soak that up. And I tried to, because it's so cool to just see, I know this person from this job and this person from this school. And I think it's kind of what we're talking about in the sense of, I remember thinking that night, this group of people will never be in the same room again. Like that guy, like Chris Cooley sitting over there, and, my great Aunt Helen, or, they're never going to be. It's just a powerful thing. And that locker room, to your point, you cannot recapture it. No matter what you do, if you're Dan Quinn, it's an innate thing that happens or it doesn't. You don't control it. You can do everything the exact same way, and the room, just the brotherhood might not be the same. So you're right. I think there's something to that too. I'm looking at the poll right now, by the way, on Twitter, just to get an update on how people are feeling about giving up as many picks as Washington has. I want to get your reaction. Are you surprised by this? Are you okay with the Commanders' willingness to trade away so many draft picks? We talked about this last hour. Adam Peters, if you go back to the Lattimore trade, which kicked off the bleep them picks philosophy, has given up a 2, 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 7. So you're talking about a full draft minus a first rounder with an additional 3 and a 4. It's a ton when you lay it out and look at it. 61% of fans are saying, no problem, bleep those picks. 17%, only 17% are saying they wish they would have kept more of the picks. And 21% are indifferent. Now that's interesting to me, but kind of on the fence as far as probably waiting and seeing, don't really have a strong opinion. But I'm surprised more people aren't bothered by the trading of the picks. I'm glad that they're not. But fans from towns like this one where you've lost for so much that the draft becomes your precious baby that you pet and you hug and you smooch and you kiss, people don't really love the draft picks. They just fall all over themselves. But I like that 70% of people are going, No problem. Let's go for this thing.
Well, I think it's because you're getting sexy names too. Like maybe not at this point in their careers, but I mean, Marshawn Lattimore at one point was one of the best corners in the league. You look at Deebo Samuel, he was a great gadget type weapon for the Niners for years that so many people coveted for a long time. And Laramie Tunsil's a top 5 tackle in the league, regardless of, what some of the guys from Houston are saying. So it's something where you feel good about going after those guys. So it doesn't surprise me that fans are a little fired up about that because, I don't know what these picks are going to turn into. These picks could turn into someone that's a stud. These picks could also be something when we look back, we go, who was that was picked there? Who was that? So it's something that I fully understand why they're doing it, but if you're able to nail your picks, you can build maybe a little more of a sustained winner. But at the same point, they were in the NFC Championship game last year with their strategy of we're going to sign a lot of one-year deals, a lot of vets, and they're kind of running it back in a lot of ways with that.
You can go vote on our poll of the day. It is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metro Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. This just in, multiple reports here. The Commanders are re-signing offensive lineman Trent Scott, so make it 14 of their own now. Trent Scott, most famous for what last year?
Catching Jaden Daniels' first touchdown.
Insanity. The best trivia answer ever. Who caught Jaden Daniels' first touchdown? Use that one at the bar tonight. They'll guess McLaurin. You'll say no. Then they'll probably guess De'Ami Brown. You'll say no. They'll go to Noah and Zacchaeus and Ertz and Bates. The answer is offensive tackle Trent Scott in Cincinnati on a tackle eligible. But Trent Scott, the 14th player retained, kind of coming full circle with the idea of you don't want to leave this dressing room. I'm sure all these guys looked around, but you're going to have to pay me more to leave. You're going to have to give me more play time to not be here.
How refreshing is that, by the way? You're going to have to force me to leave.
Yes.
I don't want to go anywhere. Mariota said as much. Obviously,
I like my job. I like my boss. I like my position coach. I'm number 11 right now and best place to work in the NFL. I was 32 last year, so probably, hopefully, continue to grow next year. But you better overpay me or give me more of a chance on the field.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I don't want to go anywhere. And for some of these guys, I think of a Bobby Wagner and a Zach Ertz, Grant. If they go 6-11 last year, do they both just retire? Are they both just done? Because to me, maybe they go play somewhere else.
Yeah,
maybe they try one more.
I think Bobby, especially, maybe Ertz is so beat up and this year he stayed healthy. But in all the years before that, with the injuries and the concussions last year, I could see that. Wagner, I think, still playing at a level second-team All-Pro. Why not go make $7-8 million somewhere else?
But I think those guys are energized. So even if you're a guy that's on the last leg and you're going year to year, am I going to play another one? Am I not? When you are in that locker room, you're going to lean to, you know what? I think I can give it one more shot. I think I can go one more time. I can go again versus, Detroit, Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson saying, I'm at the peak of my powers. I'm sick of this. Like John Allen said, I'm sick of this. I'm retiring. And it's refreshing to have that sort of locker room in DC now where people want to come here. People want to stay here. People want to continue to play for this team because it's such a good brotherhood, regardless of you think it's corny or not. It's something that's very real.
Grant and Danny. Danny is out today. He is on the mend, though. Sounds like he's going to be here in West Palm Beach with us, covering that spring training starting tomorrow. He's getting on the early morning flight, so he will be live starting at 2 o'clock with me. We're actually going to be up in the booth tomorrow during the game, which will be really, really fun.
You're going to test out your play-by-play chops?
Might just have to check on some of the legality of all of that. But, yeah, we might have to call some of the game and maybe maybe have Danny do some impressions as he breaks down the Nationals. But, yeah, we're going to be in the booth. Game will be going on right in front of us, which we haven't gotten to do in a couple of years, so that'll be fun. Jake Irvin stops by the show at 6 o'clock. That's 20 minutes from right now. Let's get an update on Cooper Flagg, who may well be the number one pick, could be the Washington Wizards prize for their terrible season in this rebuild. He left a game in a wheelchair for the Duke Blue Devils. Just how is he feeling? When might we see him playing again? That's next on The Fan. Welcome back in West Palm Beach at Nats Spring Training. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny will be back tomorrow. I just saw this tweet from Colton Pouncey, who covers the Detroit Lions for The Athletic. They're talking to DJ Reed, the corner that they broke the bank to sign, $16 million per year, 3 for $48, guaranteed him $32 million. And he said that he had a tough decision, and it came down to the wire, and it was the Lions and the Commanders that he had basically debated between before signing with Detroit. This is really interesting to me because it corroborates what I think a lot of us assumed. We've been wondering, they needed a corner so badly. Why would they not have been in on or tried to land one of the best corners on the market? Did they just sit that out because of money? They clearly did not. DJ Reed signing for 16 per. If they would have offered, and I don't know that they did, but if they offered the same as the Lions and he was debating between, the same contract in two teams, maybe it's a little less, but that would have been the most expensive free agent addition in 2 off seasons under Adam Peters. So this is the proof, and it makes me feel better, oddly, even though they didn't get him, that they tried really hard. $16 million per year, 32 in guarantees. Both of those would have been highs under Peters, and it seems like they did what they could to get him. Fell a little bit short. I wonder, though, did they offer him 13 or 14, or was it actually even $16 million a year, and he just chose the Lions, who have been a mainstay atop the NFC?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing because at least it feels like you're in on the conversation. I'm curious how many other guys at the top of the market would have similar sorts of stories at those sorts of positions, whether it's corner or whether it's edge rusher. So it's interesting to hear that. Obviously, the one thing you'd like is eventually for you guys to get the pull here in DC versus in Detroit with what they've been able to build. So it's just year one of that, but it's nice to see that they're in the mix there. But I think that does make more sense as to why, Jonathan Jones is your big move at corner versus you were trying for DJ Reed and it clearly didn't work out. Maybe Kinlaw wasn't in their initial plans or he was in plan B or plan C when they couldn't, land DJ Reed. So, it's something where it's a living, breathing organism. You got to kind of adapt as the time goes on. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for DJ Reed to come here.
Javon Kinlaw is the biggest free agent move that Peters has made in 2 years, which is, I think, pretty fascinating considering that the number he got was a stunner.
Well, and I think what's so stunning about it is this year's free agency seems crazier than last year's. Like Frankie Louvu, I thought when they got him was a steal of a deal. If he were available this offseason, not even talking about coming off the second team All-Pro year, he would have had to have gotten at least, 15, 16? I mean, if Javon Kinlaw getting 4.5 sacks is getting 15 a year, you'd think that he would have maybe even doubled what his contract is.
Yeah, so Frankie got 3 and 31, so 10 plus per season. Now, obviously, Luvu's tough, and I don't envy the executive in Peter's case or even the agent, but you're trying to get him paid, and a team's going, well, he's a linebacker, and you're going, no, he isn't.
Yeah.
You're going, he's a safety, and he's a edge, and he's a linebacker. I mean, it's 3 positions. How do you pay that guy? So that gets complicated, but I'm with you. This market, there's no doubt, or this free agent group is not as good as last year's, and I just think it's not very good.
It's not.
To me, that's what we're seeing. More trades. We're seeing teams like Washington being more willing to give up picks. I just think that there's not as much talent overall, and part of the reason that you're seeing so many teams bring back some of their own guys is because maybe the answers aren't out there. Speaking of bringing back your own guys, another of the Commanders' free agents that was testing the market is coming back to Washington. This one I think will be helpful. Corner Noah Igbenogany is going to re-sign with the Commanders. He started 10 games last year. Noah Igbenogany ended up becoming their best slot corner because they had Sandra still outside after drafting him to play the nickel. And he's still very young. By the way, this is the youngest guy that they've signed this offseason because despite having been around for 5 years, despite having been a free agent 2 straight years now, he's only 25 years old. He was at one point in time the 30th overall pick in the draft, first round. Basically the pick Washington has this year, 5 years ago. And he was a disappointment in Miami. Didn't work out. He went to Dallas and played for Dan Quinn. Wasn't that noticeable, didn't really do much, but Quinn saw something he liked, followed him to Washington, and he had a career year last year, and he's staying with that familiarity with this coaching staff. Igbenogany is back. So the corner room now, Marshawn Lattimore, Jonathan Jones, Mikey Sanders still, Noah Igbenogany. I think that's comparable to receiver, where you basically added one guy who's a bit of a question mark, but you're certainly deeper and probably better than you were as of last year because you have Debo at wide receiver, Jones now at corner.
Yeah, and bringing back Igbenogany, he has, like you said, former first rounder. He's still got some talent that maybe you can still tap into, but I thought he played really well in the slot last year, and so it gives you more versatility. The interesting thing about this, though, Grant, is now you have three dudes kind of cut from the same cloth. Jonathan Jones, outside or inside, Sanders still inside or outside, and now you've got Noah Igbenogany. He can probably play a little outside, but you're probably going to leave him inside. You've got three guys that are kind of probably better off in the slot.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what they do with Sanders still because he matters the most. You can make the case, even if you comp him to Lattimore, based on what we saw last year maybe, that he has a chance to be their best player at the position next year.
Big time.
He was so good as a rookie and playing at a position they didn't even bank on him playing. Might they just say, you know what? I know we thought he was going to be an all-pro nickel. He could be a damn good boundary corner. Why tinker with it? Why tweak it? Let's just let him ride this out. And then Igbenogany and Jones provide your nickel depth. I mean, you need four. I would still say I'd like to do more. I'd like to draft a guy in the top 2 rounds and then slot everybody down behind Lattimore, Jones, Sanders still. Let that guy compete with Igbenogany, whoever you draft. By the way, that's now 4 players that they have re-signed today. They've been busy. KJ Osborne and Noah Brown, the wide receivers. 5. Sheldon Day re-signed today as well, the D tackle. Offensive tackle Trent Scott, and then Noah Igbenogany at corner. So plenty of Commanders
6.
news while you were working.
Michael Dieter.
Oh, good. I didn't even think about Michael Dieter. You're right. So they have not done anything external today. They reworked Wiley's contract, and they re-upped with 6 of their own. And they're now at 15 free agents they've brought back from last year's NFC Championship
Which I think
team.
it makes sense, right? I mean,
why wouldn't you?
Even if they're not the guys that are the huge impact guys, kind of.
By the way, almost all of them to 1-year deals. Just looking at this.
Well, running it back with some of these guys, I don't mind it at all. And seeing if you can maybe find something again with some of these guys. And like we just talked about, some of these guys too maybe aren't loving the other options that are out there. I'll come back for 1 year to play with this team again.
We had John Bates on the show today at 3. We talked about his 3-year deal. I think he's the only guy that got a multi-year deal that they brought back. Am I missing somebody? Mariota got 1 and 8. Rodriguez got the tender for a year. McNichols got a 1-year deal. Ertz got $6 million for a year. Wagner got $9 million for a year. Seymour was just minimal 1-year deal. Tressway 1 year. Zane Gonzalez 1 year. No Chance Dieter got 2 years. I mean, that sounds mean. I'm sorry. KJ Osborne 1 year.
What do you have against Michael Dieter?
I don't, but come on. Noah Brown 1 year. Sheldon Day 1 year. Yeah. They're literally doing the same thing they did last year. They're like, we had a conversation at the end of the year where we're going, they're going to have almost 30 free agents, and they ended up having 28. They're going to have 25 to 28 again next year.
It also shows how impressive last year was because, believe it or not, like 1 year, $4.5 million for Noah Brown. If someone was offering him $7 million, he'd be there, right? Like he clearly didn't have a market. 4.5, and he's back. So a lot of these dudes, maybe they took a little bit less. They're not taking significantly less to stay here. And if that's, especially some of these dudes, it's not like they've gotten a big payday. So they're not going to turn away extra money to stay in DC. So kind of shows you that they were able to make chicken out of chicken, if you know what I mean.
Grant and Danny, without Danny on the Fan. We are in West Palm Beach, Nationals spring training. Jake Irvin, right-handed pitcher with the Nats, is joining the show next. Hey guys, it's Grant. This week, FanDuel's bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when the underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you land even more winnings with your profit boost that I'm telling you about. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy team, the one that's going to refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there is no better time. The app's easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Download America's #1 sportsbook today. FanDuel.com/GP. Dog of the Day Profit Boost. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wagers got to be even money. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply. Terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plants a little happiness. Sad news today as John Feinstein has passed away. We released a statement on our 106.7 The Fan X account. We are so deeply sorry to learn of the passing of John Feinstein, a master storyteller and fearless reporter. John brought us behind the scenes of the most intriguing teams and into the real lives of the most interesting sports figures. We were so lucky to have his sharp insights as a regular contributor to 106.7 The Fan for over 14 years. Our thoughts are with his family, his readers, and his listeners. Make sure you listen to the Junkies tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. John Feinstein's normal time slot, as the Junkies will pay tribute to the 68-year-old author of 48 books and 23 New York Times bestsellers. In the NFL, the Commanders re-signing plenty of players today, including wide receiver Noah Brown, offensive lineman Michael Dieter, KJ Osborne, Sheldon Day, Trent Scott, and Noah Igbenogany. The Commanders also agreed to a restructured deal with Andrew Wiley. NBA tonight, Wizards taking on the Pistons at 7. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Bilal Coulibaly not going to play. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with the right hamstring injury. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Kings in LA as they continue their California road trip. 10:30 puck drop right here on The Fan. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive for Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in-store at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Washington is preparing to protect Jaden Daniels this offseason. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, will help you prepare for your future as well. They'll draft a last will and testament or set up a trust for you and your family. They'll even put together a medical power of attorney if needed. Schedule a consultation with our buddies Kandori and Murad, their law firm based out of Fairfax. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. We are at Nationals spring training. If you missed our interview earlier today with Mike Rizzo, make sure you grab that podcast at thefandc.com. He was very good in talking about the offseason plan and how the roster came together the way that it did this year. But we are pleased right now to talk to a right-hander in the Nats rotation who turned himself into a workhorse starter with 170 innings pitched last year. Jake Irvin is with us on Grant and Danny here in West Palm. Jake, a year ago at this time, you're just trying to prove you belong in the big leagues. And here you are now, one of the key members in the middle of this rotation. Just how much have things changed for you at spring training 1 year later?
Yeah. It doesn't feel a whole lot different. The excitement's still there, and we're just building up to get ready for a long season. And it's been really cool seeing a lot of these new faces, some old faces, but guys that just feel a little more ready to compete. And it's been a lot of fun, and I think that we've got the group here to do it.
You, in the offseason, were able to add some of those pieces you talked about. And, when you look at the way that things are put together right now, there's some competition, but I think we've got a pretty good feel for the rotation, at least 4/5 of it, and what it's going to look like. What are some of your expectations going in?
I don't know if I have any expectations necessarily. I just think that that you're going to get a competitor no matter who's taking the ball on that given day. So excited to see McKenzie continue to develop. Excited to watch Michael do his thing. He's been a guy that's been really fun to have around in camp, get to know him, pick his brain a little bit because he's been around and done it. So there's just a lot of guys here that are competitors. They're ready to do what they got to do every fifth day, and it's been a lot of fun.
For you, when you look back at last season, where did you feel like you made the biggest strides, and what are some of the things you kind of want to add to that this time around this year?
Yeah, I think picking the ball up every fifth day, getting to know how that big league schedule kind of works and adjusting to that was a big focus for me and something I wanted to be better at. And it felt like as the season went on, it's something that I was a lot more acclimated to than the year before. And This year, it's being more consistent. Taking the ball every fifth day is an accomplishment, but being able to do it at a high level consistently is something that I want to get a lot better at, and just be the best version of myself every time out.
To that point, I mean, you were so good for the duration of last year, but toward the end of the season, kind of ran out of a little bit of steam. Was that like a durability thing, or just kind of how the year went? And what do you do now with that information to try to go the distance, so to speak, at that level this year?
Right. Definitely uncharted territory for me, and a big learning experience. Just knowing that last month got away from me was something that really pushed me this offseason to make sure that I'm locked in for beyond 30 starts and into a postseason, because when we're there, those are going to be important innings and something that you got to be prepared for mentally and physically. And I think this offseason was just spent preparing my mind to do that and to compete until the season's over and the whistle blows. But for right now,
Kings in LA tonight.
Getting ready every fifth day, taking it one day at a time.
National starter Jake Irvin on Grant and Danny. How about stuff-wise? Did you tinker or tweak anything at all?
Added a slider that we've been working on in camp and fired up to showcase that a little bit, but just got more consistent with my changeup. I know that was something that we wanted to emphasize going into this season, and so the slider and the changeup are going to be two weapons that hopefully I'll get to use a lot this year.
And so what's that look like? I mean, a listener hasn't been, in an off season next to a pitcher as they work on something. Like, do you have a instructor that you're working with all the time? Are you throwing, in a lab basically with the cameras and the, Repsodo and everything, or is it more just feel out of your hand as you have throwing sessions? Like, what does working on a pitch actually look like?
Yeah. I think the idea comes from guys here with the Nats and something that we wanted to add. And when I go home, I'm lucky I have a guy there by the name of Kevin Walsh. He's basically my off-season pitching coach, and he really helped me hone in the shape, the idea of how we want to throw it, what it's supposed to look like. And he's worked a lot with other guys that have done similar things with a similar pitch. So, it was adjustment, trying to mess with grips and see what really worked for me. Everybody's different, but we kind of settled into a spot where it was getting more consistent. We got the shapes that we wanted without having to, compromise mechanics, and really liked what we saw, and that's what we brought to camp.
So, Jake, there's been a little bit of a pitching renaissance, even in terms of development. And I know you're busy doing your big league thing, so you're probably not studying the minor leagues for the system. But it is interesting to me that last year, especially, and here recently, the org's done a lot better job, it seems like, with developing pitchers, and even at the big league level with guys like you and Mitchell breaking out. And Sean Doolittle gets a lot of credit for that, deservedly probably. But, first of all, what was his role, and kind of how did that materialize last year as the year went on in terms of him helping you guys? And then also, what do you attribute, if anything, to? You've been in the org for several years. Like, was there any tangible shift for you? Because the results changed pretty considerably in the minors last year.
Yeah. When it comes to Do, I think the coolest thing about last year was he came into spring without like a legit role. He was just kind of here hanging out.
I thought he was just a guy, like being a dude.
He was a dude being a dude. That's exactly right. And, I think as spring progressed, you could kind of feel that he was antsy to stay around the guys and just see how we could make that happen. And as we got closer and closer to the season, he's like, I think this is becoming like a legit role. And, he was awesome. Just the way that he was able to communicate, having been a player so recently. He had been there and he knew what we were going through physically, mentally. And that was cool to have somebody like that to relate to, and somebody that cared so much. So he was been awesome in that role. And when it comes to the minor leagues, we have a bunch of really good people up and down the organization. And whether it's pitching coaches, managers, strength staff, athletic training staff, like we've got really good people and people that are helping build a culture in this minor league org. The Nationals for so long were so competitive at the big league level that minor league pieces were traded away to keep that kind of the same. And we've now got a culture where guys are trying to establish themselves, want to get better. The staff wants them to get better. And I think that feeding off of that and being a part of that energy in that group is push guys to be the best versions of themselves.
Jake Irvin going into what it will be year 3 here with the Nationals. We've come a long way since that hit batsman to start the career, which is funny because it wasn't really something that you did a whole lot of. But obviously last year now, I think solidifying yourself as a long-term answer and a building block in this rotation. Do you feel like the DMV is home at this point? I know you'll always have 2 homes, right? Because you spend a lot of time and go back to Minnesota and the area where you're from. But, I mean, you whether it's Arlington or the Navy Yard or whatever, I'm sure you make the rounds and enjoy yourself. Do you feel like you're a DC guy now?
Yeah, DC's definitely become, a summer home, and me and my girlfriend Ella really enjoy it. That first year was a bit of a, whirlwind. You're trying to just keep your feet where they are in the big leagues, and
You're probably just hoping your cell phone doesn't ring any day to tell you, hey, it's been fun, but Rochester needs someone tonight.
That's right. That's right. So focused on the job, and you don't lose that focus, but you learn how to manage your life away from the field a little bit more. So last year we were able to explore the area a bit, get to know parts of DC, and I think that's something that we just want to continue to grow in, is feeling like we're really a part of this community. I know that there's so many cool things to do in DC, but the people, the fans, everybody's been so great that they make it feel like home.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask Jake Irvin about hockey for a moment. So you were kind enough to come on one of my old cast shows over at Monumental and hang out and watch a period of hockey with us. The Capitals are unbelievable. Forever, you've been a huge hockey fan. You played, and of course, we're a big fan of Minnesota growing up. But nobody thought the Caps would be this good, and they are competing for a President's Trophy, like Stanley Cup good. Obviously, the hockey playoffs are a crapshoot, but you'll be getting back to DC, maybe right around Ovi breaking the record time. I don't know if there's any off days in the early part of the schedule, but you might have to get over to Capital One Arena.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've looked it up and nothing lines up during the regular season, which is a bummer, man. Being there during that stretch would be unbelievable. I was actually really hoping that we'd get to go on a night where he had a chance to break the record, but regardless, so cool what they're doing. Hopefully, the playoffs lines up where we will be able to go to a couple games, and that'd be awesome. I'm just praying that the Caps don't win the President's Trophy, because what happens then.
Yeah, the numbers historically aren't great. Are there any other guys in the clubhouse that are big hockey fans? There's always one or two, it seems like, but it's still obscure enough when someone like grows up around it, playing it or something like you did.
Yeah, we've got a few. I think a few of the guys have kind of jumped on the bandwagon since I was all over it last year. But bringing Soroka in, a Calgary guy, he's a bit of a hockey fan. I know he played growing up, so being able to shoot that with him has been really cool.
Well, enjoy the stretch of camp here, and can't wait to see you guys get back to DC and get ready to get started.
Yes, sir. Can't wait.
Jake Irvin of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. Appreciate his time. Some breaking news for the Commanders while we were chatting with Jake. Wide receiver Olamide Zaccheaus is leaving. He is signed with the Chicago Bears, so he becomes the 8th player from Washington's NFC Championship game team last year to depart. De'Ami Brown to the Jaguars, Cornelius Lucas to the Browns, Michael Walker, special teams linebacker to the Cardinals, John Allen's a Viking, Benjamin St-Juste went out to L.A. with the Chargers, Derek Force, the one-year deal with the Bills, Jeremy Chin, the one that got away, perhaps, Vegas Raiders, and now Olamide Zaccheaus to the Bears. I've kind of just assumed he was coming back because he's that caliber of player where I didn't think there'd be a huge market, but he had a tremendous breakthrough last year, coming off of 10 catches 2 seasons ago with the Eagles. He almost did that in one game, remember, when he scored a couple touchdowns against Philly, and clearly there was a market. The Bears adding a weapon for Ben Johnson.
He was huge. He really was huge. And, that was the thing about the receiving core last year. When it wasn't Terry, it was one of a number of guys, and he stepped up in numerous games in big spots. Like, he was the leading receiver in the game against Atlanta that clinched the playoff berth. So he was big in multiple spots. He's someone that I kind of assume would be back as well. Versatile guy. Maybe, he's kind of a depth receiver at this point, but he's still solid and looks like he's going to go to Chicago.
Yet another one, by the way, of the 2024 editions who came to Washington having been a part of a staff with one of the coaches already. And in his case, it was obviously Dan Quinn in Atlanta back in 2019. But they have kept that tradition alive this offseason. If you know one of the coaches on this staff, have your agent reach out because it's certainly something that they prioritize. They know what you're about. They trust you, and they are willing to bring you into the building with open arms. Last year, 45 catches, up 35 grabs from the year before, went for over 500 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2 were in one game. But if you're just joining us, just jumping in your car, while they did lose Zacchaeus today, that's the only departure this afternoon from Washington. They re-signed 6 of their own. Michael Dieter on the offensive line, KJ Osborne and Noah Brown in the wide receiver room, Sheldon Day on the defensive line, Trent Scott at tackle, and Noah Igbenogany just a few minutes ago, the nickel corner from a year ago who started 10 games, is back as the Commanders try to keep as many of their players in-house as possible. You just heard Jake Irvin of the Nats talking about the Capitals who play tonight. Let's get you a Capitals power play. Late night Caps. Hopefully you're ready to stay up this evening. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Kings for what will be game number 66. This is road game number 32 for Washington. They have 94 points. The best team in the National Hockey League. They're running away with the Eastern Conference regular season crown, if that's a thing. 21-7-6 at home, and they've been almost as good, frankly, maybe even better on the road. More wins and fewer regulation losses this year on the road for the Capitals. Most importantly, though, Tobes, as we look at the game tonight, Alex Ovechkin sitting at 33 goals for the year. His next goal will pull him to within 7 of Wayne Gretzky's record.
It's crazy. It's already been real, understanding that it's getting closer and closer, but you start getting down into the 7s and the 6s and the 5s. It just feels even more real, and it could be any moment, it feels like, which is just crazy to think about.
That is your Capitals power play. I mentioned just a few minutes ago that I wanted to update people on Cooper Flagg, the Duke sensation, who may be the number 1 overall pick. And a lot of people feel like perhaps the Wizards have had their eyes set on this season as they are tanking. Well, he got hurt today in the ACC tournament. He ended up being wheelchaired off the floor. Duke coach John Shire saying that X-rays on Cooper Flagg came back negative. That's very good news. He sustained the injury with 2:46 remaining in the first half and then obviously didn't play again. Rolled his ankle, but the negative X-rays, I think, have provided some hope. There's some thought maybe that he'll be able to play in the NCAA tournament. He'll be questionable leading up to it, I'm sure. But we have seen the end of Cooper Flagg in the ACC tournament, it would appear.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that he's been so dominant this year. We were doing some prep for our trip down here the other day with Danny, and we were watching a replay of the North Carolina Duke game, their last edition, the final game of the season. And if you go back and watch, Duke was kind of getting dominated when Flagg wasn't on the floor, and when Flagg was on the floor, they absolutely crushed the Tar Heels. So he's someone that's really pivotal. It's a really good Duke basketball team. I think they got to be a favorite going into March Madness, but it's going to be interesting to see how close to 100% Flagg is coming out in the first round.
All right, let's talk dinner for a moment before we sign off here. So Toby's been fighting the good fight today, but he's slightly under the weather, and he woke up at like 3:47 in the morning. How many hours of sleep are you on right now?
I probably slept like just over an hour at home last night, and maybe a half
total.
Hour. Yeah, and then probably like.
Why did you only sleep an hour?
I have reasons. it was poor planning. I wanted to watch a couple episodes of a show. It was bad planning. Bad planning. But regardless, not much sleep at home. Probably about a half hour on the flight. The only reason I know is because Ryan was taking pictures. Like I said, a
lot of great content.
So you're struggling right now.
A little bit.
But are you up for dining out?
100%.
See, this is what I like about Toby Altizer. None of this Danny Rouillet, Ryan Clary, we got to go home stuff, right? You're in it to win it.
Let's do it. We're on vacation.
Now, Clary, you were talking.
You've
You've been trying to float. I've noticed this. Don't think that you're getting out of it. He's floated public subs a couple of times. He's floated takeout to just take it back to the house. What is your goal here? What are you angling toward?
No, I want to go out and eat a yummy dinner. I am all in. I am tired, I will say, but I do want to go out and eat a good dinner. It's a Thursday night. We're in West Palm Beach.
True or false? You've mentioned takeout multiple times, and you keep talking about subs from a grocery store.
True.
Big time true.
So I don't hear steak at a restaurant. I'm missing something.
Okay, you are. Because I was just thinking of Toby. Toby is feeling
I'm
sick.
so sure.
Toby is
I'm all good.
Considerate over here.
I'm all good, man. Let's go. Let's go get something good to eat.
Let's go get something good.
Look, we are
Like
only
yourself.
as strong as our least healthy link.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you think tonight's night one of several in West Palm, and you got to get some extra rest to make sure that
No,
you can.
All I hear, Grant, is it's night one of several nights out.
Oh, look at Toby Altizer.
We're going ham.
He's
Yeah,
ready to get
let's
after
go.
it a little bit. Well, we'll get a nice dinner, and then we'll reassess. We'll see where we're at. I'm thinking like a Top Golf night.
Yeah.
I don't hate
Go
it.
hit some golf balls, little fellowship and camaraderie.
I love that.
Now, if you need to do takeout, you can do that, and you can meet us there.
I'm not doing takeout. I'm
We'll
not
be
gonna
at a
do
restaurant dining like gentlemen.
takeout. I will be there as well. Fellowship, I'm here for.
Let's do it.
We're here for the fellowship. Danny's flying out at 7:30 in the morning.
7:30 in the morning. I think
Okay.
the same
And
flight
have we
as
heard,
Houston.
who's talked to him today? We're sure that he is currently planning on getting on that plane.
That's the plan. It's been a while. We texted when we got our rental, which is
Yeah.
a little bit ago, but I haven't heard since.
So, and he's gonna just walk into the clubhouse and like nothing happened.
Well, I mean,
Here's the next question: how many Nats will be missing spring training games in the next few days with a stomach bug?
Let's hope none.
Right.
Let's hope none.
All right. Danny's back tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Big thanks to all of you for listening to the program today. Linnell does have overtime next. I do want to say again on behalf of our entire crew, Darius and Ryan and Toby and Danny, who will be here tomorrow, that we are thinking about John Feinstein's family. Tragic to hear that we have lost such an iconic writer, an important member of the DC sports media landscape. And as I said earlier, someone who was one of the two guests I had on with Frank Herzog on the very first radio show that I ever hosted back on the 2002. I think it was February 9th. I looked up the date earlier. February 9th, 2002. Feinstein, who I didn't know personally, was kind enough to answer my call and say, yeah, kid, I'll come on your show, and did a bang-up interview. Gone way, way, way too soon. But we'll think about his family. Linnell has overtime next.
Thank you for coming.